year-old.
After everything you just said, you
However,
expect them to say yeah?
I don't
He said my
know that, and it
physicality.
has
That
not
means
been
yes.
proven.
Well,
Science doesn't
no, he
prove
has to say
anything.
no because of his definition of proof, right?
Right,
Matthew?
exactly.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
you're mixing the physicality with mathematicals. He's talking about mathematics only in the sense of the mathematical realm, which is a paradigm in which is non-physical, fully conceptual, abstract, has nothing to do with actual physicality or reality in any way, sense, or form. So when you ask him to prove things in the physical with maths, which is the only place maths would really be useful per se, for instance, like counting an apple in front of your face, um, like you've sort of got him in a bind. He can't do that. But like in a theoretical sense, where we talk about numbers like prime numbers that would be infinite, like yeah, all day you can be pretty sure about that shit.
Well, this is why I was being pretty clear when I was discussing, right? I'm not talking about mathematical proofs, right? We're talking about what 99.99999% of people would understand from that question, not
Yeah.
this 0.00001% who all of a sudden don't know the meaning of proof, proven, level,
Maybe we should
etc.
ask there, man.
Well, I think the
So,
main
you know
point
what,
that we need to
you're
point
right
out
about that.
here, I think the main point that we need to point out here is that this is actually the place in which, due to the lack of proof, empirical proof, physical proof, measurement, tests, experiment, and all of the above and the scientific method running through, this is the place in which most individuals that believe in the heliocentric model, and this is the position psychologically they've had to hold in order to be able to continue to hold the idea of the globe true. Because if you hold any other form of knowledge or proof in any higher regard with any further form to it, that even on an epistemological level, sorry, actually it would start to become again improbable, completely ridiculous. And so this is the position and the logical position they have to hold. And this is, I believe, what Wolfgang is trying to show everyone, is that this is the position they have to hold in order for them to say that the Earth is a globe.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
No, my mic's bad. I hope you can hear me. I paused the bot because we have Rocket Man in the chat who I think might be interested in a conversation.
Sorry. Was that for me? I couldn't really make out what you were saying. I just saw what Radwin put in the chat.
Hold on, I got my mic on. I thought somebody said mine.
So sorry, yeah, I was just saying.
Man, you fixed your
Sorry.
mic.
Either.
Yeah, I was just saying that I paused the bot because we have Rocket Man in the chat, and I think he might be interested in having a conversation.
Yeah, I said in the chat, I can only stay for like half an hour. So when I do say I'm going, I don't want anyone to say I'm running because, you can if you want to, but who wants to?
It depends on what point you pick to leave at.
Preemptive run.
Well, I wanted you to finish explaining how rockets work in a vacuum, how they push off themselves, and that makes them fly through space.
Cool. Well, I actually got my university lecture slides that explain exactly that. So hopefully I've got some material that people would like to see that kind of aids my explanation.
Cool. Have you ever seen this done in real life?
Yeah.
What,
That
a rocket?
sounded like a real, yeah. That sounded like a computer generated. I saw it on a computer screen, yeah.
Oh, I saw a pressurized container in a near perfect vacuum environment being released and propelling itself forward on nothing but the internal pressure of that object, of the vessel.
So it was inside a container, so the gas filled the container, then it pushed off that gas. Yeah, those don't work.
Yeah.
Well, there's no gas in the container. It's only in the...
Well, you're creating the gas in the container by releasing the gas container.
Well, let's say this container is very, very large.
How
Same
big?
thing happens. I don't know. You could do like 20
I can tell you
meters.
where the
You
largest...
said you did it.
Yeah, I can tell you where the largest vacuum chamber in the world is at, and you didn't do it there.
Oh, no, I didn't, because I'm in England, not America.
20 miles from my house.
Oh, is it? Oh, wow, that's cool. I'm very jealous.
So you said you did the experiment. You said you did this, what you're claiming.
I've seen it. I didn't perform it myself. Sorry, go on. Didn't mean to interrupt you, sorry.
How big was the vacuum chamber?
It was like, I think it was like 5 by 10 meters.
Talking feet or meters?
Meters, metric. So 50.
How many liters was the container?
Well, volume, so that would be 50 It was
No.
about 5 by 10 by.
Not the vacuum. I can add up. I can add the gas container.
As in, what was the volume of the container?
The gas container that you said you put in there.
Oh,
and you
sorry,
released
yeah,
the gas
sorry.
container, and then it propelled itself.
Sorry. It was. I think it was something like 2 liters. It was basically like a bottle of soda that was pressurized and released. I don't know the exact details because I didn't perform it. I was only there to observe it.
Not sounding very convincing.
Cool. I mean, whether I've seen one or performed it or not, I've got the equations here to kind of explain how it works.
You know what happens is... Yeah, go. Sorry, mate. Go ahead.
I want him to show me how those formulas fill a void of nothingness, and then it pushes off of that nothingness.
That's not how it works.
Well, it has to push off something, my friend.
No.
So in a vacuum, in a 2-liter vacuum chamber, as soon as I think Timbo was going to say, as soon as a gas is released into it, it's no longer a vacuum, and it supplies enough of a pressure and enough of a medium for which any more expelling gas to push off of. So in a much larger scenario where it's hasn't found equilibrium and it's just continuing to expel into the area available to it, are we going to see that same thing occur?
Well, it's not pushing off the gas that's been expelled. It's the shift in mass that's causing the rocket to propel in the opposite direction. As if you were on an ice rink and you threw a bowling ball out, you're going to get pushed backwards. It's not the bowling ball pushing off the air that's pushing you backwards. It's the momentum change
Then
of the bowling ball.
why is it called rocket propulsion? Yeah. Then why is it called rocket propulsion?
Because you're propelling a rocket.
But you said it uses momentum, not propulsion.
Well, no. The propulsion provides momentum. The propulsion, so the fuel is given momentum, and due to the laws of conservation of momentum, as the momentum of the fuel goes in one direction, to keep the momentum of the system constant, the rocket must move in the opposite direction. Because
so according to what you're saying, wouldn't I be able to sit in a rocket in a chair with a bowling ball and spin around and move my rocket around?
Yeah.
So we don't need rocket engines. We can just go up with bowling balls.
Well, no, because it's not going to do much for you, depending on the mass of the rocket. It'll move it minutely, not a lot.
There's no resistance. Once it moves minutely, it'll move minutely forever. So.
Well, yeah, but it's going to take you about 3 hours to turn probably half a degree. So, there's faster means of translating a rocket.
So these rockets push gas out into a vacuum, which is an endless vacuum void of space. So it goes on forever. So the gas actually doesn't linger near the rocket engine. It shoots out away from it as fast as it possibly can. And you're telling me it pushes on that?
Yes.
It pushes on itself.
Well, it's not pushing off of anything. It's the exchange of mass out of the rocket that's causing.
You're telling me when I go in my backyard and I launch a rocket, it's pushing off of momentum?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
4th of July is coming up. I'm going to light some rockets. Those are just using momentum. They're not actually using black powder or rocket propellant that's in a solid form that you put a wick in.
Well, yes, I'm not saying momentum is thrust. Momentum is what's happening due to the thrust, due to the expel of gases.
Your professor has you all screwed up.
No, I mean, the equations work perfectly here.
You can't live on an equation, though. You need reality. You need reality to prove your equation, or else it's just imagination.
These equations have been proved by reality and are used to predict motion. You know, in my degree, I've studied modeling equations to predict 3D motion of objects.
Great. And so you can make a space game where you can fly around in space. That's awesome. But that's not reality.
Oh, it models reality.
So
perfectly.
Somebody's been to space to measure it and be able to model space now?
That's not how that works. You don't need to go to space to... You don't need to go to...
You don't need to know something to be able to model it. So I could model, let me see, turtles on the Galapagos Islands, which I've never been to, and I've never actually seen one in real life. I should be able to model that right now without anything.
They're very different concepts. It's a very different application. It's not applied the same way.
So I should be able to,
this is physics.
Yeah, I work in one. I work in a lab. So I should be able to look up in the sky and go, okay, now I'm going to make a program that just simulates what I'm looking at.
Never been done. Anyway, you're assuming these rockets or whatever are going to the vacuum of space. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, vacuum.
So you need first of all, you need an elevation angle to shoot the rocket up. That requires a horizontal plane to start with.
He's only in first year, Sonny. He hasn't learned that yet.
Oh, that's all right. No problem. And if you are violating the second law of thermodynamics, it's ridiculous.
That took many jumps. What do you mean violating the second law?
If you think you're sending something up into a place where there's a near vacuum from the pressurized Earth that we live in right now, which we know is contained because it has to be, this talk about shooting rockets propelling against nothing is a moot point because you don't have a measurement of curvature of the surface of Earth to validate that Earth is a sphere in the first place.
I thought I was specifically talking about how rockets move through space. Not.
Yeah, you haven't. You require a ball. Earth is required to have a ball.
Sonny,
in order for the geometry to work. In order for the geometry to work, in order for the gravity to work that you're talking about, in order for it to go into an open system, which you're explaining. So you have some problems with that because we're a closed system, provably by the pressure.
I was giving imaginary outer space to him because it's Speculation Sunday. I wanted him to tell me how rockets push off of endless void of nothingness, which goes on forever in the direction that you point. So any particle of gas that shoots out will go that direction as fast as it possibly can forever.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. I get it.
They don't have to push off stuff. The conservation of momentum. If you take the rocket and the fuel as one system, the center of the mass of that system is going to remain constant.
Okay, what is mass? What is mass?
Well, one sec. Rocket Man, you see what I posted in the live stream?
Define mass.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot about that one, Boomer. That's a good one. That's the example I just gave where the particle shoots out as fast as it can into the void that's sucking it away from that rocket.
Hey, Rocket Man, can you send us a link to that, observation that you said you saw?
It doesn't move. Maybe it's because the exhaust of the balloon, the air rushing out the balloon, couldn't overcome the kinetic friction of the wheels on the board. I don't know how much that car weighs. It might weigh quite a lot. There might be multiple reasons the car didn't move.
If the vacuum wasn't there, what would happen?
And I'm not sure. I'd need to weigh the car. I'd need to see the resistance in the wheels and the bearings in the toy car. There could be loads of reasons why.
Okay, that's a good point. We should probably show that it could actually move without the vacuum cleaning there. But I mean, essentially, that's you've seen that's something that schools actually teach kids, right? They help them make these little balloon propelled vehicles, right? It does work in principle, right?
What are they pushing off of?
Yeah, so if that's the case, then you should be able to jump up, right? And you
Hey,
should just be able to
Rocket
keep
Man,
going.
can you send us a link to your observation, please?
Hi there. Sorry, my internet just completely cut out.
Well, I was saying that despite the fact that we haven't showed in that GIF that the car moved without the vacuum cleaner present,
Yeah.
right? You do know that schools teach that to kids, right? It's a little demonstration that they get kids to do. They get them to make these little balloon-propelled rockets, little cars, right? Little vehicles.
I mean,
it is something. Yeah, it works in principle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, drones fly, don't they? It's the same exact thing.
But drones don't work in space. The drones aren't using the mass of a substance to propel it forward. They're manipulating the air currents
If you ever
around
get a chance to work on the Mars rover, then you're going to be in for a surprise because they fly helicopters in space.
Well,
1% Earth's atmosphere and pressure, and they fly it in that. So what is that?
The
0.14% our pressure. Wow.
And it's got many rotor fans that have been very specifically designed for that environment that spin at incredibly high RPMs to make up for the lack of.
Do you know how many RPMs it needs to spin at 100 times less?
I'd need to look at the equation, look at how they've calculated it. I couldn't think of that.
Better probably should do that because those don't work.
Uh, 250 radians per second. What's that?
Just RPMs. Real life numbers.
About just under 5,000. That's not that fast. Dremels spin faster than 5,000.
Yeah, and you think that's going to lift a helicopter in space?
It's incredibly light. Does
NASA have special materials now that nobody has?
It weighs about 4 pounds, 1.8 kilos.
That's how much mine weighs about. They probably bought it at the same store I got mine. What? There's nothing special? Is there something special on that thing?
Well, it's. Oh, sorry. Looking at the drone weighs about 1.6 pounds, 0.73 kilos. I'm looking at the helicopter most important service. The lift is loading. Actually, I've got a nice link here, just that talks through it. I mean, I'm not saying that anyone to look at it, but if you want to, it kind of talks through the challenges the drone faced. It's an interesting read from the looks of things. But I mean, I'm going to read this into another time, but carry on if you want to.
You should probably read how things don't work in a vacuum if they require air pressure.
It's not a perfect vacuum.
Is there a perfect vacuum somewhere?
No, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum.
So, according to you, I should be able to take their drone and take it to my vacuum chamber at work, put it in there, and that thing's going to fly.
If you made it equivalent to the atmospheric pressure on Mars, then yeah.
Suck 99% of the air out of it.
Yeah, if it's equivalent to what?
Well, 99% is basically a near vacuum, isn't it?
Sorry, did you cut out? I don't know.
I said 99% is near vacuum, isn't it?
Oh, you can get a lot closer to a near vacuum, but yeah, it's pretty close. Yeah, it's about 150 times less than on Earth.
So it's even more than what I said.
Yeah.
So now they have to spin even faster. So now let's increase that by 100 times. So now 50,000 RPMs. Let's try that. That's about a Dremel, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you think a Dremel will lift a helicopter in a vacuum? Or do you think the motor's too heavy?
No, I mean, it seems they've kept it really lightweight. 750 grams is...
So there's no air in a vacuum. It should fly. So you're going to do terrible when you get into the real world of working and you've got to ask these questions in a lab where I work.
Oh, I mean, if I ever come to that position, I will let you guys know on what I find.
Just let you know that reality, what you see on TV, is not the job you think you're going to get.
Oh yeah, I agree. I agree with that, and on a very vague term, I completely agree with you on that one. Life is not seen as on TV. I'll agree with you on that one. On a very broad spectrum, though.
Neither are rocket jobs.
Well,
that's the only place I've ever seen them.
Fingers crossed, touch wood, if this server's still around in 5 or 10 years, I will personally send you all my findings from all my labs and all my research and everything.
I already told them you can't fly stuff in a vacuum. They know better.
Did you say with a motor? Sorry, the last part cut out.
What's that?
And just the last part of what you said cut out. I didn't know.
I said I've already told everyone you can't fly things in a vacuum that require air pressure. That defeats the purpose.
You don't need pressure for rockets to work. It works on like conservation momentum, where the center of mass is of the system, because the center of mass has to stay constant. So, like, for example, a rocket on the launch pad, interesting fact, the center of the mass of the rocket on the launch pad will stay at the exact same position no matter where the rocket is in the universe. It will stay on that launch pad because of how the exhaust disperses in the location of the rocket. The center of mass will stay on the launch pad. Very interesting stuff.
You lost me with that. The rocket flies away and its momentum stays on the launch pad.
The center of mass, yeah. So if you define the system as purely the rocket and the fuel, or let's say you're in space or whatever, or vacuum, if you have a rocket and some fuel in it, and that is what you define as the system, the center of the mass will stay exactly where it is. No matter how long after the fuel ejects all of it, no matter how long the rocket ejects all of its fuel, the center of mass will stay constant because of the conservation of momentum.
Make sure when you go back to school, you ask for a live demonstration of how rockets work in an endless void.
Well, my professor went through it with me, actually.
Where did he get the endless void from?
The endless void.
Yes.
About 100 kilometers up. That's usually where the endless void quotation marks usually kicks in.
So what did he do now?
I don't know. I don't know what you're asking me.
Where did he give you the endless void at? Where did he demonstrate this endless void that you guys did demonstrations in?
We didn't do demonstrations in the endless void.
You know why?
because we don't have like a few $100,000 or $1 million to send ourselves there.
Well, you can't go there in the first place, so all you can do is draw it up in a computer.
For most people, you can't. It's quite expensive and also
For
very
all
rigorous.
people. Name somebody who's been there that you talked to.
Tim Peake, actually, I met him the other week. I actually spoke to him in person. I was at the aerospace expo at Farnborough.
Studio did you buy? What? We have the green screen and the both scenes of when he does stuff with the blue screen with the grid behind him. So when they try to line up the ball in virtual space, he knows where to grab, or when he goes to grab for it, he can see it on the monitor. So that's how you do that.
Yeah, why are they using blue screens, man? That's red flags right there.
And with the grid is the one where you can see yourself. You can actually put your hand in space, and you should be able to grab imaginary things that are on the screen, and that's what they're trying to do. That's why objects go through their hands in space only. On the ground here, if somebody threw an orange to me, it would not go through my hand and then in my hand.
Cool.
Well, you didn't ask him about that? You should have asked him, why do you guys use blue screens with a grid system on it?
No, he was talking about the kind of future of British rocket and vertical launch sites in the UK and British presence in space. Really, that was his main topic of discussion. And he's going in a documentary soon, which will be interesting.
I speculate that they're going to go from rockets seamlessly to the CGI without you even noticing the difference. It's going to be awesome.
So do you also, you believe in Harry Potter too, right?
No, I have a friend called Harry. His last name's not Potter though.
Does he have a stick that he runs around with?
No, he might have done when he was like 6 or something, but really? I don't think so now. He's at uni.
Do you
you believe you can do that stuff though, right?
What, run around with a stick in my hand? I mean, I can do it, but it's not going to do much for me.
Magic spells and make brooms fly towards you and shit like that.
Do you still call Harry Potter anyway, even though his last name isn't Potter?
He does have circular glasses, so I do sometimes. Yeah.
Holy crap!
Of course he does.
Yeah.
He thinks he's Harry Potter at some point.
That's funny. Hey, Harry Potter! What's up, Harry Potter?
I was actually at King's Cross coming back from uni the other day, and I actually ran into platform 9 3/4, and I woke up in the hospital. Transported me there.
Okay, give us an idea for us naive Americans. King's Cross, just a general area, please.
London.
Gotcha. Okay, is it central London?
Central London. It's where the Harry Potter thing was filmed.
Okay, great. So it's close to the big, huge Ferris wheel, then.
Yeah, the London Eye. Yes.
The London Eye. See, thank you very much. Because if I get away, there's not enough time in the day to study these different places if you haven't been to them. But it's fascinating to do so. And a lot of times we do so, as far as familiarity with cities is through the movies, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and so these days, because of the, I guess you would say the quality of film in the last so many years, whatever, 20 or 30 years, it's very realistic and you get a pretty good idea of what the whole place looks like. So New York City is one of the most filmed cities in the world. And so I say we all have an idea of what New York City is like, and as well as London and other major cities.
Sorry. I think the audio keeps cutting out. I don't know whether it's my end or someone else's.
I don't know. Your end.
I got mic check.
Yeah, you're coming in clear.
All right, sweet. Is it Rocketman 24 we're speaking to?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay, welcome to the server, Rocketman. So you said, did you say you're studying something in this field? Rocketman.
I think his internet might have cut out. cut out.
Is it just me that's not picking that?
Oh, there-
Yeah, you know what it might be?
We are having a storm here currently.
Rocket Man, it's probably Starlink.
They got a
Satellite's malfunctioning.
They might have a missing link.
Yeah.
Rocket Man, can you hear me?
Yes, it is a bit choppy. We are experiencing some thunderstorms over here at the moment, so please do excuse me if I'm not responsive or I do
you're
ask to
all right.
repeat. Cheers, thank you.
You say you're. How old are you? You say you're at university, yeah?
Yeah, it's really breaking up with me at the moment. I am really sorry.
No worries.
Is there see, like, I would say again, but I don't want to people sound like broken records and stuff, and neither do I, to be fair.
Is it everyone's mic breaking up, or is it just mine?
Yeah. Are you guys picking me up clearly enough? Or is it just mine?
Yeah, we're picking you up. Fine.
I'm picking you up clear.
Disconnect and come back in.
It was breaking up a little bit, but I think if we just talk a little slower, I think then it will work better.
Yeah, Rocket Man, try jumping out of the call and rejoining. Sometimes it.
Yeah. It's a good idea. Hey, Wolfgang, good to hear you today, as usual.
Yeah, you too. How you doing, Sammy?
I'm doing all right. I'm just having a slow morning. It's Sunday, you know. Supposedly a 3-day holiday. I never knew the 19th was a Juneteenth. I never knew that was an actual real holiday, and I still don't even know what it's about. And thank God for my ignorance on that. I don't need to know everything. If they say it's a holiday.
Well, it's a month-long holiday, depending who you ask.
Okay, see, I'm out of the loop because I chose to be.
Way to be. How you getting on, Rocket Man? Is your connection sorted out?
It's still really poor here. Is it okay if I revisit this? I promise I'm not running away. Please don't say I'm running away.
No, you're all right.
For everyone's kind of ease, is it possible to revisit this once this storm's passed? I think by tomorrow it's gone.
We're here 24/7. Come back whenever you like.
Brilliant. Well, can I just say this has been the most civil discussion debate I've had here. It's been lovely speaking to you guys. Actually, I've actually quite enjoyed myself, and I look forward to speaking to you guys hopefully tomorrow.
Yeah,
have a good one, bro.
Yeah, nice speaking with you also. That's it's been great. And
You were speaking with Radwin, the nice flat earther.
Yeah, Radwin.
Yeah, Radwin's the nice one.
Great job, man.
Yeah, I'm still not making it out. Sorry, I'll be present in the chat, dropping text maybe here and there. But until tomorrow, I'll speak to you guys in a bit. Take care.
Yeah, peace.
All right, have a good day. Evening. It's probably evening there.
What is your profession? Old friend, I brought more soldiers.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
Discussion because we have somebody that talk.
Oh, go ahead.
Rocket Man 24, you're on the air. We're going to discuss how rockets work in a vacuum, not a vacuum chamber, in the ever-expanding vacuum of space.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing? How are you doing all this evening?
Good.
We are great.
Good. Yeah, I hope you're good.
Looking forward to this conversation.
Hey, Rocket Man, we wish you a happy stationary topographical plane day.
And I wish you a very happy rotating spherical day.
You can't prove any of that.
Tit for tat.
You can't prove any of that.
You got a rad one? Have you been having a conversation with him, have you?
Well, we did the other day. His internet went out. I remember that.
There was a storm coming over it.
Yep, absolutely. We remember it. So we will continue. As Amish asked if he wants to type it in, but I forget. But the question is, how does a rocket move in a vacuum of space? Ever-expanding vacuum, not walls, in a vacuum chamber that can fill up with gas.
So, quite simply, Newton's third law. I'm sure you're all very aware. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
Yes.
A mixture of oxidizer, kerosene, or whatever, RP1, whatever fuel they're using at the time, gets vaporized, aerosoled, and mixed in the exhaust chamber, ignited with a source. That causes the gas to expand and rush out of the exhaust nozzle. This impedes a lot of force on the gas and shoots it out of the exhaust nozzle. And as there is a large amount of force causing all that exhaust to eject out the nozzle at incredible speeds, there is also an equal force acting in the opposite direction on the rest of the rocket, causing it to move in the opposite direction.
But hold up. Because there's nothing for the gas to press upon, there is no equal and opposite action. Sorry.
It's the force of acting on the exhaust to shove it out of the exhaust nozzle that's acting on the rocket.
Okay, great. But if the force is shooting out into nothing, it has no force anymore because it doesn't have anything to push against.
No, because the force is acting on the gas inside the exhaust chamber, not
and it's
causing the exhaust to leave.
It's just going. It's just going like a balloon would. Like it would just flip all the. It wouldn't be It wouldn't be pushing on anything. You have no equal and opposite force unless the gases are pushing on something to make an opposite force. You don't have that.
Your outer space fairy tale is a violation of Newton's third law of motion, because in the final analysis, there is nothing that rocket can push off of in the vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr. There's nothing it can push off of, because there's no air, it can't ignite either. So you have no propulsion and you have no ignition possible in that fairy tale. Now you can believe what you want to believe, but what you believe is a violation of Newton's third law of motion. There is no propulsion possible and there is no ignition possible because there's nothing to push off of and there's no air. So you believe your fairy tale and you tell us your fairy tale and we'll believe in Santa Claus too.
It doesn't need a surface to push off.
Yes, it does. That is Newton's third law of motion.
So
I've got like 5 minutes. I just want to ask him a question. You're going to give us a demonstration of a smaller version of this in a vacuum chamber, aren't you?
No, because it's the only video I've seen, the one by Action Lab. I don't really like that video.
Yeah, because you know why?
Because you'd like to say that the small vacuum chamber fills up with the pressurized whatever's in the can, and that's what it's pushing off.
As soon as the gas is released, it's not a vacuum chamber anymore?
Absolutely. I preface this conversation with, you will not give us a demonstration of a rocket inside a vacuum chamber with walls that can fill up with gas for the rocket to move.
Yes. So if the sun is like this nuclear reactor and it's like has these like sunbursts that push out a bunch of energy, will it push the sun in the direction?
A minute amount, yeah.
Shut up, man.
Minute amount.
Hey, Rocket Man, if you put a hey Rocket Man, if you put a candle into a glass and remove all the air, and so it has no air, will the candle continue to burn?
No, because there's no oxygen.
Okay, so there's no oxygen in outer space. Thank you for playing.
The sun isn't. It's a plasma. It doesn't need oxygen.
You have no idea what the sun is. It's 91 to 94 million miles away. There is no medium or anything like that that can transmit heat without molecules. You also have a violation of the physics of light and the physics of how light travels, because light doesn't travel. And your little fairy tale, we're going to demolish your little fairy tale. If you want to continue to believe in your textbooks and your outer space monkey religion, go ahead. But we're not going to let you, because there's a bunch of warriors in here that are not going to allow you to lie to us, because the majority of us have been lied to us our whole lives, and we're not going to be lied to again.
I could actually show you nuclear fusion in a vacuum, if you'd like.
You don't know what the sun is. You have no clue what the sun is if it was in your fairy tale of 91 to 94 million miles away. You have no clue what it is.
Okay.
True or not true?
We're going to stick to the rockets in the vacuum.
Yeah.
Right. So your demonstration of rocket propulsion in a vacuum chamber is null and void. So what have you got next?
Well, I would like to say, so you know how you guys are saying that, and I don't want to straw man, so correct me if I'm not getting it exactly right. You need a surface for the rocket to push off for propulsion.
Not a surface, but you need something.
Yeah, no, nobody's saying it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not trying to use this against you. I just want your thoughts, just to like think about. I want to see how.
We just want you to explain rockets in a vacuum.
Yeah. So, if you have the ground, very solid, very dense, when the rocket exhaust is coming out and it's hitting that surface, which you claim is causing the propulsion.
No, it's one of the reasons it causes propulsion. You have water with a submarine, you have air with an airplane, you have somebody who jogs, so it doesn't have to be a solid surface. It can be the air, it can be the water, it can be a solid surface. Please don't strawman our position.
I wasn't saying it was the sole reason, but
How's it going? Yeah, I understand that, TOS. It's better than having dead air, especially when everybody's busy. So, there's a plague of misunderstanding on the internet. I've read people commenting and arguing over flat Earth being a belief so many times on places like Facebook, and all I did was just open it up. I hate Facebook. But it's filled with ignorant people who need our help, so I reckon we have to go to places like that. When you take the light away from a place, there's nothing but darkness left.
gotta get to the moon. We can't talk between three buildings.
Well, dang, it's quiet. Sonny, what are you doing? You riding your bike, man? We need you to chime in. We've got dead air. Where's dead air Dave at when you need him? I reckon I spoke too soon, TEOS.
I'm actually right here, so there you have. I'm about to do a Dremel test on a. Speaking of Dremel, keep dropping. Anyway,
It's hard to understand what you're
yeah.
saying. But from what I gather, I reckon I'm assuming you're about to be somewhere, so you should be able to be. We should be able to hear you when you get there, I guess.
No, I'm not riding. I'm at home.
Oh. Well, that just sounds like
Can you
speakerphone
hear
issues,
me?
I guess. It's a little staticky, but also I'm listening through a headset, so it might be on mine.
Okay, now it's probably better.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
I wasn't wearing the Bluetooth; it was still on Bluetooth, so I switched. Remember, Lucky Strike? Wasn't
I
that a
hope all's
cigarette
been well
commercial?
with you, man. Yeah.
What's that?
I was just saying, I hope all's been well with you, man. And yeah, Lucky Strike, that is a cigarette thing, though. That's a little bit before my time, I think.
You said something about with you, and I didn't quite get the first part.
Oh, I was saying, I
Something
hope
with
all is
you.
well with you and yours. I'm just Stacy saying, I hope all that you're blessed, man.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I try to be grateful for that. That I am blessed to be here. It's really.
As far as I'm concerned, if you're still breathing, you are blessed because you're still here.
That's right. Yeah. Because there's actually a lot of reasons why someone might not be breathing any longer. Gas pressure. So it makes you wonder, what does it take to be a human, to keep on maintaining that well, that suit we wear, so that it can maintain gas pressure. Our lungs, for instance, right? If you got porous lungs, or something else might be wrong with your lungs, that's can be serious. I heard diet has a lot to do with your lungs, but this is not medical advice at all. Wouldn't attempt to do that. No. Leave that to the experts. Ask them when it's okay to think for yourself. Soundboard. Schmoundboard. Anyway, I better mute while I run this tool here.
Yeah.
I don't want to be like AI. Here we go.
Prohibiting people from talking about health is weird to me. Because, imagine if they made it socially unacceptable for you to talk about your car. You're not allowed to talk about any of the parts in your car, how to pick, because you're not a mechanic. Not allowed to talk about cars. That's just kind of the vibe that I get from all that censorship when it comes to, it's like, so I have a body, but I'm not allowed to talk about body stuff at all. Weird. And I'm not talking about the server, I'm talking about in the world, like anywhere. You're just not really allowed to talk about stuff like that. You get shut down by anybody. Oh, well, that's not what it means to me. Well, don't judge me. Yeah, but everybody's different. Pretty sure everybody breathes air and drinks water. Well, most people. Unless you have like some kind of weird, disease where you can only drink aloe or something. Still fluid. Really, if you think about it, you're not allowed to talk about anything that makes somebody a lot of money. That's a pretty broad stroke.
Okay, this is the first test. I'm grinding a beer bottle. That sounds kind of weird. I'm cutting the end off of it. I'm gonna see if I can make it into a slide.
That's cool.
That'd be fun.
Have you tried? There's a way to do it without sawing it. There's a way to like do an instant cut with like heat. Like you can cool it down and you heat it up and it'll do like an exact thing, and then you can sand the edges off of it. But it'll make like a cup or something. You know what I mean. Never mind. What am I telling you? You've been around here longer than me.
No, I have a glass cutter, but it's so dull that I have a little blade that's like a little tiny
yeah.
It's a little tiny micro blade. It's like a little hacksaw blade, little tiny. So I'm just using that. I use the Dremel to rough it up. Now I'm just digging the hole the groove a little deeper around it.
One thing that I do, which I haven't done this in a while, but when like sanding or cutting glass, I would run water over it in order to catch all the little particles. Because any little dusty particle, and it draws it away from, so you don't breathe it in, and it'll pull it down and wash it away for you. I hear all that scraping. I'm just imagining microscopic glass particles flying around. You're like, Sonny, no, Sonny, don't breathe that shit in. The only reason why I know that, though, is I made a bong out of a bottle one time and used a Dremel tool to do it and had it gently set in a sink so that the water was slowly going over it while I did it in order to prevent it from putting dust particles of glass in my face. Which I got the idea to do that because my granddad does brick type stuff and he has this saw that cuts bricks and it uses water. Like it pours water over the stone or the brick or whatever when he's cutting things. Prevents it from cracking and overheating, but also prevents dust from going everywhere. Got the idea from that. Oh man. And it's quiet.
In the beginning, the universe was created. This made a lot of people very angry and has been widely regarded as a bad move.
Yeah, like
So
that.
that's working out perfect so far. I have it underneath the water. I have a little drain of water from my still.
Yeah.
And I just put it under that little drain of water and sawed it. So I'm just going to keep sawing it until it's pretty deep, and then I'm going to try to tap it free.
Yeah.
We'll see.
And it should help
If we
keep
try
it from
out
getting overheated in certain areas, which can cause cracking while you're doing it too.
Yeah.
Maybe. I hope that helps, man. It's like 8 p.m. I reckon I should get something to eat. There'll probably be some kind of activity in here within the next hour or two. We need a Glober in here, I guess, to stir the pot and talk a little shit so that we can answer some questions.
We're going to have a fairy tale party here. I think it's 7:17 p.m. here in Central Time. I think it starts at 9 o'clock. So 10 o'clock Eastern and 7 o'clock where Sunny's at. We're calling it the Universe Party. It's fairy tale. Come dressed as any outer space character you want to. And so I'm coming as Jedi Knight. So, but it's called a fairy tale party. So we're not gonna give it any legitimacy. We're just gonna call it fairy tale party.
I'll show up as myself because I'm a fucking character.
My New Schofield King James Bible that my parents gave me in 1976. I've been reading, and they said they actually used the word universe in its commentary down below the scriptures. He used the word universe, and it's like, oh my goodness. And then in Isaiah 40:22, where it talks about the circle of the earth, down in the notes down below, it said many people believe this is for this spirosity.
Oh, jeez.
It's just like guys. My parents gave it to me.
I actually.
My
what you're
parents
saying
gave
makes.
it-
I'm sorry, Jim. Go ahead.
My parents gave this to me in 1976. It even has a little handwriting, the first cover after the first cover.
Yeah.
It's like okay. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
I was just saying that this kind of inspires me. I want to collect Bibles that have globe references in them because they're so retarded. Because that's not what the original scripture says. So I'd be collecting basically propaganda documents.
It was interesting. As long as we have a little bit of downtime before our party starts at 9 o'clock. I went out for breakfast. I went out for breakfast today. On the way to the place, I went to a Christian station, found a Christian station.
Yeah.
It was like 89.9 FM, and they had Michelle Bachmann, who I think used to be in Congress, and now she's she's part of Regent University, and she's and stuff like that. They're gonna have 40 days of prayer starting August 16th through.
So this is an actual party event that you're going to tonight?
No.
Okay, because I thought you were joking, but then the more you talked about it, I'm like, wait a minute.
No.
Like, you had me for a second.
The party's going to be on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah.
That's where the party's going to be.
It's a 24/7 party.
Yeah, 24/7 party. Called the Universe Party. Anyway, so they're going to have 40 days of prayer, and you can actually sign up and go on live with them. I think I don't know if it's video live or just audio live. So I'm going okay, and they're going to pray for America and pray for the world and all that stuff. But I'm thinking about going on, and I'm thinking about, because it's Bible based, right? These people are all Christians, they're all Bible based, talk about the Bible and all that stuff. And I think I'm gonna go on there, and real respectfully say, if you believe the Bible, let's look at the first 31 verses of Genesis. I want to leave it real nice like that. And then I got done with
Jim.
Then I got done with breakfast. Came out, and the dean of Biola University in LA, where Matthew Learns is part-time, teacher there. The dean was on, and
and he's a pastor, also out in L.A. He's dean of Biola University. He's also a pastor. It's like, cool. I'm going to call in sometime, and or I'm going to get home at Biola, and I want to talk to him, on the phone. I'm going to go, hey guy, is the round, you believe in the Bible, you believe in prayer, and you're on a Christian radio station, and it's just like, is the place you live a ball, or is it more of a stationary plane? I just want to get their answers. This can be fun, man. It was interesting how it happened before breakfast and then after breakfast. That's cool.
What's funny is if you actually apply scientific principles to the order of creation, it does not defy known science at all.
I tell you, I got this $18 spinning spaceball model that I got from Target like 8 or 9 months ago. And it says for propaganda purposes only. I mean, that's propaganda. It says not for educational purposes on it. And it's just like that thing. If you look at it with an open mind, get rid of your indoctrination and your cognitive dissonance. That thing is seriously scientifically impossible. It cannot work anywhere.
But
if
we put all that stuff to the side for a second and just look at just the fact that they have lied using maps, using cartography over the size of continents for eons, just for political control. For my country bigger than that country over there, we are superior. They've done that they've done that stuff forever. They made Africa, the African continent, look so tiny for a long time, and had all of everything all distorted, and it was all based off of politics, not based off of measurements or any crap like that. It was just our country bigger and better than that one over there. Since that's like a founding principle for maps, and people don't take that into consideration, it makes things weird.
I mean, they haven't told us the truth about anything except for how to parallel park in my lifetime. I still parallel park. They didn't lie to me about that. But I'm telling you about everything else. They basically just lied to me. And
they barely told the truth about that too, because they told people you won't really actually need that, and let a bunch of people not even learn it. And now you've got a bunch of adults who have no idea how to parallel park for the same reason they don't know how certain, you got to learn math because you won't have a calculator in your pocket. Like, we all have supercomputers in our pocket now.
Yeah, and none of us can figure it out. We let other people think for us.
Yeah. Oh, and the funniest part though is I actually learned math much better after, like when I had a desire for it, is when I learned it, not because somebody put it in front of me in high school.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I tell you what.
But they try and force people to learn things they don't want to, and it's like, if a computer literally cannot install the program you're trying to install into it, you can't force it into. It's not going to work. And we're talking organic computers, so it's not about hitting an enter button.
I do think it's important for those of us who can and want to do it, to challenge pastors.
Dude, yes. That's the thing. Jim, when you were talking about that before, that actually gets back to something that I've been talking about for months. We need to, for those who are learned in the scripture, they need to come to the throats of these wolves in sheep's clothing. Like, we are like lions, and we're not going after the throats of wolves. What are we doing?
This Bible study that is the Sabbath at 10 a.m. in Australia on Saturday is the one that Chris Sparks, who did heliosorcery, is involved in it. Him and that guy by the name of Tom, and it might be even Chris's brother's involved in it. And there, and Tom has been Tom talks quite a bit about how cosmology has to come first. You have to get your cosmology right before you can come to God. And I found that he said that, I don't know if he said that last night or last night, or if he said that a week ago. And so it made me think, it's like, you got to have your cosmology right. And if your cosmology is right, how can your relationship with God be right? And so I'm listening to Michelle Bachman today, and listening to this, the dean of Biola University, who's a pastor, And I bet you bucks to donuts, they wouldn't even think about, that they don't live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. So
If you don't know where you are, how can you know what you are or who you are?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, when Tom said that, it's just like, you don't get your cosmology right. How else? What else do you get right? It's like you got to
Yeah.
get that right first.
It's foundation. That's another thing is a lot of people trying to say, oh, flat earth is a belief and it's not a salvation issue. Okay, I agree. Truth is the salvation issue. There's plenty of flat earthers who were evil. Nimrod was a flat earther. There's a shitload of bad flat earthers. That's not the issue. The issue is truth. Truth is the salvation issue.
Yeah, it's just really interesting. I don't know. It's basically if you talk to these people, whether it's on video or on audio or by phone, you want to do it with love and stuff like that. You don't want to say
Yeah.
anything. You want to do it with love. And so, I'm just going to think about it. I'm going to think about it for a week. I'm probably going to ask the Bible study group next.
Jim,
It's next Friday. It's Friday at 7 o'clock here. It's 10 a.m.
that
Sabbath
gives you a
day.
lot of time to prepare too.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask, and then I'm going to ask them. I'm going to ask them if anybody wants to join. Join in.
Being here around you guys helped a lot though.
Yeah. Yeah. So
It gives patience, man. Like it helped.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll ask people. If I get a good feedback from them and want to do it, I'll ask anybody there who wants to help. I'll probably come here and ask anybody who wants to participate, and anybody else who obviously we need to look at it from a biblical cosmology and not totally a secular secular look at it, like sometimes we do, but we have to look at it from biblical cosmology.
I spent about 3 days working on a thing related to biblical cosmology, but taking it as a like looking at it literally with scientific terms based off of what is happening, not what's being said about what's happening, what is literally happening for each phase. And sonoluminescence is the only thing that fits at the beginning. It's literally the only thing that fits. There's nothing else that fits in that first stage.
Yeah,
it's just audio, light, and then everything else, which, there's obviously a bunch of other state, but the sonoluminescence part, audio causing things to illuminate, and then reality being produced from that.
Yeah, I think I think for me it just comes down to Genesis 1:14-19, and then because it explains the lunar cycles perfectly when you realize the moon's a calendar and the sun's a clock, and we have signs and seasons, and very easily the eclipses, especially the Selenian eclipse, top down eclipse, impossible eclipse, just a sign of the beauty of God's heavens.
The problem with talking to people who are reading the Bible and looking at it that way, and they kind of hand wave away a lot of the secular science, is they're the ones above a lot who heavily believe that flat Earth is a belief. And if you try to show them actual proof to it, no, I believe this.
Yeah. Well, we're not going to convince anybody in 30 minutes or an hour to overcome a lifetime of indoctrination. It just doesn't happen that way. So, but all you do is plant a seed, maybe give out your phone number or email address and say, hey, you want to talk about this further? Obviously,
You know what? Thinking about it though, or just a regular relationship, like a young man trying to woo a woman. If you aren't willing to make yourself look like a fool for the person that you love, then you don't actually love them, do you? You have to be willing to look foolish for the truth. You have to be willing to look foolish to somebody. It's an expression of love.
Well,
It
and
defies rationality, like the perseverance, to have patience. It defies rationality to keep on like that.
Yeah, I just find it interesting. It's just like, if we can get ourselves in front of pastors, whether face to face or online somehow, if we can do that, we'll move the ball forward just a little bit. and we'll see what happens.
I think that one thing we need to do really though is break a lot of these pastors of their concepts, their idea that they've been brainwashed into thinking that the Bible is not a scientific book.
Yeah.
It's about, like, that's the thing, the entire thing, it is, but it isn't, because you got to divide it up. It's a library, so some of it's poetry, some of it's history. Okay, yeah, but there's scientific principles based in anything that's true. So it's not just some kind of religious weirdness. I've heard so many pastors say, "Oh, it's not a religion; it's a relationship." Okay, stop treating it like a religion, then.
Yeah. Yeah, I find the Bible interesting. It talks about foundations and pillars, which is the ground we walk on. A foundation is never curved; it's a flat and level surface. And then the sky is obviously, the sun is a calendar. Excuse me, the moon is a calendar, and the sun is a clock. And it's just so
You know,
the Bible tells us about the ground we walk on, that it's not 8 inches per mile squared 8 inch per mile squared drop over distance. It is not that. And it also tells us what the moon's doing, and it's really cool.
yeah.
So obviously,
It's another thing is it defines the sun and moon as being like a greater and lesser luminary, and then it defines the stars as being made similarly to how they're made, but they are something else. They're not the same thing as the sun and moon, which are two different things themselves. So to lump all three together as though they're the same, that's a fallacy because it doesn't define them as being the same scripturally.
Yeah,
And this can be proven using Strong's Concordance. It'll prove it.
Yeah. It's real simple. It's real simple. You have to go back and you have to get out of your mind that the Bible is just, oh, it's a nice little thing that we read, and you got to find the places. You got to find places that you understand. You got to take it literal. And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for the signs, and for seasons, and for days and years." And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, not one light. And God made two great lights, not one light to give light upon the other, but two great lights: a greater light to rule the day, the lesser light to rule the night. And He made the stars also. It's just like, it's real simple. It's real simple. When you look up after the first quarter to the last quarter of the moon and the lunar cycle, the lit part of the moon is not facing the sun. The sun is not line of sight the moon, and it is a clock. It just keeps getting bigger until it gets to a full moon, and then it starts getting smaller. I guess it's called the waning gibbous, until the waning, to the third quarter, and then the waning crescent. And so it's the most perfect calendar ever made. And they used that before they had watches and stuff like that. They used sundials to keep the time, the clock, and they used the moon for the calendar. It's really great.
I sent you something, Jim. Basically, all I did was just take certain keywords and then take the word directly from Strong's Concordance and find and replace the word for. As I separated the Bible up by book, so I have Genesis and Exodus, each one sits in a file, and then I'm just focusing on one file at a time.
There you go.
Keeps it within context.
There you go. Yeah.
And I'm not trying to change too much stuff because it ends up getting weird. But when it says that God saw that it was good, it actually says Elohim saw that it was Taub. Taub means beautiful. That's a lot more than just good. Good is good. Beautiful is beautiful.
There's this real short book that Chris Sparks sent me. His book is called The Cosmology Conflict by Chris Sparks. Only 55 pages, so it's a real easy read. But he goes through a lot of the words that you change, like RAQAI. I don't know how to pronounce that exactly, but he
Rakia.
But he
yeah, that's what they say. They use the word firmament a lot, but it's not a firmament. It says Rakia.
Yeah, and
which
that's
is
what
it's. You know how people get so this with the words of firmament, so it must be firm. That's not the word used originally, so that's a fallacy because it calls it rakia and it refers to it as being something else. In fact, it's more like a non-Newtonian gas because it refers to it as being molten. But whatever, that's speculation. I don't have a cup of it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Right in here, it has that word, and on page 6 it has shamayim or whatever that word is.
Yeah.
It says by
Which that's the space kind of above and beyond the rakia.
it says by contrast, the word for heaven or heavens, and that's that word right there, appears 395 times, and so so it's really interesting.
Oh, dude.
A lot of the words that
You
you
would
have
be
there,
actually shocked because I took the Old Testament and just replaced God to Elohim just to fix it. You'd be shocked at how many times they removed the name and put God in there instead of Elohim.
Yeah,
It's like dang.
Yeah, it's really.
And I understand culturally trying to make things fit in so that certain people can, get the story and receive it and whatever. But the way that codex was changed, that's the point. The way that it was changed. Not what was changed, the way that it was changed. That's the interesting thing about it.
The Bible has been westernized. It's pretty obvious by that.
Something that's highly offensive to people is if I point out the fact that Gad is the pan-Semitic deity of fortune, and the way that Gad is pronounced is Gawd, God. Like the old school, like root fire and brimstone. And God said, yes, that's the pronunciation of Gad. So when you have "In Gad We Trust" on a fucking dollar, and it's got the Eye of Providence on there and a bunch of other weird occult symbols, I'm pretty sure the deity that they're summoning is not Yahuwah or Elohim. It's not the same person. This is a completely different entity entirely.
We have to realize.
And then in Matthew, doesn't it? It says you can't serve Theos and Mammonas. You can't serve God and Mammon. You can't serve Elohim and worldly wealth. It's one or the other.
Yeah, we have to realize that our Western denominations have been taken over by one belief system. And that belief system took over the Catholic Church, a few hundred years ago, and they've also taken over the Protestant churches now.
The Protestant churches are directly connected to the Catholic Church's hierarchy. A lot of the propaganda comes directly from their Tavistock Institute type stuff. Like you can even look up the copyrights and the freaking umbrella companies that own these other, let's say like shell company type shit. Like they have it set in a way where the average Christian's not going to know that they're getting their lore, their doctrine from the Catholic Church.
They've been brainwashed since they went to Sunday school.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
mean, they think, Catholic's enemy, but they don't realize up at the seminaries, they're all sharing the same doctrine, the same lore, the same crap from the top. Yep. Cartoon ball.
It's interesting when I went to school, I go to Sunday school, and they talk down evolution, and then you went back to school and they taught you evolution. So at least the church, talked down evolution and taught creation, but they didn't do anything when it came to the cosmology. They didn't do anything different.
Oh no, dude! I remember being in a Free Will Baptist church like way long time ago, and hearing somebody say, "Well, yeah, I believe." He was joking around. He said, "Well, I believe in the Big Bang." God said, and bang, just like that, there was. Okay, and you fully embrace the heliocentric model. Great.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been about a week ago, maybe 10 days ago. I was at the beach here, and I had my camera out, and this Chinese lady. I didn't know she was Chinese. I asked her if she was Korean or Chinese, and she was Chinese, and she was probably 50, 55. And I asked her, hey, you got your education in communist China, correct? And she said yes. And I said, I got mine here in America. But one thing, we were told not to like each other. But one thing we were told is that the Earth goes around the sun, and that we live in this solar system and galaxy. So we may not liked each other when you were in communist China and I was, capitalist America, and we were told, we weren't buddies, But there was one thing that we were both taught. We were both taught the globe fairy tale. Both of us.
Yep.
It didn't
You
matter if
both
it was
live on this
communist.
ball, and you're supposed to fight on this ball because you're supposed to hate each other because you live on a ball.
While we're holding hands.
That's pretty much how they found it.
Well, as we're holding hands in Antarctica singing Kumbaya, right?
Dude, because that's the thing is, I realize that everybody is quite literally the same. On a foundational level, we all want identically the same stuff: food, water, shelter, clothing, some kind of companionship, so that we actually feel like we're wanted and not completely and utterly alone. Because it's not good for men to be alone. It's pretty damn simple. Yeah. And then everybody acts like it's so complicated. We need this, that, and the other. No, you need to remember how to be a human.
I'm gonna go get.
People forget the chase and the stuff.
I'm gonna go get something to eat. I don't know if you heard my microwave beep at me a couple times here, but I'm going.
Hey, yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I'll talk to you on the flip side.
Yeah, I'll be around.
Take care.
It's nice talking to you, bro. Stay blessed and enjoy your food.
Nice talking with you. Ditto.
Yeah. Hey, Sonny, how's the art project going? I thought about doing something similar to that with certain bottles and glasses that I had, like cutting them down. Maybe even some of these, it's like kind of high-end pure cane sugar soda bottles, but the glass that they're made out of is thick, like a little bit thicker than what a beer bottle would be made out of. And I was thinking those would actually make really cool cups. Not really so much a cup for an adult because of how small they are, but it would be a great cup for a child. Oh, the black goo is got a server mute. He can't speak. Did you get muted for hot micing, man? That reminds me. I have an image that I'll share. Dead air. In a world where no one can measure the curvature of the Earth, yet for some reason the vast majority of people believe in a cartoon ball that they have no proof for. That sounds very religious. Here we go. Oh, never mind. The image is like 5 megabytes. Give me a second to upload it. Went high resolution with this one. The funny part is the original image that I used was actually 20 megabytes, so the 5 megabyte version is much smaller. I'm gonna send the flat Earth bot away so that it doesn't get stuck. I reckon they I don't have access to unmute. They do a server unmute in here. It's just normal mute stuff. Black into the break wants to be unmuted, but I don't have access to do that.
All done.
There you go, man. You got control of your mic into the break.
Go back on mute, man.
Alright, man. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies, Timbo.
I haven't heard that for a while.
Always on high alert. They're everywhere. This is the zombie apocalypse.
Walking around, staring at their
When you get
phones, bumping into you. Fuck.
I know. When you get kind of near them, they kind of shuffle away, so they kind of like self-motivate. So that's pretty good. They like kind of shuffle away in the other area because they're definitely
Flat Earth is zombie
not
repellent.
looking in front of themselves. They're like looking. They're looking every way but in front of themselves. I see it every day.
I do it. I'm a prick. I stand in front of them and just keep walking, and then I stop, like right in front of them, and they're still staring at their phones,
Yeah,
and then they look up and
exactly.
go, "Oh!" I go, "Look up!"
Yeah. They don't even know that you are in front of them. They're not even watching. So yeah, that's funny. They're walking. They're looking at their phone, and I'm just walking on a straight line of travel. They're walking right in front of me, and they got plenty of room. They're just not looking. So yeah, I do that too. I'll just stop and go. I don't know. I'll start looking through my pockets or something. It's hilarious.
What's funny is a lot of them walk based off of their like peripherals, so they don't see. They just kind of navigate reality using their peripherals, but they're not actually seeing it all. Like all side view out of their eyes while they're staring at the phone. They expect you to do the same thing, so if you don't, then it messes them up.
You know,
Like
I got
you were
this
saying,
flower
like stopping.
vape, and I should really use it. Sorry.
Like
I always come off
what kind of
topic.
vape?
Sorry about that. It's a flower vape. It's called a wolf vape. But I've had it for like probably 8 years. I replaced the battery, and I really should use it because smoking anymore is like, it really tastes nasty, and the taste is so much better with that.
Are you talking about the kind where it's at it puts it like in a canister but heats it up and then it vaporizes it, but then there's kind of like this brown flower matter left afterward?
Yeah, exactly.
Because that was like
and you can
vaping
actually
before
eat that or
they had the dabs and stuff. Yeah.
You
Because
can
it's
sprinkle
decarboxylated.
that excess. Yeah, you can bring that. You can sprinkle that excess on like your cereal or coffee, and or in a brownie. Like you can still eat it.
Yeah, save it up. Yeah, because it's still got stuff in it. Yeah. Well,
Save it up
I
and
knew
use it
somebody
in
who had
coconut.
one of those, and it was funny that you mentioned that because he was he's about your age. And I'm like, that sounds like something an OG would have.
Well, it's because it's like the smoking part really is starting to get to me, and it's like it doesn't. Especially, it depends. Some of it just tastes nasty. It doesn't taste very good. Like,
especially when it builds up after a while and it's just all resin, and that's difficult to clean too. Using a lot of, it's just gross. Though making to me, I discovered that you can make tea out of it. But you have to brew it at a much higher temperature than what you would ordinary tea. But you can make drinkable tea out of it, and it does work.
out of the excess, right?
No, I mean I put straight up loud in a little. I had this little teapot shaped metal thing with a bunch of holes in it, and it had a kind of chain on it that was made for dipping tea in. And we were going on a trip on a train, so I obviously couldn't smoke, and we didn't have any vapes or anything. So I'm like, what am I going to do? I need my medicine, I need my stuff.
Regular.
So I brewed tea. I made like several bottles of tea.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't even know it worked. I was just experimenting. But I discovered, I figured because you have to decarboxylate at such a high temperature that I would turn it like really high and boil the shit out of it. And it actually worked.
Listen. But hold on. If you bake it at like 180 to 200 degrees for like 30 minutes.
And then you, dude, yeah, actually, that would work better. Yeah. Yeah, that would work way better.
First.
I'm sure it'd be way more effective, yeah. But see, I've only done this once. It was for an emergency trip.
So I'm gonna make
this. My father passed away, and we had to go all the way up to New Jersey and stuff, and we had to ride a train to do it. So had to improvise. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think the next time I make some kind of a edible with coconut oil, I'll decarboxylate it, because last time I don't think it worked as well, and I think it does work. So, but the problem is now I'm bummed because I don't have a convection oven anymore unless I can get it to work. So I'm not sure I guess I could do it on a stove top, but you could burn it really easy. So I don't know, man.
I don't know if you had the money for it, but I have a toaster oven that it's got like an air fryer in it, a bunch of other settings on it. And I think it was like maybe 150, 180 bucks. But it's capable of doing all kinds of different things. And I even used it as like a heater at one point because it was easy just to turn it on. It was cold like last year. And cooking stuff, I can cook stuff and heat up the room at the same time. So, but this thing's capable of doing so much more than just cooking food. But it's only like maybe 2 feet wide, 2.5 feet wide by like 2 feet deep. It's pretty small. The only reason why I'm mentioning it is I think something like this might actually help what you're talking about.
Well, listen, like what I notice in the effect is that the vaping is a much cleaner kind of like feel to it. Like, you know how like when you smoke, it can be like, like you're a little, can make you feel a little bit ill, like just because you're coughing, like it makes you cough and stuff.
It's carbon monoxide and all that plant matter in the smoke.
Yeah, it's like burning sawdust basically. So it's best. I think maybe I should just start. I've said this before, but there's something about the ritual of rolling a J and smoking that, though. And I know it's off topic, and they're probably going to kill me. But anyway, back on the topic: how to carboxylate your cannabis product before cooking. Any other options without an oven?
I'm usually one where I'm like, let's get back on topic anytime anybody talks about anything that isn't like it's too far from the. But when it comes to cannabis, to me, this is like the one thing that it's literally just a freaking plant you put in the ground and it just do what it do. Everything
isn't that
else requires
interesting?
some kind of
You
step.
can freeze the oils out of the plant. You can put it under extreme temperatures and pressure, and you can also squeeze it. You can squeeze the oil out with heat or with cold. Very amazing
Thinking
plant.
about this.
And it grows on a
All
flat
right,
plane.
so wait. Apply this to stuff outside of cannabis, though. There's so many things that you could probably apply all of the stuff that we know about cannabis indica and cannabis sativa to something as simple as processing corn silk. And you could end up getting some kind of medicinal benefit out of messing around with something like that. And the same thing goes for so many other things out there, like ordinary dandelions growing in the front yard. Those have so many medicinal benefits that people don't understand, they don't know about. Like there's like high-star restaurant, like 5-star restaurants, like high grade, and they actually buy freaking which is a certain type of dandelion that's grown over in Italy, but still, they buy these things on the menu to eat. They pay expensive amounts of money for freaking dandelions, like what grows in your yard.
Is it chrysanthemum?
I'm not sure. I know that there was this one thing. It was an article thing that I read, and I looked it up to actually check it, and I'm like, oh, damn, it's just a freaking dandelion. What the hell? But yeah, there's so many plants in this world, and people think, oh, that's just a weed. No, a weed is a herb whose medicinal properties have not yet been discovered yet. That's all it is. Yeah, so people say, oh, that's just a weed. No, a weed is appeal to your own ignorance. I'd say even something like poison ivy has a benefit, even though you wouldn't think it would.
Yeah, the taxum officinal. And just like honeysuckles, you can get honey. The bees will attract them. Or you can get
That's what I'm saying.
nutrients directly, but the bees process them down into
That's
honey.
what I'm saying. The benefit might be a secondary benefit we don't even know about, like the creation of honey from flowers. Like you see all these flowers, like okay, it's just flowers, but honey comes from the bees interacting with the flowers.
Well, we'll eat that flower, right? And maybe it would have. This is where the pharmacia comes from, and that leaf will have a different benefit than the honey. But that's why you can go to a certain place that has honey that's from only the most wild growing of carnations, and like these couple specific honey growers make psychedelic honey from through the
Speaking of
process
honey,
the psilocybin, or not, it would be the DMT. It transfers into this honey. The honey seems like the way to go, but it just seems like an elaborate story. It's not true to try to sell drugs.
the thing,
There's
the thing with honey, though, man. Locally grown sourced honey from where you are can actually apparently has certain benefits in relation to like allergies and a bunch of other stuff like that. And then that makes sense though, because if you're interacting with flowers within your region and the bees are interacting with those same flowers, then consuming honey from that region could very well benefit you if you have issues with those same flowers. Like that actually makes sense, because then getting honey from some other region way over there, you're not near those flowers.
Yeah, well, it's like the Greek king. He tried to assimilate himself into having a poison injected into his body every day, so he would always partake and enjoy. And so when they tried to finally do it in for him, he was so immune that it had no effect on him whatsoever. And so it's like the body's ability to withstand nature is extraordinary. Extraordinary.
And
You can
I actually have
survive
a
on a
kind
desert
of
island
theory or
for a long
belief around
time.
this.
You can overcome
Like
any,
So a percentage of the population's ancestors did exactly that. Certain poisonous things were taken in order to prevent them from being poisoned. the descendants of those people now have a lot of trouble taking medicines because they don't freaking work right like they do on other people. The resistance to poison causes them to be resistant to being put under anesthesia, and pain medicines don't work as well. It's messed up.
Yeah, it's a very
And it all like it's
evolutionary, evolutionary. But we don't want to put it in
I'd say
any
adaptive.
Facebook space. So
What the
I'd
hell
call it
did you just
adaptive
say?
genetic intelligence. I wouldn't call it evolutionary. Adaptive genetic intelligence.
well, most of these people, have you seen the new Unreal Engine? You know, most of these people that you walk around and you interact with, they're artificial intelligence program. So the line of what
I'll be right back.
and what is not sort of devolves. So these people are going around thinking that they are minds and bats, and you say, no, friend, we're here right now. And they say, no, you're the NPC, and then you're like, so it becomes this reciprocal argument where somebody's clearly using a logic, and they didn't relinquish logic and denounced it as the framework for their belief, but they're just going to keep going on with the next sentence like it makes sense. Just wonder about reality is there's no instant collapse. Like when you make a logical fallacy, there's no collapse. You know, it's only when somebody's
An
really
example of
upset.
what you just said?
Turn the TV on. Wave function. I'm going to tune it to a certain channel. Now I have a wave function. Now I can say, oh, it's here, it's there, it's everywhere. But yeah, and I'm talking about brains in a vat in the Matrix and how reality rejects that notion, an idea. And it's like, it's a very limiting idea to have.
Reality rejects what? Sorry?
Reality rejects not reality.
What is not reality?
What isn't real.
But is there such a thing as not reality?
Well, reality is
because you've got reality, and then you've got not, and then you've got
of concepts of
then you got
concepts
things
that
that
comport
are in
with
people's heads.
physical, natural observation.
So reality is always there, and then you've got an internal thing, which
Yeah. So
people
this
live in
is
a type of a
relativistic.
delusion, but the
Mhm.
reality is still there. And I don't know, non-reality is not really a thing.
Yeah, non-reality is category error, complete Mary Bachelor, Reality is reality. So what are we talking about? We're talking about I got my marbles on the table. That's real. Or what that wasn't real, but
Yeah.
we have this conceptual space, and then we can relate conceptual space to reality because you can think you're the Queen of England, right? But you're not. Even in conceptual space, you can think whatever, but then we can take something like plum.
Yeah.
Plum is conceptual. It is at a right degree angle to horizontal, and you can build a wall plumb, and that wall will be plumb when you build it, or you had bad builders, or there's other situations happening. Maybe there's collapse of the wall, right? And so the
But what do you mean
the
it's
curtain's
conceptual?
getting
What do you mean?
pulled down. Conceptually, you can conceive of a house in your head, right? Are you going to go build it? Or are you going to find it? Someone has built the foundation. You know, you can do a lot of things conceptually there, but you can think of something physical in your head, and then I need a dwelling, and
But why
that'll
is
happen for you
conceptual?
by different means of work. But what's never different is that something conceptually that isn't real, like you can think of, like, I'm just going to make a bridge out of air. I'm going to use atmospheric pressure to do a suspension bridge, right? That's not happening. That's not ever going to happen in my conceptual space. So you can have concepts that then are related and applied in reality, like some kind of model. Like I have a little toy model, I put it on the track. I think that's pretty aerodynamic. I'm going to make a real one. And then I'm going to sit behind the wheel and do it. And that's the difference. Are you dropping the wheel down a hypothetical track? Or are you actually going to do it? Do anything? And what needs to be done is the main question. Is dropping a Matchbox car down a little Hot Wheels track gonna do it? What is it gonna
Do
do?
what?
What is that gonna? Yeah. Do what?
What's the
What is it gonna do?
what's your what's your point? Like, what are you
My
what are you
point
getting to?
is, there's no such
Yeah.
thing as a non-physical conceptualization of another geometry that is bending behind the veil to
Are you really
impede
high,
my
dude?
physical reality.
Are you
You're
really high?
fucking wasted, man.
Why
You're
would you have to
fucking.
interrupt what I was saying intelligently, sir? Sit
There was
down.
nothing intelligent
No,
about
I
that at
think
all.
you are high, sir. If you have to interrupt me right when I'm at the peak of my condemnation of
Hey,
you
you're hot micing. You're hot
being
micing,
high
dude.
as hell,
You're hot micing.
no, you were hot
Oh,
micing when you interrupted me.
no,
Sit
you're hot
down.
micing, dude.
To the break, you
You
weren't really
interrupted
saying
me.
anything though.
No,
You
I
were
wasn't.
kind of like, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not that
Well,
big of a deal.
it was just kind of a convoluted way to say that the Earth doesn't have any curve. Yeah, okay, we gotcha.
Yeah. Hey, but did you see the airplane flight? You know, the from face view,
Yeah, that was
and
good.
how that was so good. You know, you're traveling. It should be if you're going 500 miles per hour, it's over 500 miles an hour distance with a radius 3959. You should be having to dip the nose, forward to drop down an altitude 50 feet a minute.
Yeah.
50
Well,
feet
it's
a
not even that.
minute.
It was about
Yeah, is that
the
is that
stars
about?
rising though.
And
No,
it
no,
wasn't even about that.
no. Listen, it's way more than that. Listen. At 500 miles an hour, it's 2,790 feet per minute of elevation drop at 500 miles an hour. So 2,700, that's 2,790 feet per minute that you would be dropping.
I just want to say
So
real quick.
recalculate that. Because, yeah.
I just want to say real quick, Sonny. I can't. I've never not been that high, as high as Into the Break is right now. I haven't been that high in like probably a decade, so I can't get on that level anymore, dude.
Hey, I think probably you should, yeah, just go on a commercial airline flight, and I think you'll get the picture pretty easily. It's not difficult.
There's a
Well,
part two.
could I just
I
do
saw there's a.
the airline flight in my mind? Can I just do that in my mind? Because I can't afford the ticket. So can they just send me there in my mind?
You don't even need to do it.
I'll
Just
go
throw a baseball. Throw a baseball. Is an inch a curve? Tell me, is an inch a curve, guy?
Is it
What?
inch? What?
is an inch a
Inch is a
curve.
measurement.
Yeah,
An inch is a
there we go.
measurement.
It's not a measurement of curve, is it?
Not
Or
if you're measuring
it
the
could
curve.
be. We could actually measure curvature with it, couldn't we?
With a piece of cane.
Yeah, with these concepts, we could actually do measurements of the curve, couldn't we? We could
Yeah, like
actually measure the curve.
an inch is a deviation from straight, so I can get on with that. Yeah,
Oh wow, an inch of the deviation from flat to what?
yeah when, like if there was any
From
deviation,
flat
it'd
to
be
flat?
measurable. So
Okay,
inch is measurable, right?
differential leveling. Yeah, that's how we build things. We build things level because we do differential leveling. Hey, look, that's up a slope. We want everything on the same level. Differential leveling. So where's the whole glob come into this argument?
I'm agreeing with you, dude. I'm just letting you know.
I'm just
Exactly.
wondering, where does the
That's
glob
what we're
come into
wondering.
it? In practice, the Earth is flat. In practice, level is flat.
That's not a flat. That's not
You
a flat
plane
earther
things. A
question.
bird will plane.
That's a astronaut question. That's not a flat earther question.
A picture
And why
painting.
we didn't
More.
go, and we didn't go, and that's what happened. And so, if you want to find out, if you want to continue doing something in the future, you need to find out what happened in the past. But I know what happened.
Well, that brings up why. What do you think the soft core disclosure? We have a soft core disclosure of UFO tech, and then now like AI is like running rampant in Hollywood protests, like it matters or something, and they're soft disclosing UFO.
Wait a minute. Who's protesting?
Disclosing to the Hollywood apparently. I don't think really. I think they do little setups, because they're still acting. They're actors. I'm supposed to believe an actor? Like, no, you stand on the thing and you look pretty, and I should suspend my disbelief when you're saying something. And so then they come out like, oh no, we're gonna try to say it's real. No, it doesn't work. You just do the line. And so now the question is, who is writing the scripts? When they're not supposed to be writing scripts. So how long ago did they write these scripts? Becomes a
Oh, they've
question.
been writing them for a long time. Since back in the
Mm-hmm.
60s. So they're NASA and
Farther than
Hollywood
that.
are in each other's back pockets. Yeah, I know.
But only
Yeah,
200
to the
years
highest halls of
ago.
anywhere, like whatever.
Past 200 years, and 200 years is pushing it. Nothing is real. Like about what the victors can be told about the history of some place. There's so much hidden history. I was looking at history of
Yeah.
roads. In my area, history of roads with Native Americans, right? And so they would bend these trees down, these tree limbs, and they would make them like come at a right degree angle, and it would make a path. Say that sure that could happen in nature, maybe, but it's a very specific thing. I moved into a house. I'm literally on this road. This tree is now a massive tree. It's now maybe 10 feet above my head. So it's about 20 feet high, but it's this squared off limb.
Are you 10 foot tall?
I'm 6 feet a person, 5'9", right? 5'9" people aren't even real.
What?
But yeah, so it was like, so it's like, yeah, no, I literally live on an ancient thorough, road
maybe into a break.
compared to, you know, in our
If I
last
did,
100 years of
if I didn't believe
known
you,
history.
if I said I didn't believe how tall you were that you said you were, how would I go about proving how tall you are?
You could come over here and measure it, big. Yeah, you can actually do things. That's what reality. That's the privilege of living in reality. A lot of like, I don't know if you
Here,
saw this last debate that happened. And one of the Globers perspectives was that, yeah, I'm gonna just talk purely illogical and be proud of it. So it's like, well, you've had a framework, you relinquish logic, and then yeah, they go on to just, I don't know anything. It's complete faith. So either you can have complete faith in this you know ideology, this graven image. You can do that. Anyways, I broke my train of thought. I thought someone was interrupting me. It just seems kind of disappointing that when there's such an easy thing, like here's somebody flying 3,000 miles in whatever hours it was, and here is the Star Trail, and it was so beautiful. I mean, it looks fake. I'm like, maybe it's just fake. Is that the claim too? Is it just fake? Because it was so awe-inspiring. It's like clearly that's what because it comports with eyewitness testimony from outside, like looking to the side of the airplane, and why I think this way. And that, like, where the Glover will present, like, well, the premise has to be that the flat earther is always wrong. That's their premise. Like, tis globe, flat earther says it is eating, you know, and too much lead paint or whatever, right? And here we go. We're gonna go talk about actual science, and here's gas pressure, here's fluid dynamics, right? I guess I'm supposed to elaborate more. PV equals nRT, that volume for inert gas nature. And then we have, simply the fact of reality of water seeking its own level. Pascal's law. Here we go. Let's go. Levels, we can have different levels. Fluid dynamics are all measured conceptually, horizontal. And so I'm just wondering, in all of this fanciful derivations of methods of measurement, where does the glob come into play? Where's the glob curve? Like, when do I need to consider that there's such thing as a glob? Can somebody point me in that direction? Because I prove that there's such thing as a glob model. Because a lot of times people have been saying that there's no such thing as a scientific model that comports to the glob. And, so it's not there. And I'm looking for somebody to show me where is that glob model. Because I know a model is like a toy car, or maybe I made a paper mache around a balloon, popped the balloon on the inside, and painted what I think continents are and stuff. And I made a really cool little art piece around a ball, and it was made out of paper mache. And then I told people, "Hey, I live on that." Maybe I went and did that, but I never actually ever did that because I was never a globetrot. I was never that. Like even as a kid, like I was like, man, like space is the final frontier. Like this shit is so cool. And then reality kind of strikes you, and it's like, actually, where's even the evidence for the initial premise for all these fairy tale stories that come after it? Like where lands are outside of the visible space, the spectrum of your visible reality, of your comprehensible reality, because that's what reality is. It's very comprehensible. You can comprehend reality. But if somebody wants to tell you something is for something else, because something like up is down because down is up, and there's no such thing as direction, and therefore, yeah, think it logically. You have to. I don't know at what point in all of that, like my condensing of that made sense. None of it did. Like, but you could sit at somebody's lecture and they would tell you one specific part of that for 8 hours, bro. And so it's so much wasted potential because you're born as a batter. They utilize you as ballet. So what? A lot of the big question is why? What do you gain? And I tell you, to this day, every day, you stand before me, you witness me, you see me. Clarity of vision. Simple. You have a clarity of vision. I don't have to be the greatest speaker. I don't have to be the greatest empath. I can understand what is real and what isn't real. That's a gift. And I think that is probably the only right that should be bestowed to people, is their ability to perceive what is real from what is not real. And that comes from a lot of analysis, right? Analysis, whatever you want to do with it. You take some analysis of the situation, you assess it, then you go on to exhaustion.
Ah, see, necessity is the mother of invention. Now, check this out. I figured out how to decarboxylate any kind of plant matter. You just put it in a double boiler, and when the water's boiling, you have one pot and then another pot inside on top so it doesn't get wet. Put the product in there. So you know when the water's boiling, it's 200 degrees approximately, 212. Perfect.
I think this THC is the soft disclosure that's been going on for years now. If there's such thing as gravity and Coriolis blur effect, then we could change the world. We could just have like processing plants like running off of like you being able to have a perpetual weight on a scale from just the column of air right above you. Or you could have a pendulum, a perpetual spinning pendulum. Or maybe with the dynamo effect, we would have a molten iron perpetual motion magnetic battery. and then that could based on the Bohr principles. Like it would be cool
What
if those
what
things were real, because I think it
what's
would change the world.
hold on? What's weight? You said weight. What's weight?
Impediment. Weight is an impediment.
It is an impediment to
Well,
what?
there's no answer because
Impediment
because
to inertia.
you can pour a glass of wine upside down in the air, and other forces will apply. Is there some inherentness to direction? Is direction inherent? Is that sort of axiomatic that there is such thing as orientation? I would say so.
That
I
is,
would say so.
yeah.
I
Is
mean,
it
until you
up
could
and
prove
down?
otherwise.
Yeah.
Until
Hold
you
on.
could prove
Hold on.
otherwise.
Is up? Hold on a second. Is up and down axiomatic? Yes, I would say so.
I think the minute you think of, you go from rock to being has presence, knows where it is, even in a dark room. You know, it lasts long, but it knows where it is, and it knows it won't last long, right? And think about those divers going into caves, or just even cavers. Um, so it's not so much the discovery that's holding people back because people are daring. It's the science that's holding people back because they believe they have wasted so much potential on believing there's such thing as columns of air. Like how absurd is that? No, air like gas fills volume. Like there's no such thing as a column of air. And then it's like, oh, but if I put a balloon in a vacuum in a thing, then I can weigh it. It's like now you're calculating. You're not even actually physically measuring something. You're calculating. So the big response to me telling them what the difference between a calculation and a measurement is they're saying no, a meter is a measured based on the radius. It's just a bunch of presupposition to say that a meter of a straight linear distance is just part of a curve, and it's just a big old curve, and you're not invited. I just sort of like how logic just trumps everything. It's like if you could have a cool philosophy. Wow, cool for you, like Einstein. It's not real. There's no such thing as a pseudo-Riemannian four space. You idiot. Like this is Euclidean three space. We know that when we can pick up a basketball and throw it into a net.
Oh, let me ask you a
I
question
love
here.
it so much. I love it.
If you're in a 50-foot pool, and they put you in there, and you can't see, and you just woke up, and you're upside down, how do you know what's up or down?
I would know I'm swimming. Or you'd be like,
You know,
no, here, we're going to put floating. You would have like a whole floating thing. It's like, it's all actually just floating in like the sustained ether, like material. Like it's like God's clay. You just, God's clay, and then reality and we're all existing in it. What is that the simulation too? Because then we could have a simulation within that clay too, couldn't we? Could be, and you're just a vat and you're just a brain in a vat, right? Too. Or actually, hey, guess what? You are worth more than you think you're worth. I hope you think you're worth a lot, because boom, that would be an instant like double, right? And so we exist in reality. I can go and measure a length and make sure it's flat, and I can level it and plane it, and it'll always be flat. And I can make a very good foundation. And instead of just coming out with incoherent words, I can actually express that, hey, no, we actually want to understand what you're talking about because we actually care. We care about you. I think that's what gets lost. And, people have some secret knowledge they don't want to share. I want to share it with you. I want you to know, like, I have a complete empathic belief, because I think when you achieve flat Earth, when you achieve it, and you have to work for it, then you receive clarity of everything. And you have to know what the words that I just said even mean to begin with. And so you would only know that if you're at the final step where you're listening to me now. And so I encourage you to save this audio expletive. Tell Tim Osman it's good to see him back. It's very good to see him back. He's very dated on his arguments, which are that I'm the biggest troll, except for the fact that I'm the real one. I am the one.
Yeah.
Nothing. There's only one. The rest of us, we're all zeros. Everyone on Earth, nothing but
Open or
zeros.
close gates, bro.
Only one.
Open or close gates. No. Ether grass, you're on one standing on a number. Yeah, it's like some people like to have fun, and it's like maybe melting their mind is better. But sometimes just improving your method of thought is better. Maybe it's like you're given a computer. It could be
The
a
reason
switchblade or
why I
it could be a
prefer
hammer. You know.
the reason why I prefer to refer
So
to
ether
myself as
graph
a
is what I always
zero
say.
is
Like, you can use a
simply
hammer to build a house or do far work.
the. So the reason why I've said that I prefer to refer to myself as a zero is simply this: you can't divide by zero. Zero divided by zero doesn't work. It's indivisible.
Hey, we already stamped our soul with
Anybody
our soul,
tries to
bro.
divide or multiply by me, they'll just become zeros themselves.
Bro, I stamped my soul. I didn't know what I was doing when I came out of my mother's canal. I stamped my soul for my soul, and my mother signed for it, like a shipping. Like, oh yep, I received this from the sea. Here I'm salty. No, I mean, what kind of? You're born into this paradigm. You're born into this medium, this mediocrity, idolatry.
You should have just followed that with Neo.
No, yeah, I want to go much further than that, because you
I
think
would say this, man.
Matrix 4
It's
far less. I don't use Matrix 4 in references, but I still use from 1990 Matrix references, right? So something happened along, and that's also something that is a flat Earth proof and evidence is what happened to what happened to these guys.
well, the
And
bad thing is
you
this,
can have the
man.
same thing about us.
It's the indoctrination's only like half of it, because the way people are, just in general, the way humans are as children, we seek entertainment above all other things. We don't really care for wisdom and knowledge. Is spending time to try and learn that and build it up is boring. Entertainment, like rats with a pleasure button, that's easy. I just want to have fun. And when you have a whole world filled with people, I just want to have fun. I just want to have fun. YOLO, you only live once. Everything's, it's over after this. So I just want to have fun.
You only live
Nobody gives a
every
shit to
day.
better their minds. And then they end up becoming inferior, like they're mentally inferior. They maybe have a bunch of things that they've accomplished physically, but mentally they have nothing going on up there. And that's why when you speak
See,
with them on places
you know
like
what?
this, it's the fallacious reasoning type thing. The cog dis is like that mind virus thing. It's because they've embraced entertainment over intellect.
True.
Yeah, but you would
Yeah.
agree that we're in the
Did
physical plane
you
right
see
now,
a
right?
kill? Did you see? Yes, we all are. Did you see that recent argument from a kill from the recent debate with Jen, Akil, and whoever the other guys were? They didn't do too bad, but it was like, wow, where are you guys getting these fresh under the collar? Because I literally am in there in modern day debate, calling out everybody, asking them like, "Hey, my debate is that you don't know what the science is, and that globe Earth doesn't comport with science, but flat Earth does." And they refute me every time, and they block me. And I was being very nice and stuff. And I may have been drunk, but it wasn't anything like, because it wasn't about being intoxicated or anything. It was about me asking them to define terms and then saying, well, then you relinquish a framework of logic if I can't even define your term. You're saying something that is pivotal to your premise, and you can't define the term. Thus, you've relinquished, and then you've tried to cancel me out. You've relinquished logic as the framework of having a logical debate. Thus, what's the point of a debate? Like, if you were relinquish I mean, all relativists automatically do relinquish logic because of preference of wet machine sort of. But it gets difficult when you talk about Christian globetards. Then it gets real weird. But it usually acts as a nice basis of like, hey, what do you think
Oh,
morality is?
dude.
What do you
When
think
somebody's
is
thumping a
true?
Bible and they're acting
What is
like you're
fake?
Satan for speaking against the globe, oh
Oh,
shit. Like,
hey,
yeah,
I don't want to make
dude,
any argument into
dude.
that. That's not what I do because sort of
It's
like
just weird, is all.
me
It's just weird.
dismantling the scientific approach, because I tell you, I was all of these things, you know, like I love science. I like that's why my main thing I tell, if you knew what you believed, you wouldn't believe
Yeah.
it. For some globetard, that's the simple thing. If you knew what you believed, you wouldn't believe it. You just say gravitas. I say, oh wait, what do you mean?
It's
Like
dude,
like
it's a
like what are you
belief of
talking about?
convenience.
And then it's like all bunch
Think
of
about it.
snowball after that.
Into
It's
the
like,
break.
yes sir.
It's a belief out of convenience. Because they appeal to their own ignorance. They
Terrible.
don't know how anything works, and it's just more convenient that way to just be like, yeah, well, I believe
Well,
the
they
science
concede
and
that.
whatever,
That was
man, because
in
they
this
know what they're
last.
talking about. Yeah.
Well, yeah, in this last debate that happened, it wasn't with Witsit. It was with, just some of his homies or whatever, some of our homies. I don't know. I don't remember who it was. The one dude with the cool facial like trim job or whatever. He was fucking sick with it. Like all credit to him. Like he did really good. But no, it was like this other
Yeah.
person, like Jen was very good. She would like concede stuff and then she would like, well, this is what I know. And then she's like the resident globe nerd or whatever, talking from the globe side. And she would just like be conceding with
Her,
whatever she was saying. But then Akil would be like, no, I'm coming at you from a completely illogical angle. And like, even like Witcher was like, He like literally can see it. Because I really agitated
Isn't
that
she the one
question,
who doesn't believe
but
anything outside of herself, though?
no, it obviously not because no, it's Jen. She's just the typical
I
globe
might be thinking of
Jen.
somebody else.
No,
No,
she
there's
did
one
say
who's
some
just it's
ridiculous thing like that. She did do that, but that's not like her identity. You know what I mean?
almost she was
Um,
playing around using
so
sophistry and
credit to her.
yeah.
No, credit to her because she is the only good thing on for the globe side on that channel because Mark is terrible and everybody is all the second hands. So it's like they had some other guy. I don't know. I went and harassed him on I harassed him a little bit by just like sending him, you know, uh black swans or whatever. And that's what I mean by harassing. So I was just like, hey, like you're completely wrong and your thing. And then yeah, I don't know. They blocked me from that. A lot of people ask me like to go on to debate, and I've told them I'm like, yes, I will go on to the debate with you. Like, let's go. And we can't even get past like the introduction. It's hilarious because I just shut them down so quick. There's nothing, and I'm like, no, there's not going to be a debate of like flat Earth on trial. No, the debate is globe Earthers have no conceptual idea of what science even is. Boom! I want to
The
do
irony
that. I
is it's
want to
kind of like a
do
witch
that.
hunt trial, dude. They
And
want
they
to have
blocked me, dude. They blocked
flat
me
earther witch hunt trial
after like a couple
where they'll
months of
basically
like
say,
talking to
hey,
them,
let's
dude.
find all of the like when the way that they want to format their discussions, a lot of these clovers, it's like a flat earth witch hunt trial.
Well,
Like they'll
there was
basically just put a
some.
flat earther on a pedestal and be like, look at the clown and try and talk shit at like a straw man.
Yeah, no, that's not happening. Not happening. No, I'm putting you. I want you to present evidence for your. How are you?
Well, that's
Where's
the
your
thing,
sand
man.
at? You know, it's
For
like
me, it's not even about them.
get your own sand
Because I won't
argument.
even
It's
ad
like
hom them
use
with
your
that.
linguist
It's
logic.
just about putting my thought is this: it's about all
Did
of
you
us
really?
putting the globe on
Did you
trial.
really?
But you get what I'm saying? It's about all of us putting the globe on trial. But they don't want to do that. They want us versus them. They think it's them versus, and that's not what it is. It's about us investigating this fucking cartoon ball.
I'm just talking to my friend here. He's like you talk because I told him, you know, my way is to break down the pathway that was impeding me personally, which was being
Tell them to
logical
join
and
discord.gg flat
scientific.
earth.
Yeah, you gotta join. You gotta join this. We're doing meetups every day. Yeah,
Tell them
he got
Aethergus
me.
said join discord.gg / flat earth.
He got me the good book as a gift, and bro, I appreciate that like more than. It's amazing, you know. That's what we're talking about. When you can like a kill, that's what he was asking. What does it matter? What does it do for? It's like, well, first of all, why are you here if it doesn't matter? You're having a logical debate where you conceded logic as the means of having debate, and you just want to
Hey,
know what's going
you
on.
can reverse
It's like
ask, man.
clarity of vision. If you relinquish having to rely on concepts impeding physical reality, in reality, you're gonna exhaust yourself. And so that's what happens. Everybody's
The
very
reverse
exhausted,
ask I would
and you
say
have
is this,
clarity of
man.
vision with this a kill. You have clarity of vision. That's the answer to your question that you went on to the whole thing for 3 hours. And the only reason he's on there, he's just like, why should I even
If it
question it?
doesn't
And it's like,
matter,
for clarity of vision, sir. Like maybe it's like if
That's
believing
true.
something
That's true.
so ridiculously absurd that it's
But if
completely
it doesn't
illogical,
matter,
and every
then why would the
facet of your
ball
belief
matter?
follows something illogical from its from its premise, then your entire life is controlled by pure
Belief.
illogic. Pure illogic.
A into the break.
No, because belief is fine. You
That
can
word
believe
belief,
something's
I'm
real.
starting to hate
Or you
that
can believe
word.
something's
I'm
not
hating
real.
the word belief.
I don't like it either.
All
No,
belief is
absolutely.
something that makes people happy or glad to
What
think
about
about.
faith?
That's it. Whether it's for their safety or
I
for
have
something
faith
else, just
that
because they enjoy it.
horizontal is real. Hey, I have faith that horizontal is real. And I pull out my instrument and I measure it every fucking day, right? I got a lot of faith
I
in the
have faith that the
foundations that I build.
chair I sit in is going to hold my weight.
Who's the cement guy? You know, he lays the architect guy. You know, he lays the foundations with the laser level. He doesn't like. Oh, I look in a tangent line. It was a big hilarious day for on the Instagram where I hang out at where the guy conceded, oh yeah, all the because we showed like a laser light across the lake, so then he's like, all light is curved. I'm like, okay, so you conceded that there's no such thing as a tangent for celestial navigation to be applicable on a globe unless you go to hell. And it's just over. It's just completely over. There's nothing they can do.
If
We're
lights,
posting pictures of the moon lander just for fun kicks and laughs, and they're like, it's really real. I was like, no, it's a pile of
If light bounces
1970
off a
or
building,
1960s
whatever it happens to
trash
be,
of curtain rods and wrapping paper and a little
if
tinfoil.
light bounces off a building,
It's
whatever it happens
just
to
like
be,
the people are getting they're getting so upset. There's nothing they can do except face reality.
if light bounces off
You,
a
ha- you
building,
I encourage
whatever it happens to
every
be,
globe person
and
or
takes
every
a
person
curved
to
path
just
to
accept
my
reality.
eye, is the building
This is
physical or
real.
optical?
We're here. We're doing it. The minute you accept reality, then you can start making business moves. Then you can start
If light bounces off a building,
doing
whatever it
philosophical
happens to
moves.
be, and takes a curved path to my eye,
Oh my goodness.
is the building physical or optical?
You can do art when you understand reality. Real art. Real
Yeah, how
art.
are we gonna get to the moon if we can't talk between three buildings?
That stuff that isn't accepted until 120 years later.
Hey, into the break, are you having a conversation or are you just flying solo?
Nice. No, you have some good museums there.
What's the last thing that Ethigress said?
The last thing, it was inconsequential to the conversation. It was fun.
You know you can't you know you can't listen to anyone if you're talking over the top of them, yeah?
I know that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not being rude at all. Stating what was the conversation when present.
how would you know that what I said is inconsequential then? I see why people don't want to talk to
Not
you. It's
you.
because you're not
No.
willing to listen.
No.
A fool
Fucking you.
delighteth in
Hey,
airing
man.
their own opinion, but takes no pleasure in understanding. But I'm done. I'm gonna go get something to eat. Y'all have a good one.
Yeah. Get a good mic while you're getting it. Oh,
Second day in a row.
I'm sorry about that. It was definitely uh, just sort of. I was just talking because no one was talking. I was not trying to step on any toes. I was, come on in.
No, it wasn't that, but it's when Ether was jumping in, trying to add to what you were saying, and he'd get like 3 words
Well, I
in, and then
thought
you'd
he did.
keep talking.
Well, I'm just saying. I thought he did that, and it was somebody else. After you said that, I was not shutting down what Ethan said at all. Thought we were just right on the same page.
How
But
do you know you're on
my
the
bad.
same page
I
if you never
apologize.
let him finish his sentence?
Well, he did. So it wasn't Ethergrass. It was somebody else. And their thing. I mean, just tell me what they said that was so important.
That was a recording.
I hit
Anyway.
the soundboard. I
Yeah,
hit the
go.
soundboard to see if you would react to it because you didn't say
Oh,
anything to anything that I was saying. I was just trying to have a
I was just
conversation with you,
talking.
man.
I mean,
I
you don't
was
guys
trying, like,
have to be harsh
and
on me.
You're doing it again, man.
it's all good. No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not even offended. Just, it's all right. It's good. I was just trying to have a conversation with you, bro. Don't
Hard
worry
to
about it.
listen to.
Yeah, I thought it was good. I'm sorry. I was just I wasn't trying to step on your toes.
Yeah, it's not that, man, because you make some really good points. Sometimes, you actually make some really good points, but and then when someone wants to add to the conversation, you kind of just cut them off after 3 words, and it's not a conversation when that happens. So, you know, I know it's hard, and you want to talk when you have a thought that comes to your head, but it's for people who are listening, it's really difficult.
Yeah, I know. Thank you for that. I apologize.
No, you're all right, man.
I'm not step on any. I'm just like hyped up. Everything we talk about, like I'm just psyched on. Cool as hell.
I love it. It's like every flat Earth conversation comes out all at once. Let me lay all my cards on the table for you real quick. Hold on.
It goes from refraction to mind control in the same sentence.
Hey, I get it into the break though. Like when you're on a roll, you're on a roll, and then it's like one thought leads to the next, and you got to get it out. Sometimes I understand. Plus, there's so much to talk about too. So it's like,
Oh, when every
yeah.
subject is intertwined.
Yeah, so deep.
Mm-hmm. That's where I always find it hard on where to start the conversation with someone who's new to this conversation.
What?
Like, I know you go straight to curvature, but like, and then you start thinking about other things, and you start going
You don't
there,
even
and
you don't even go straight to curvature.
you just go anti-globe.
No, you just say, look, water's flat and level. That's your common experience. 70% of the territory of the Earth's water. Therefore, the Earth can't be a sphere.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
That pretty much sets the baseline.
Yeah. So you go to that, and then what do you experience? You experience it flat and non-rotating,
Right.
stationary,
They then have
flat and
to check
stationary.
this out. Once you set that baseline, which is true, they then have to go into claims of experiences to the contrary. And once they start making those claims about experiencing curved water, their story falls apart rather quickly.
Automatically contradicting themselves.
They'll bring you the boats, right? Can't see the bottom of the boat, which is affirming the consequent, right?
They'll
They'll
do the
bring you the
focal
sun,
pendulum.
yeah, which is pretty similar, and the same with the sun. That's affirming the consequent and a couple other assumptions. It's like they're just going to bring you a pile of logical errors, basically. They don't bring you any proof in the first instance, but we all agree, right? If you're
That it's
honest,
flat.
that you experience it as flat and level, which is why there's all these excuses like, oh yeah, it's experienced flat and level, but if it was so big, that's how you would experience it. So it's like, okay,
and you
so
go,
in saying that, you agree that that's how we experience it.
yeah, so show me otherwise. Or if they say it's too big, say, okay, well, how big is it? And
So you have to
expose
get
that they
them.
don't actually know.
You have to get. Sorry, I'm being interrupted.
No, you're right. Go ahead.
I was going to say the most important thing I think, and you know this too, Mo, you have to get them to logically follow before you can start going into the other things of what it could be. Like when they say, well, what else could it be? And it's like, well, first you have to logically follow the paradigm. Like when you look up in the sky, and I mean, it honestly, you can't. It's hard to do on a computer because you can't literally go outside and say, look, the moon is moving or the sun is moving, and it's like, well, what do you mean? No, the Earth is spinning. No, the sun and the moon are moving. You don't feel any Earth spin, or like what Witsit says. Have them face west and say, dude, right now you're doing the most epic nosedive ever, and it doesn't make sense. But if you can shatter that paradigm and you can get them to logically follow coherently, that right there is the beginning of, like, well, okay, you start looking into it and you're like, wow, everything doesn't logically follow. There's a lot of semantics played with words. And then, well, what else could it be? Then you can start talking about that. Go ahead.
You start at the premise of it weighing on you when it should be very good, very light time, and it becomes so heavy. Is that a tangible weight that can be registered in this gravitas meter?
A what? Gravitas meter?
Yeah, I want to measure the vibes. I'm just kidding. That was a super good point. I'm just kidding.
But yeah, AI, to match what you said, you gotta start with the basics. Like, what is your perception? What are you perceiving? Don't think about what you can conceive in your own mind. What can we physically, tangibly experience?
Yeah. So yeah, sure. So let's go down the line on some. Just to not to say these are necessarily bad arguments, but just like where the logic lies. So some people, their go-to will be, how do you have gas pressure without a container? Okay, let's say you need a container for gas pressure. You could have a globe inside a larger container, right? Well, the answer is yes. Right? So while it does destroy certain things about the heliocentric paradigm, it doesn't defeat that the Earth's a globe
No,
necessarily.
it doesn't. It just destroys that it's open system.
Yeah, it destroys the cosmos in a way, let's say. So, something that actually is the core of the issue would be like, how do you have a sphere with no curvature?
Yeah.
Because you can't have that. You can most certainly have a sphere inside a container that's pressurized. Sure.
So are you saying like a minor paradigm shift, just something to get them to ignore, what they've been indoctrinated with? Or are you just speaking to follow the logic?
Like, different things will appeal to different people, right? Like, let's say the idea of surface curvature doesn't appeal to them, but the idea of, let's say, thinking about gas appeals to them, and then it, sparks their interest. But I'm just saying that there are arguments out there that are readily employed that don't actually disprove the Earth as a globe. They only disprove a portion or a large portion of heliocentric cosmology. Like, for
So there's
example,
no
let's say
theological decree.
yeah, sure.
Let's
Even
follow
arguments about gravity,
Sorry.
right? Like let's say that gravity isn't real in the way in which they describe it. The Earth could still be a globe.
You could
You
just
just
live
have
on
a
the top
different
of it.
mechanism. Yeah, you just have a
Yeah,
different
we're
mechanism.
almost. It's
Exactly.
actually 2 hours from Speculation Sunday. It's
You're a
actually
robot.
2 hours from Speculation Sunday, and I think a bigger globe, and like just let's reconsider the whole cosmology is Speculation Sunday sort of things. And I think those things should make make their play on Speculation Sundays. Like those are the good things, And I
Can,
think a bigger
can
ball is a
we
very real argument that should be had by heliocentrists. Anyways, that was just my interjection.
can
In
we
2 hours,
Oh,
Speculation Sunday.
follow the argument that we started then? Let's go. So, you need curvature. You need curvature for a ball, and then, that the things that they come up with are okay. Yeah, but we've got pictures from outer space. We've got pictures from satellites that show that the Earth is curved, and then you go to, I'm sure everyone's got different answers for that. You got okay. Well, if the Earth is curved, we should be able to measure it on the surface because that's where you are. You can physically do this on the surface.
But you gotta love Spec Sunday for that sort of aspect where it's like, okay, do you want to take me outside of like space? You want to take me outside space? Outside space. Okay, that's where you're gonna take me for your argument. Okay. But now we're defining terms and we understand what we're talking about. One person's talking about things in reality. Another person is talking about science fiction, which is AKA, because it's declared to be science, is by definition pseudoscience, because it mistakenly regards campfire stories as science and proclaims it to be science when it doesn't adhere to the scientific method. Very simple stuff. I know it's foundational. I'm sorry everybody had to sit through that. Flat earthers were the only ones really upset. Globe earthers were like, I can't believe you're actually saying that right now.
Right. So
My bad. Continue on the point. It was based in reality.
After that, when you destroy that, you don't measure curvature. You can also use that gas pressure without a container argument there, yeah? Because these photos
PV
are
equals
claimed.
NRT.
These photos are claimed to be taken from the vacuum of space. So we can kind of go into that from there, correct, AI? After you've destroyed the curvature.
sure, but that only applies to certain photos because a lot of photos are actually just high altitude. Right? They're not even really quote unquote in space yet, even according to their claims.
Yeah.
So okay, I get it. Like we all know. Okay, we're tired, but let's teach some people. Let's have empathy for some smaller minds. Himwari is giving us photographic evidence. What are you gonna say to him?
Oh, that's easy.
Yeah, AI, you do it first. Show us.
So we have video evidence, right, of people logging in to the organizations that curate the data for the Himawari and finding the templates, right? So what it is it's a multi-scan that compiles and then overlays the blue marble data set with the NOAA data and the weather projection system. That's why it looks like live weather patterns, because it is updatable live weather patterns, just like you see in the
But
local news.
and no photos though, right? Was there a photo in any of the
Well,
data?
it's
Were they
they're
what kind of
definitely
photo were they taking? Were they taking a photo? What was going on? Could
no
we call
the
that a
Himawari 8.
photographic?
The Himawari 8
Could we
is not
call that
a
photographic?
single. The Himawari 8 is not a single frame photograph. No, it's not even alleged to be.
No, but not no photograph, but maybe the data was photographic. I mean, because obviously it's sensing. So actually, technically, it was a photograph because the data was interpreted through an optic that then interpreted through your mind as a photo.
Well,
And
photograph
so,
is
like, even if you
one
can
image.
composite, it still was photographic.
Now you're just
So that was the
confusing
Yeah,
the
but that's
word.
just changing the
so the
definition of words in mid sentence.
category errors. Okay. No, the Gloobers are going to take that one because it was pretty good. It was pretty good. But yeah, category straight up category error.
Well, it doesn't
Absolutely.
matter. The point is that it's unverifiable that there is a thing taking the Earth as it is because of how much it's compiled and wrapped around a
Yeah.
model, which is the blue marble data set from Simmons. So there's no validation that it's a single frame photograph taken from an optic with a vantage point capable of taking the whole Earth in one shot. That there's no validation for that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we were working out here actually on the spot.
Right,
It's
and
we're doing this.
the only corroboration that they have is that the weather patterns seem to match, which I already explained why. Is because they're using live data feeds from the worldwide weather systems. So it's going to be relatively similar, just like live radars and interpretive graphics are on the
It's
local news and weather apps.
yeah, it goes to, is it picture or painting? And some of these people will be like, yeah, even though it is a painting, it is a picture. And we're like, no, it's either live capture or it's manipulation. And they're like, but it is live capture and it is manipulated, but it is all live captured and manipulated at the same time. So picture? It's like
Yeah,
no,
it's
no, no,
live. It's
no.
live manipulated.
Yeah, it's like none of it is real. None of it is photographic in quality. You can't go. There's no Himawari Polaroid on there. There is no photograph, and that's not even to say that a photograph is just what a Polaroid is. It's just like why can't you have just like an unadulterated stream of some stuff? It's been a long time, and I know people said it exists. It doesn't exist. Where is it? Please.
Yeah, look, it wouldn't be that hard to
I don't want to be
just
the
make.
weird guy that loves
You
Star
don't want to be the
Wars
weird
but
guy that
hates.
interrupts everybody after they say five syllables.
I am that guy, so my bad.
Yeah, but it's not whether you are or aren't. It's do you want to be him?
I don't want to. I'm passionate.
Passionate or spirited? And by spirited, I mean imbibed. And by imbibed, I mean uh, drunk.
Or stoned.
Yeah, too much power will go to your mind. I do agree.
But yeah, it's not.
So
Look, it's in their view of what they think the world is and the technology we have. It wouldn't be that difficult to send up a rocket with a full frame recording that doesn't cut away, that has views of the forward, sideways, and downwards facing, so you can verify all the angles simultaneously, right? But for some reason, they're always trying to prove the Earth is a globe with these extraneous imagers, right? That can't do the job like just a straight up optic could do.
Well, because their premise is flawed. Because their premise is like, I'm gonna pretend this is happening right now, and it's not really happening. And then they put up the flying dummy, and then that does happen. So then like, well, that did happen, and so this thing that didn't happen has merit because this thing that actually did happen happened. And they try to what is that a fallacy of identity? No.
Of what? Fallacy of what?
Identity. Where it's like, no, if
Oh.
something doesn't happen, then that isn't an argument for that something did happen. So for gravity, the only reason I bring it up, and it happens multiple occasions, other than for the entire premise, right? Gravitas, right? So what is your direction based on? Bam, 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 bam. That's it. I mean, what are we gonna do after that? There's nothing to do after that because we've presented a horizontal condition that is impossible on a ball. There is no such thing as a level condition that is curved. So it'll always be curved. If there's some refractive conditions, then we have to consider those into all calculations, and that things grow smaller in the distance. Therefore, if somebody were to tell me that 3959 was a radius of a little thermodynamics violation blue water ball that I lived on, I would think that they're absolutely absurd from birth. If I had known what logic and reasoning is.
I think that after that got left in the dust, but after that, yeah, I think you'd like get a cup of coffee, like go eat something, maybe take a shower, cold shower, splash some water in your face, those kind of things. After you said after.
Oh, after
Well, whatever.
it was not like that. It was like, nope, I'm going straight to the 9 to 5. I'm full on. I pay money to people that don't deserve it. Other ways of saying that as well.
Did you say 9 to 5? Did you mean the 7-Eleven? I'm
Oh,
not.
you pay money to work.
I'm not.
Everything is work. I mean, everything is work. You can't deny that. It's all energy. Yeah, no, I paid money to work. That's what mostly happens. People pay to have the privilege. That's what happens. It's sad people get nothing. They didn't pay the privilege. But you just figure it out. Just keep going. What a system. Whose system is that? The system of mechanism, cause and effect. Is it a mechanistic scheme where work actually produces more functions? Or is it a scheme where work produces less functions because it's placed through a bunch of functions that mean nothing? Is that what's going on? I think what's going on? Like, there's a lot of potential. There's a lot of potential energy, and it's all being diverted to thinking that you're insignificant. There's no clarity of vision. I want somebody to help me. Come on, like if we're like gravity's real, cool. Like let's make a solar
Function,
panel that
function,
reacts based on pressure
function,
of you know
function, function,
scale. And
function,
let's
function, what?
let's do
Function junction.
junction. What's your function? And let's do some some Cavendish perpetual
Function
motion.
junction. What's your
You know, we should
function?
just be able
Choo
to like. I should just be able to like put a little you know this, put a
Perpetual
little hanging thing, and then it just
function.
starts spinning. It'll just start perpetually spinning for me. I mean, that would change the world. Like, if any of this blurf ideology was real, that would be real forces forcing the world into a different. No, we got flutes is transfer of information. We got the Bible press from 1600, and we got Turing machines based on the Bible press. So anybody using the phone needs to think the Bible right now. Think the Bible and its writer right now.
Hold on, hold on, hold
This
on, hold
is
on,
just based on
hold
logic.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I gotta ask this real quick. So you went from talking about perpetual motion to the Bible press?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I'm logically following.
Are you following? What do you have to say?
I mean,
I don't have to make
it's
such
amazing. It's amazing how you.
climatic conclusions. If
I'm not
Hey,
following.
hey.
I'm not following.
It's amazing how you can say two sentences and jump onto a completely
you
different
don't have
topic.
to, it's beautiful. Yeah, and tempo, and that's the amazing part. Is like you don't have to follow. Like it's beautiful. Like any aspect you want to interject in, we're doing the thing. We're doing the same thing.
Well, being able to think about multiple things could be interesting, but incoherent illogic isn't necessarily beautiful.
I agree with that.
I do like what you said about the perpetual motion, and because like I was talking to somebody about Foucault's pendulum the other day, and like that's something that logically in my mind, like if the Earth were spinning, the Foucault pendulum should start spinning and moving on its own, like moving and rotating all by itself, and it doesn't. It requires some kind of a device to keep it in perpetual motion. And I find that interesting.
Well, because physical forces force physically. That's physics. Physical forces force physically. Okay. So if you're talking about a non-physical like effect of a force because you're not wanting to apply a force to it, now we're going to a whole conundrum of like, are you defining terms? Like, because I want to know, and possibly it could be real, but there isn't a way. There isn't a lexicon to describe the blurf ideology. There just simply isn't. Like our logic and our pronouncing words and our definitions of the words that we establish, we communicate semantically, like so that we understand. I mean that, and that's logic because it's like, hey,
We're not logically
logically, I
following
know what
them.
you're talking about because you see. Now you're gonna have to prove that statement, and that statement will become
Go back and
incredulous
listen
the
to the
further
last 5
down you
minutes.
go to say that. Oh, well, the last 5 minutes was me just
Go
filling
listen to the last.
space, bro.
Go listen to the last
Yeah, the
60
last five
seconds.
minutes was me just filling. I'm not saying anything in the last 5 minutes was logical. If you have
Hey,
a claim that it was illogical, come to
listen,
that
Fred.
prop.
Fred. Yeah,
Let's
that's
have an
fine. But
argument.
listen,
Let's have a discussion.
listen,
Let's have a logical
listen,
debate.
listen. We don't need to air out picking on the mentally impaired, all right?
That's fine. I was just trying to talk about the Foucault pendulum because I thought he hit on a beautiful point.
That was heavy, bro.
Well, perpetual motion and how it requires to be put into motion in order for a motion to even occur.
Well, I think if
And then it
there's a
needs something to keep it in motion.
perpetual force, you should be able to get a perpetual motion machine out of it. Like, if there's a perpetual force of gravity, where's our perpetual motion machine? Physically forcing humanity into the next space race proposition. Where's it at? We don't need solar energy. We can just use columns of air weighing on scales, right? Just perpetual energy. Like, the more, like, you can't even take air away from the scale because the scale would be pushed down on if there was such thing as this thing called gravity that was outdated and debunked in 1914. So I'm just wondering what the hell everybody's talking about fucking getting work done. And I'm like, yeah, I'm a huge proponent of doing work because work equals energy equals reality.
Right. Yeah. So you want to hear an interesting one from the globe side? And well, it's also, generally thought of this way in physics by the way they use their language, which is okay, take a magnet, take a piece of paper, stick the piece of paper on your fridge, and then put a magnet on it. And the magnet will stick it to the fridge, right? They describe that as no work being done. Even though you know that the magnet is sticking to the fridge. Like you imagine it like, well, if that magnet stopped working, it would just fall.
If there was no magnet, the magnet is physical. The magnet is physically there. If there is no magnetic force, there is no magnet. I know. I love when they do that. And I'm like, well, now you're saying that magnets aren't physical? Like, no, I said you think that non-physical concepts physically impede. Now you're talking to me about magnets? No, the magnet is actually physical. Is there a magnet at the center of the earth? Oh, dynamo effect. Dynamo effect. Show me that. Show me this perpetual battery, because that could probably change the world if we had this perpetual molten machine battery that worked on dynamo effect. I don't think we would be looking for nuclear fission or all that, or maybe nuclear fission is this dynamo effect battery or whatever. They're like, they don't got it. They don't got it. It's hilarious.
But you can't do it because you're way too tiny. You're very
You're too
tiny,
tiny. You're too tiny.
and
Earth will
you can't
bend.
replicate the energy of the Earth battery. The Earth battery, the Earth battery is a
Earth
special
biggie.
place.
You're
You cannot
smallie.
replicate that special place. That's only for the white. That's only for the white coats. Only the white coats can replicate that in their minds, and then you have to trust them. That's the only way around this.
It's funny when the white coats think that they're the white knights and they're like coming in here and be like, well, actually, there's such thing as gravity. Have you heard of it? Gravitas was what Newton referred to. Gravitas is what Newton referred to, and it simply means weight. So, what's your point? What is your point? What's your claim? Where's your claim?
So you've had enough, eh? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, that's just funny for me as to talk to you guys because you guys deal with this stuff all the time. So I got a lot of respect. It's like you tell me to sit down, I agree, but it's just fun. I just have some pertinent kind of questions. based on the last flat Earth debates that have happened. But then also, there's always constantly flat Earth debates happening in the depths of Discord. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's just somebody coming there to sort of silence you. Just simply because I was asking for definitions. This is what happened in modern day debate. I wanted to have some debates with. I was like, "Hey, you're talking to like some fake flat earthers to me. Why don't you just talk to a Mahalo like real person? Like, why are you picking like specific like sort of like sand people or something? That's weird to me." And they were like, "Actually, you're really weird." And then they blocked me,
Mahalo.
bro. And it's like,
Mahalo, bro. Hey, you know what? Hey, you know what? Hey, Black Goo. You know what? Maybe I could help you. If you try, I know you have a lot to say, and so do I. But you see how I pause there a little bit? So, like, pause every maybe minute or two, checking in with the audience, say, what say you guys? And then wait till they respond before you talk again.
Oh man, bro, Sonny,
Just saying.
I
thoughts
tried to
about how
sometimes.
you're interacting and pacing yourself are for the sober-minded.
Mhm.
True. Very true.
Well, I guess I'm doing pretty good. All right. Yeah, I got you. All right.
Sometimes it is beneficial to just let loose. Let the thought process come forth.
I think I think there is a time and a place for that, and for everything. See how I paused.
Yeah, the most appropriate place to let loose is over the toilet.
Yeah, I'm not talking anymore. Thank you for sorry.
Uh, well, no, it's not that you don't have to. You don't have to be silent, brah. Really, I like what you said, mahalo. I was like, brah, mahalo, brah. Just be chill, brah. Anyway, it's all right now.
Tranquilo way. Tranquilo way. Or just chill.
It's a chill
But no,
evening
I get
here.
it.
It's about sunset. Like there's a wind blowing from the east. Whoa, is that right?
It's like there's a lot of people, they have to look up for like social influencers and stuff. And it's like, you can just be your own person. You can just be a real person. You don't have to like try to emulate like something that you see that isn't real. You don't have to say like, oh yeah, this person that fondles balls for a living is somehow intelligent because somehow value is equated to fondling balls. Like you don't have to live like that. Like you can free your mind, and that's why like Akil, like the main question of the last flat Earth mainstream debate. It's not very mainstream, I know, but as most mainstream as it would be, is that just free your mind. Clarity of vision is the reason. I want this, and if you know Akil or who I'm talking about or whatever, let him know this. Clarity of vision. His everything he believes in, and he will dedicate his life to absurd things, and he actually already conceded all that. That is due to him, his premise being completely flawed. So I'm trying to say, oh, this is actually how you 10x. You could 10x, 10 times more, bro. So if you know Akil from the last debate that was on Modern Day Debate, let him know the answer to his grand question, why he even entered into the debate to begin with, was clarity of vision, and he could 10x his life. Tell him I said so. Into the break. Let him know. A keel, you don't have to keel over. You can be a grand preponderance of evidence that is the truth. You could be that. You could be that. Or do you choose to be that? Because I choose to just talk on Discord. That's what I love about this topic. It's not about the work. It's not about the work. None of it's about the work. But it's like, at the same time, it's like, how much are you working? It's fun. It's a fun thing.
It's so much fun to know that we can prove our stationary plane very easily, and then we can back it up
Yeah.
but by tearing apart intellectually their globe fairy tale. I find that
Yeah.
fascinating. I find that fascinating that we can see too far, and we can use perspective and angular resolution. Whether it's over water or over land. Over land it's easier because you have less things going on over land, and then we can just intellectually demolish that globe that never was, that globe fairy tale. That is the most unscientific thing that I can think of that I've ever run across in my life, is that spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space going at those incredible speeds in different directions. That is the biggest fairy tale, and it's held together by money and propaganda. That's it.
What's your point?
No, there's no coming back from that. That it's not real. That it's like people believe in a dissolved delusion and the simulacrum of this is where what something used to believe. Like somebody used to see a poster and that belief, like I believe in the image of that poster, but the image of that poster was composed, and now you believe in the image that is that poster, and now that poster becomes the poster child for your entire belief system, your foundation. And so it's that separation of that's the simulacrum. That's the I believe and believe and believe and believe and beliefs. And it's like so far past the premise of like here's just actually just a rock to take it's just a picture. And they're like, oh actually that's from space. This other thing, this religion, even though space is volume. And it's like, yeah, no, like when you look out to the horizon, that is space. Yeah, look out to the horizon. Look up. What? That's space. That's a lot of space. Let's fill it. Let's fill that space. What fills that space? Gas fills that space, huh? Gas fills that space. What fills space? Oh, you going out to discover lands fills that space. Interesting. So somebody's going to tell you, okay, we fill that space. Here's Mars. You saw it come up from the horizon. It comes from land. It is land. Thus, we're going to Mars. You're going to worship on Mars. You're going to plant potatoes and sustain yourself. You're a potato farmer now, but you're on Mars. You're progressing humanity. When it just progress humanity by saying like this is absurd notions. These are illogical notions. We need to empower ourselves now here, not for the future, because if we're not for now, so you need to improve life here now. And then if that does imply that there is a future, now we have a morality based on what? We have a morality based on a cohesive agreement of what is moral. Is that based on something that just was based on preference? Is it the preference? It's the preference, right? The preference of our government, huh? The preference of our government is to abstain from unlawful and ensure lawful, right? That's the premise, right? Isn't that I hope that that's the premise. I really do hope that would be the premise.
Now, I was watching this 15-minute video on YouTube today, and they had a cartoon, and they were talking about what would it be like to travel at light speed, 186,200 miles per second. And
Cool.
and they took the rocket, went off from Earth, and it went through the layers of atmosphere, and they showed the ignition, the back end of the rocket, and the rocket went through the ignition and went into outer space, and the back of the rocket didn't change at all, even though it lost all its air, lost all its proportion. Doesn't matter, it just keeps going, right? And then they get out there and they start explaining about time dilation, and that's and the time dilates, and you go into space curvature, and you could actually go faster, and that's why you could make travel 10 light years in just a matter of days or weeks. It's like, cool story, bro. And it's just like they made it like it's a real thing because it's a Star Trek episode. I mean, seriously, they even used the word warp, and it's just like the freaking. I mean, these Globers live in a Star Trek episode. It's the ultimate in escapism. It's the most stupid thing ever. It's imagination. It's dreaming, and it's pretending. That's all it is. That there is no science behind it at all.
Absolutely. Like that was a very cohesive argument. That was so good. And you notice how there's nobody like Gem Panda, they stay so far away from logic and reality, and it's like they're like you don't even know how to play video games. It's like you wish that I know how to play video because I would beat you in video games too. Like when you make like the point of all this stuff, like that's the main question. Like, whoa, what? Like, why does it matter? Why do you? It's for clarity of vision. When you can think that there's something more than this illogical faith-based like parameter of like chain link fence that's put around you, then now we're thinking about new things. That's why I'm saying that's why this is like a profound thing. He's saying like let's do a dynamo effect perpetual battery because that's apparently how the earth works, right? It's a perpetual, like you need to show me that exists in order for your claim to exist. But I'm like, yeah, let's go. Like, do that. Like, let's do, not solar energy, or let's do Cavendish energy. Cavendish, it's just start spinning. Like, everything should have some physical motion attributed to it that would be translatable. And we don't even need something spinning. Okay, here's how it goes really easy, because we should have the Cavendish perpetual motion machines. But let's have the Boyle's gas law perpetual motion machine of columns of air perpetually pressing down on physically pressing down, because we could get like you could have a whole field and then of sensitive pressure items, right? And then it would press down because you would have like 10,000 feet square of force physically pressing down. So I think I think instead of all these anti-flat earthers being really mad at anti-flat earthers being mad at flat earthers, I think they should just take my advice and start working on these projects that'll and just like, you better include me. I better get a couple mil out of this deal. You know what I'm saying? Or I'll just come back here and say I said it first.
If
Either way, I win.
Yeah. If any of you have 3 or 4 hours you want to waste some time, go over to YouTube and type in Sean, Sean, Sean Carroll, Carroll. Very articulate, very well dressed, very well liked person in the quantum field or physics field. And just listen to him. He usually talks for about an hour at a time. And just listen to him. And it's the most BS I've ever heard in my life. I actually wasted 3 hours of my life when I did it. And it's the most BS I've ever heard in my life, guys. And this is how people think.
No, I tell these people I'll listen for hours. So yeah, keep
Yeah,
going. I love it. It's philosophy. It's great.
I tell you what. I tell you what. People actually believe this garbage, and just go, Sean Carroll, Carroll, and just listen to him. He's 40, 45, and he's very articulate, very well dressed, well spoken, and they just fall for this stuff. These audiences just love this guy. Unbelievable.
Well, that's super interesting because we're talking about like people agreeing with the leaders. Now we're talking about an actual cult, and it's so interesting that this topic even brings up that because there's there's so many cults. There's so many like fragmented ideologies that people believe in, like wholeheartedly believe too. And we sort of wait for the certain ones, the Gloober cult. But it's like the yoga cultists and even flat earthers fall into this place and they get corrected and they get shown the right path. That's what's wonderful about this space that we reside, that we all exist in. We're not all one. We're all experiencing experiences. And if you say that an experience of yours doesn't comport with the reality of the experience of another, now we're talking about some fascinating things.
Here's the argument on Newton's third law of motion. They take the oxygen and the ignition, the fire with them, so that they don't have to worry about pushing off of anything or igniting because the fuel does it for them in the vacuum of outer space. The second argument is the inverse square law of light. Well, it's light that is it's not natural light. It's reflective light. Well, you can do the reflective light inverse square law of light here terrestrially, and it will prove the inverse square law of light. That's their second argument. The other argument is the second law of thermodynamics. Gravity would hold the high pressure from going into the low pressure or the no pressure, but gravity would keep it all down. Gravity at best.
Wait. Go to your do your third premise again without using imaginary words.
Yes,
Do
exactly.
it again. You were doing a good job. Just don't use the imaginary words.
Exactly. Fairy tale. I should always put fairy tale before and after things. And
No,
so,
don't even do that. You don't even need to even consider them.
yeah,
Go on.
I just find it fascinating that that they think that something can hold that down and not cause this whole thing to just rush out into the vacuum of
Hold what
outer
down?
space.
See, that's the whole premise.
Hold-
Like
it
the whole premise is
it
that
holds
they
pressure. It
think
holds
is
pressure and
something
air
is
down.
holding down.
No, that's what
And
fairy
it's like,
that's what fairy
rush it with water, flush it with mercury. Is it holding it down? What is the actual claim?
that fairy tale
I
gravity
think
holds.
that should be clear.
Well,
And premise number 3, what is the claim?
the claim is that fairy tale gravity keeps things from going out in the vacuum of outer space.
What does that mean? Out where? Where is out? Show me where out is.
Well, ask them. Don't ask
In
me.
reality, can
Don't
you
ask
like
me.
point?
Ask them. I tell
No,
you what,
you're taking the premise. Oh,
I
I'll
tell you,
do it. I'll do it. You want to take my you want to take my position? Because I will steel man that.
okay.
Dude, that's why Gloobers don't like me because they're like, oh, he's trolling because I steel man the globe. Like, I try to give them best case scenario. It's, oh my gosh. Oh my god. It's so terrible. You want to play a game like that? I'll still man the globe. I'm a glober. I'm full on glober.
What does
Star
that
Wars is
mean,
real.
though?
Star Wars is
What does
real.
that mean, though? What does that
Star
mean?
Wars is real.
What are you talking about?
Star Wars real. It happened.
Oh my goodness. You better specify what you're asking him about what he's talking about before this goes in a circle forever.
I think a
I'm trying
long
to
time ago in a
be
galaxy far,
nice.
far away, we're just seeing what already happened. Like, so I think like it's a perpetual cycle of time displacement, displaced over itself through a metaphysical concept that we call a geometry, but it's really just an interaction between different fragmentations of what we would call space, but space is like actually 14 billion different things or more, maybe more, probably more. I'm steel manning. I'm steel manning here. So I guess I would respond to myself as that is the most absurd, obnoxious, um, and then it would just get worse. Bad thing I've ever heard.
Oh man. Riveting.
Yeah, steel manning the globe doesn't work very well. You just sort of, what do you want me to write a script or something for Lord of the Rings?
No, you should write Lord of the Concentric Rings.
Then geometry could be real.
Only if it's sacred geometry.
Well, it could be, what if that sacred geometry was a lie against the
What?
real sacred geometry?
What?
Yeah, you gotta be steadfast.
Man, geometry is just geometry, man.
True. Do you think geometry enters into you when you go through the Narnia wardrobe?
Maybe.
Maybe geometry of this world will follow suit, or where is Narnia just a hyperbole of dream state? I don't know. We're just trying to understand what a dream means. Because I went to the edge in my dream.
Dude, how do we know you're not dreaming right now? And you're talking in your sleep.
And because somebody would prod me and make sure that I wasn't but you could conceptually think that you were in a vat, right? And that wouldn't be real. So no experiences would be real, but are you really experiencing? And that's sort of like the faith that you have to take in yourself. And I think if you don't take that faith in yourself that you are a real entity and you do exist and we're having a good time, having a good discussion, I think
Oh,
very
fair, but
bad things
I don't need
follow.
Yeah, I don't need to recognize that the physical things exist to recognize that I exist because I'm present with myself.
You would
I'm a
only be
first
able
order.
to recognize the physical things with your physical being.
What?
You
No,
would only be
you can
able to
only
recognize the
you can
physical with
listen.
the physical
Check this
being.
out. You can only recognize anything with your non-physical self. If you had nothing but a physical self, you'd have no non-physical self, so you wouldn't have a sentient mind.
Yeah, I guess that is
So
the argument, is that it's a machine.
all experience ultimately occurs in the non-physical realm.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only place experience occurs.
That's true. True.
Now you could argue it's informed by things in the physical world, right? But like when you cut yourself, like you don't experience the cut in an internal sense, right? You
Yeah,
experience a
precisely.
feeling. You experience that feeling inside your
Something
mind.
completely different.
Yeah.
The experience of the physical cut is much different than the physical preservation of feeling that emotion had happened, right? Because you're like, the wound is trying to heal. Wound is trying to heal. Still hurts, but it's you can do things to curb that pain, whereas the initial reaction to having been cut would be a reaction of it would be a complete reaction, right? Complete response mechanism. Or maybe in a different perspective, but that's why these things happen. These things being miraculous things. Let's talk about miracles. Because if you're going to talk about something, shouldn't you just talk about a positive claim instead of like hypotheticals? Like, I think like maybe when I ate a chicken finger in school and I had a milk in my hand, like it was all like falling down because maybe you tripped up and maybe you stopped tripping up, like because you got better as a person and you stopped tripping up, and it was like, oh yeah, it wasn't gravity, it was gravity, like people trying to grab you, trying to grab everybody, being grabby, trying to get their little piece of the pie. And so you can forgive people when you have this sort of clarity of vision. You can forgive people. You can have empathy for people. You can explain for them what they're trying to say. Like, hey, I'll steel man your globe argument. And I do it all the time. That's really the only way to get through to them. When I think that you're actually the globe defender, and then when you drop quantum mechanics on them, you should see the face. You should see the face. I can witness this. I look at it. I go to this little college over here. It's like some Hornet thing, and I'm like, yeah, quantum mechanics is physical, and the Bible is physical, and you're welcome. And pretty much the conversation just flows right after that.
Quantum mechanics is physical. Pudding is physical. Therefore, what?
Yum yum, enjoy.
Therefore, almond joys are better than Kit Kat. I don't know.
Yeah,
See, almond joy is like it's got the two kinds with the nuts and without the nuts, right? Because sometimes you feel like a nut and sometimes you don't. But Kit Kat, man, they're up in their game. They've got like, I don't know, man. They got to be getting close to like a couple dozen
So,
flavors now.
so if Kit Kat did a like sort of tinfoil hat edition where it was like enfolded in tinfoil, do you think that they would increase the volume of sales here in America, North America, with the sort of maybe at the movie theaters of the sort of people that would like to go see the movie Freedom sort of type of movie? Do you think that tinfoil would sell better or worse? I think it would sell worse. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not betting on it. I mean, the foundation may have been level. I don't know what else is specifically good about it. Trying to think logically here. If somebody is trying to talk right now, they're on currently on mute, or I'm on mute or something. I don't mean to be stepping on toes here. Just talking, just talking. Oh, really? Oh, you made some? Oh, thank you.
Oh, okay.
Hello, is anybody there? Was that a long enough time?
I am here.
Okay, I can be heard.
You
Yeah, I
can
was
hear
just
me?
chilling. I'm chilling with my family, so it's like I sort of take time out of spending with my family to like come spend time with us, here. And it's just good banter. I could argue it's very bad that I would come here because it's some sort of belief extraneous to what people perceive as you could attribute value to. money, right? Money is the whole thing. Money is what everybody's concerned about, you know. Like, why would he come here? I assure you, everybody here is well-to-do. Like, we got money. Everybody got money. Money is very easy. The methods of which obtaining money, you can also assuredly agree and think, was on the moral value. And so I think that is the good conversation. It's like, what makes you feel like you can even come and talk to us? What do you do for anybody?
Is this a direct question towards me right now?
Yeah.
I've been in this server.
You're invested in people. You're invested in making people better. That's what you do.
I mean, that's one of the many things I do. I'm pretty versatile.
It could be. No, I don't doubt it. It seems like you probably are.
I unlocked a couple
But I
minds out
think
in the
that's
real world today.
yeah. You taught them what was real.
I just got them to ask questions and to look at things differently. But like you said, everybody nowadays, everybody's focused on money. Everybody needs money, so they don't got time for that
No,
shit.
they're not. No, no. The whole point was they're not focused on money. They're focused on perceived value, and they equate that to money.
Not the average
But the
people.
perceived value is what they give the money to. So that's why you can. That's why it's like somebody could build a car from scratch, right? And then somebody could make a viral video, and they're worth the same. You know what I mean? Like, so the amount of work, there are a lot of variables in there. Works, a lot of work. But good point. Thank you. Yeah, well, anyways, it was really cool. I found that this thoroughfare was in my backyard, so I sort of looked for more evidence of this, and it was just sort of just like, oh, yeah, this was a sort of ravine area, and they built this thing. They built the um, railroad track right through the middle of it. So it's like everybody's following the dried up, canal. It's just natural road. As if roads were here before. And I moved into a place, and they have definitively. This is like an archaeological sort of observation here. There's a road time long ago, 100 years ago, and no Gloober has a sense of time. The sense of time for a Gloober is a billion years ago. That's why they're all like time phobia and all that. Sorry. I mean, can you believe this? Just flowing. You think, oh, like, no, that's actually the earth, like, touching you. No, like, I just, like, kick flipped off this and just, like, stomped the landing and had my arms back and just swagged out of it. And then you're trying to say, gravity? No, bro. Gravitas to you, Mr. Gravitas to you. Sit down, step back, take a look at yourself. I mean, it's just the fact that just defying gravity means nothing? I disagree. No, defying gravity means everything. The fact that you made a claim that something went down when I said, no, actually it went up, now we're just discussing what you're even talking about. So there's no claim even entered in the thing. We're just trying to ask you, like, what do you mean by down? That's all we're asking. That's all you're saying. There's something called down, but then you can see there's no such thing as called down. So, are you down, bro? Well, let's say everything must be down because everything is falling, and so that would be pretty interesting if somebody was skydiving and they tried to like eat like like a steak dinner, steak and potatoes. I want steak, potatoes, carrot. Let's make it like a good American meal. Steak and potatoes. You're skydiving. You're at 0G, and how does eating steak and potatoes work out for you? Yeah, I want somebody to let me know. I think let all the Red Bull like extreme sport is and all that. Know how do you eat a meal falling at 0G? Come on, you can just show it and demonstrate it. We can have somebody in the ISS do it, and then we can have somebody we can record somebody when they jump out of an airplane and they do it and they pull the parachute. Okay, we can compare. We're going to compare and contrast. We're going to compare and contrast. How do you eat a meal on the ISS versus eat a meal skydiving? I want to see that. Oh, yeah, it's shorter time. You have all day. You have all day, bro. You have all day. You don't have to eat that right now. We're gonna take all the time in the world. Or then somebody actually doing something. Of course, they gotta eat it real quick. Oh shit! I want to see if they can swallow it. I mean, probably it can because the muscles will pull it down. Gravitas not even needed. But that's the point. I just want them to debunk gravity and all that for nothing. Sort of thing. They don't get that their premise deceives them. Hilarious. Let's see it. Let's do it. Yeah, somebody skateboarded across America. I think we could get a somebody eating steak and eggs breakfast. Maybe just a sandwich. Yeah, just put it. I'll make it easy for you. Just put it burrito form. Eat that while you're falling. Do that. 0G. I just want to see it because they can't do it, and I know that they can do it, and I know they can do better, and they should do better, and I think this is one of those things that'll achieve the Steve-O crowd into the atmosphere. And they're gonna blast off into space on bologna sandwiches, 100 at least. Yeah, it'd be nice, if I wasn't deleted from modern day debate. They could have beat me in many different ways, but the way they chose to beat me was to block me and not give me my day. I want my day. You can give me my day, and then thank you, ma'am, I'm gone. You know, you blasted me away, or if I'm prolific, then I live on infinitely. Is that what they're like scared of people doing? That's why they let these strange people go into these things. I'm like, I don't even know which one's a flat earther. I don't even know what a flat earther is to begin with, other than it's an aspect that we measure Earth by. And then so some people have some premise that things are like not as our reality, and so of course I'm on the side of reality, of winning, you know, because ultimately winning or losing. I wish it wasn't that case. I really wish it wasn't that case, but is that the false dichotomy? Winning and losing? Because winning makes a loser a winner if they had the right behind the counter deals. So the winner became the loser because the behind the counter deals. So what even is a winner and a loser at that point? So this is just introducing confusion in what you judge. You what your meter is. What is a meter? I'm doing a measurement based on this person completely fake, worth so much, real or not. Well, you know, you judge. You tell me. Yeah, you don't have to be friendly to me or to anything like that. You know, I'm just really here. I want to ask some questions. I want atheists to answer. I want people to think that they believe in the globe to answer. I want people to think that they are flat earthers to answer. For the facts of reality, that the earth is meant to be flat. When you raise up, you're not looking down on a ball. When you raise up, just as if you're really low down, you have a perspective experience that happens. It's not it's not something for you to dissolve reality with based on presuppositional mathematics that deems your reality relative. What is happening is real. In your relative belief, it said that you would have been far gone from here. And yet still here. And yet you're still here. That's kind of big to sort of every atheist out there. Like, you're still here. Like, there was some sort of spiral of chemicals that interacted to make for your consciousness that was birthed from inside some other energy that was spiraled into consciousness, into physical reality. And they accepted you. Maybe not for long. Who could blame them? But now you are a concept manifest from thin air. Where's these vacuum chambers? manifest from thin air. Where we gotta build a we gotta build a basketball. We gotta build a golf ball. We gotta build a golf course. When you're just punting through life. You're winning. You're winning. If you're putting, if you even conceptually understanding, comprehending any of these things, this is the clarity of vision. You're not held down by thinking that there's columns of air weighing down on you. Like, there's no column of air weighing down on you. Oh, I'm so mad that actually what I did, and now I'm super bitter about like what I do. No, you're very free. You can do what you want to do. You can do good things as long as you're doing good things. Do whatever, but you will be stopped if you are an evil one. If you're the bad guy, they try to stop me, and I'm the good guy. Imagine that. Yeah. So where's the Cavendish perpetual motion machines? That's all I'm looking for. I'm trying to progress humanity. Trying to build these 1 minute cities to the moon and back. You know what I'm saying? Like, Why wouldn't we have that already? Like, if there's such thing as this, of like wormhole, like what is the big thing? And they did a soft disclosure. Like, there's such thing as UFOs, except for wasn't the AI technology that we just released to you like last month? Like, what a joke! What a complete and utter joke. Somebody was asking me, like, no, the 1960s pile of trash doesn't look like the time a 1960s pile of trash. I was like, literally, it's craft paper, curtain rods, and tinfoil, and it looks like garbage. It looks very bad. No, it looks beautiful. I'm like, no. And now we have to talk about the interpretations of art. Which are cool. I mean, brutalist architecture really puts you in your place, doesn't it? The sort of interpretation of that was Frank Lloyd Wright's um, Art Deco, which took the brutalist into an artistic sort of frame of reference, right? Akin to maybe Andy Warhol's interpretation. It's absolute garbage, right? I'm not saying these things are good, but these things shape what we perceive, or what people think they perceive. But I Andy Warhol's brutalist art is what I call it. It's brutalist because it's a framework based on imperialism. Very interesting. We can talk about it all day. I think he's the worst artist to ever exist, and I applaud him for being such. You want to think he ever existed? I don't know. We can talk about that shit too. What do you think? What do you do? Doobity doobity doo. It's so cool though. It's so cool, like finding like some cool people that are down to have a conversation like this 24/7. Really. So, boom, boom. Should be blowing your mind, but go check out Nathan Oakley, Quantum Racer, Wits It Gets It, Chocolate Sand, and Timbo Slice. He's the mod here. Ether Grass will run your shit right. And, of course, the purveyor of this medium here that we're communicating under, you know his name. Is somebody going to be giving me some backup? No one's going to say it for me? Yo! That's the homie of all homies. Good dude. Very good dude. So, this is a nice, free place. You can hate me. You can love me. Don't matter. Let's talk. Oh yeah, shout out Infinite Plane Society. That's my main. Tim Osman is the representative. So tell him.
Tim Osman, that troll? Are you kidding me? What the fuck is that?
No, Ozman, not Osman. Sorry, should be different. I said Infinite Plane Tim Osman. But yeah, no, I
Yeah,
just saw Tim
that guy's
Osman in the chat
the
last.
Freemason, the one from the Infinite Plane Society, the professional troll, right?
Yeah, but I just saw the Tim Osman with the OS at the debate, and he was just trying to antagonize Witsit, so that we're about to see a Witsit verse. But I kind of antagonized. I reminded
they're
him
two different ones. Hold on, because I'm losing no context. So,
go.
Tim Osman is OSMAN. He's the one that's with IPS, right?
Yeah, with the
Osman.
OZ. Because
Osman.
Oz,
Okay, then there's
the man behind the curtain, the Oz man, like Tito,
Osman. So that's
pulled the curtain
so
down.
does he have
Then
like a
there's
channel as well?
Osman. Then there's Osman, which is
And who is
the
that?
9/11, CIA asset, Tim Osman, which is the troll that has done things to, a lot of Discord channels by,
Yeah, and I
just
thought he was.
being
I thought he was
wrong,
the IPS.
just
I
being
thought that was the
petulant,
IPS
just
guy.
being absolutely petulant.
I thought you don't
No,
stop for
no,
just a
there's
second, do you? You don't fucking stop for
okay.
1 second, do you? So listen. So, so that's the troll, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. No,
But he's
I
the
mean,
same
I
in the
don't like
one.
that
He's
word
one in the same.
troll,
Hold
but
on,
the one
wait a
is
second.
another one.
He's the one in the same. Hold on, fuck! I can't
They're
get this thought
different,
up.
different,
Listen.
very
So
different,
what?
very
So,
different. Like
hold
Tim
on. Wait
Osman
a
is on
fucking
the
second.
cover of Flat Earth debate every
Just
day. Tim
all
Osman
right.
isn't. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Whatever.
There's one that's a flat earther. There's one that isn't a flat earther. And if you want to say what I'm a troll or whoever's a troll, now that's a whole different conversation. No, I didn't mean to step on you, but yeah, it's simple. Like here's one, here's another. They making you look towards that somebody flew across the globe, and there was no globe. Who's doing that? You know, that's here. I don't know. Those people are doing their own different things. So I don't want to disparage them for doing their different things like we do our different things. So that's where I always coming from with even, I guess, interjecting. So my bad. I didn't mean to step on your toes. Well, I think that's interesting that they wouldn't just flush the area out. You know, you clean it and let's go from there. So that's sort of we're working with and against that at the same time. I mean, isn't that just cool? You ride away and it's got that clap, 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 and you just get your shoulders back, wind in your hair, and you're just feeling it, you're just being it, living it. Isn't that worth something? It's worth nothing. Unless you attribute value to it, I guess. Shout out validation, boy. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool that on every day of modern day debate, Dell has been on modern day debate since the beginning, like for 6 years. Been no contention, and then all of a sudden we're having these questions of what is pressure, which is interesting because we have a comedian who prides himself on not telling the same joke twice. Coming and telling us that then he's made a joke a second time, and we're supposed to take him seriously. It's strange. It's a very oddity sort of thing. But you must be ready to enter the conversation. So I want to encourage everybody. You're good. You should do good for people. You should help people. You shouldn't. This shouldn't be an egotistical thing. You should actively try to help people. No, and that's what I encourage. And have a good personal relationship with yourself. And your family members and friends and whatnot that encompass that. Like you should do that. Above all else, they might be like, "Oh, you're crazy," but it's like, no, I refuse to let you go, my friend. You know what I mean? Like no one's gonna let you go. You have to encompass that empathy. You have to say, no, I'm gonna keep helping you out, keep teaching you. Sometimes you have to separate yourself from a bad situation, but sometimes there's a time when you can let somebody know some information, and you should always work to do that. And I choose to do it in this way because this is what I was taught, and what got me on was being in a logical framework and talking about science. And that's what ridded me of so many parasites. So many parasites. And that's a whole other conversation. But we're having a good life and we're ridding ourselves of things that are wrong. I don't know if you ever took a mask on to your face before or not, but I would say never. Be true to yourself. Be true to yourself. Absolutely. It's a sort of a beautiful place that you come to when you have clarity of mind and vision and spirituality, right? If you're confused about the spirituality aspect of it, then that whole statement confused you completely. So that's not peace. Ask me. Simply ask me. Very easy. I want to help these people that think that delusion is real. That's not gonna progress anything in life, in your life. And we're trying to progress humanity, right? Like if everybody had a perpetual motion device based on Coriolis effect, would have the Cavendish perpetual motion device like battery in our pocket instead of like the phone, and then we would have much bigger device. We'd have bigger devices. You know, it'd be much more than what we have now. And I think, yeah, our limited technology now after the Industrial Revolution, it's just all illogical. It's complete bullshit, and it's debunked definitively. It's every narrative is abjectly and absurd. That's what we're left with. Yeah, yeah. Tell me about Indiana Jones. Yeah, yeah. That'll help, right? I'll fix it. Huh? The little gap right there, Tartaria gap. The Tartaria gap. So the frame of reference is based on what and what and what and what. And it just breaks down. The more you question, the more everything just breaks down into nothing. Absolutely nothing. I think that's silly. And yeah, I guess that's why the simulationist would say that, oh, it's a simulation of like what we don't get. And I'm like, no, that's pretty easy explanation. And I refute your premise. So we don't live in a reality where you can just reinterpret another reality. That's the premise that I'm rejecting. So is this a cult or something where I just accept like natural laws, like oh wow, like yeah, it poured the water out on the table. That was Pascal's law of water seeking its own level. That's pressure. That's science. Pascal's principle, Boyle's law. Books. I popped the balloon. We couldn't weigh the balloon because it popped. Oh, but we'll cherry pick a certain circumstance where the balloon didn't pop, and we'll calculate a weight, and then we'll call it a measurement. Huh? Oh well. Like I didn't see that one coming from a mile away. And it's really curious. What is the claim? So, somebody really big and fat will make a big splash in the pool. But then also, someone really big and fat, he'll float up and he'll make a big splash in the pool. Which one takes precedence, the up or the down? And this is the question I've been waiting for. Is the belly go up come before the belly go down, or the belly go down come before the belly go up? And what is the observed natural phenomenon? And the belly go up down is the observed natural phenomenon, of course. Yeah, I mean, most of these arguments are so simple. It's like, oh, hey, if I drop a little pebble of food from my hamster, it goes down. I'm like, well, actually, my hamster mechanism actually drops it from the bottom of their water bowl and it floats up. What's your claim? What is your claim again? Something go down, I have something go up. Same thing, go up. So they have no argument. They don't even have a claim. Hydroponic gas cycles. Lots of forces make water evaporate from water source, then falls down. Where is the globe in that? I want to know. I want to know where flat Earth is in that too. You know what I'm saying? There's no even point in sorting it out for yourself. It's just have the faith, right? Like, well, you would have the faith to be like, dude, these bootlickers, dude, just come on, come off the boot, dude. Like, I'm not even gonna have a logical relationship or logical argument with you. Just come off the boot. Come on. You know what I mean? I don't know how I can fix it for him. I think that was my best endeavor yet. Dude, I mean, how much more does J Adams flow worth more than your flow? You try to be a little J Adams in your shit, huh? You can just incorporate a little, dude. Unless you got a good story to tell me. Why not? Hello, is anybody there? Is anybody home? Or is there some other flat earth forum? Like, a lot of people like to be in the theology forum too, which is cool. I love theology and actual history written behind it. But being in this flat earth forum, I think it's really nice if anybody that was here had something that they want to tell me about their relativism, why they believe that something in application in reality isn't what it is in application in reality. Like, I'm open to hear, their causes and things. Okay, so a paint bucket being dropped, the paint at the bottom sort of encompasses the top.
Is there any way you can improve your mic quality?
Is it super bad? I was just talking about the paint at the bottom and the top of the paint can and what causes the drip. Do I really need to change my microphone for that discussion?
I don't really understand the question.
Do I need to change my microphone to do the drips work better from like compressed canister or from a less compressed canister. Simple. Obviously, the compressed one works more, right? If you put more work into it, the outcome will be more work. Very simple.
What's the relevance of this? I don't understand. I came a little late to this, so I don't know if you said something before.
Yeah, no, I've just been dialoguing, waiting for people to have a conversation. Like, no, yeah, like, talk to me about, like, normie world view. You know what I mean? Like, prove to me that normie worldview even exists, even in some sort of framework or conception. Prove that to me.
What do you mean by normie world? Like,
I have no idea.
oh,
That's for you to figure out, for you to answer for me.
I would say the world has changed. I would say the
Mm,
norm, the norm is
wow.
probably the internet world. I think that would be the norm.
Oh, well, what's the internet world?
Well, I mean, everything you do on the internet, everything that we used to do. It used to be like if you wanted to have a conversation with people, you'd have to go to places, you'd have to go to clubs, you know.
Hmm.
I remember growing
Well,
up, we
I
had.
mean, we
I remember growing up
sort
when we
of
wanted to
do
play
those things
games
though.
together, right? When I was a kid growing up, when you wanted to play games together, you had to go to somebody's house, right? Or you had to go to like the public gaming
Go to
gaming club,
the arcade, right? Yeah.
or the arcade. Yeah, exactly. You had to physically be around people. But now we live in this world where it's the we don't have to physically be around each other anymore to have the same type of
Well, I
well,
mean, you put quarters into a machine, right? You put quarters into a machine. And so it's only actually got more personal, and they're taking more money from you because you going on and playing your little coin slot machines is only bringing them more money than it is less money. Just because you have the freedom of choice of like, oh no, I want this specific coin slot over another specific coin slot doesn't change the fact that it's a coin slot. We're talking about real expenditures of energy, your existence, your energy existence. What you came through the canal, and your soul was stamped for your soul, and like, so what are you worth? And so predominantly you're worth like a few billion. You know what I mean? Like everywhere, but monetarily, much less than that, right? But the consistent purveyance of this ideology is that you will be adhering to that you owe your life to the globe because you were weighed 9 pounds 8 ounces when you came out. So that's how much you owe in gold, bitch. Get to work. Get to work. Get to work. Get behind that. You better run that cash register really good. You better run that cash register really good. Oh, what do you know? You know some really cool technical stuff, and you have to see horrific things. Oh yeah, you better run that cash register good right after you
that's
do
kind of like
these
a new phenomenon, though. I
things.
mean, it used to be like
Mhm.
everyone had their
Mhm.
families. You would have like a farm, or you'd have some sort of business, and your whole family would run that business. And this whole thing about working for the government and all this is all relatively new within the last
Oh,
100 years.
no, I mean, and by government, that would be any authoritarian figure that tells you that you need to be doing and falling in line with what you need to be doing. So, no, that would be infinite timelines. It's always going to work out that way. There's gonna be somebody that thinks they're the special boy, that thinks that you need to validate them being the special boy. That's what's gonna happen. Always happen. Somebody thinks they're the special boy. That's it. I mean, it's so simple. Like there's odd things that happen in reality, and they happen. You say that
We're all
nothing.
we're all special, we're all individual. Like there's nobody else like
Oh yeah.
you. Nobody else looks like you. Nobody else sounds like you. Nobody else. Um, yeah, like you're basically a unique individual.
Oh, thank you for saying so.
Oh, I mean, we all are. Not just you. I'm just saying you are unique. I'm unique. Everyone else in the world is unique. I mean, even twins
Hmm.
are unique.
Interesting conjecture. Do you have any evidence?
The Globers want you to think that you're just a speck of dust in the world
Do
and
you
you're not
have any
unique.
evidence? I'm just kidding.
Have any evidence?
I
Okay.
was like, no, that's what's so hilarious. Like, hey, Gloopers, you're not even welcome to the table. It's like I'm trying to talk about like how to progress humanity with a perpetual motion machines based on Glooberisms. Like, oh, that's so much wasted potential that I see in myself. I see in every single human being that exhibits reality that much wasted potential. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. I mean, not everyone is destined to. You know, that's why you
Be
have.
intelligent.
That's why you have homeless people. You
Mhm.
know, that's why you have.
No,
That's why you have
that's
people
not
who are
quite right.
rich, and then you have people who are poor. I mean, a lot of it
That's not
is.
quite right. It's not elitist. It's not elitist in that way at all.
Well, it's not.
There's
That's not. I'm
a
just saying, like,
simple
not everyone's gonna have the same
derivation of
outcome in
thought.
life because not everyone is gonna put forth the same amount of energy as somebody else, or there is some luck involved sometimes when you're born. You know, if somebody
Yeah,
is six,
everything is work, isn't it?
if
Everything
somebody
is
is
work.
born 6'8", right? Like if you're born 6'8", you have a chance, and you're good at basketball. You can play sports, right? You can.
Wow. And if you're born 6'8" and you are 6'8",
Well, if you
and
grow
you
up to
are
be six
playing
eight,
on the Chicago Bulls, like wow, that's a lot of cool geometry, gematria.
oh, you know what I meant. You know what I meant. You know.
That sounds wild, dude. No, I love that. I mean, because there's something behind the spelling words that we have. Like we learn to spell, like we speak in words, and some people can do things with their words.
Well, yeah, words that we created, right? So the words itself don't have any
And
meanings.
see,
The me-
I'm limited by meanings. No, it's the opposite of what you said. No, I'm limited by meaning. But somebody can just come up with like, oh, conceptually, here's something fantastical. They're limited by not having meanings. You get what like their meanings of what reality is something here, low pressure. Here's now like a garden is upside down, right? We're we're thinking outside the box, right?
What's your point?
And my point is that concepts aren't real. We can do all kinds of really cool artistic things.
Okay,
And so it's like
what's
that's the whole point. Is they're artistic, they're not real. So we don't live like on the side of a thermodynamics water ball in a defiance of space, gas filling space. So I think a lot of people don't know what space is. They don't know what gravity is. A lot of people just don't know a lot of things.
Oh yeah,
And I
you believe
intend
you believe
to.
in gravity?
Yeah. I believe in gravitas. The gravitas of me being here and you asking me, I believe in that. And I'm here
That's not what I asked
to
you.
answer you. No, it is actually.
I
You
asked
don't know what you asked
do
me.
you
If
do you
you
believe
knew
in
what you
gravity?
believed, you wouldn't believe in it.
Dude, what are you even talking about, man? You like on
Well,
some fucking
if you knew what you believed in,
what
you wouldn't
substance are
believe
you
in it.
on, dude?
The substance now I'm on is like we're just having a conversation. Like I don't know why you would have to digress like that.
I'm just
It's
asking
kind
you
of
a
rude.
question and you're like
Everybody is
playing, you're like
drinking
snaking
a
around
shot of
with
alcohol
words.
in their life. Everybody is drinking alcohol in their life. That's just like, it's kind of sad. You have to be like, oh, like
No, I don't
clearly
drink
this guy
alcohol.
has had alcohol. Like, you've never had alcohol in your life. Okay, now this guy is
That's
lying,
not what
saying
I
he's
said. I
never had
said I'm
alcohol.
not drinking alcohol.
Oh, okay, what are you saying then? What are you saying?
I haven't even drank alcohol in years.
What are you saying? What are you saying?
I don't know. What are you
Do
saying?
something.
You're the drunk guy. I
I'm
don't know.
saying, no, I'm saying that what you perceive as reality is a misinterpreted distortion of reality based on fragmented ideas that you have from an imploded logic that you find within a construct that's in your represented artificial intelligence. Not that difficult. You just fall within, and you have to adhere, you have to coddle the teat. It's okay. It's okay. I think that you are worth it. You need to be here so that you can know what is real and what isn't real. You need to be here right now. Just so you know. Yeah, I mean, I could talk to you about the whole centrifuge of having endorsements from McDonald's, or how they're putting subliminal messaging in the advertisement. Like that's like literally what we're left at. Like they're like, and like, yeah, there's been subliminal messaging in advertisement since forever. Since even before you think the subliminal messaging that you think that they went to the moon on in the 60s even happened. And yeah, so it's a metaphorical nuke bomb on the whole premise of their entire ideology. There's nothing of validity in reality that's even present in having a normie sort of like, I believe what the history teachers in my minuscule minor piece of shit school even professed, and I was so worried about it and make sure I got all A's. What a joke. What a joke. Go hide underneath your underneath the desk, kiddies. Hide underneath the desk, because we're gonna tell you some fake science. We're gonna do just steam energy again. Anyways, anybody want to talk about going to the Titanic, the pressure of the Titanic? Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the engineering to go to the Titanic.
You actually think that thing is real? What happened?
Mm-mm. No, because Stockton Rush was the son of the president of Bohemian Grove, and Stockton Rush was the um, comedian for the Bohemian Grove that prided himself on never telling the same joke twice. And so for it to be the same joke twice is too good. Stockton Rush. Oh, classic dude, just classic dude, bro. You don't even know where we're at. And then
I just saw a Mark Dice video the other day talking about Bohemian Grove. It's pretty funny.
yeah, that thing's funny, huh? Yeah, but yeah, the Stockton Rush thing is funny because what I said was real. But yeah, you could go watch something obscure from $1 billion thing that like will direct your attention towards her. So now that you said that your $1 billion interest interacted with the same thing that I said, I feel dirty, dude. I feel dirty inside. Like, no, I'm sorry. Like, obviously, there's something wrong with whatever the fuck he said because that shit's obviously a lie. There's some corporate interest behind it. So thank you for letting me know. You know, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. Just correct me. Yeah, you guys correct me, dude. I appreciate it.
I'm surprised tonight there's so few people on.
Yeah, I am too. Like, I had to go monologue. I'm not trying to monologue, you know. I'm just filling space, and I think Ethergrass and dude and my bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I was riding bike and I was listening to you talking earlier, and then I went to make food. Then I came back like probably like 2 hours later, and you're still in here talking.
I mean, you feel me though, right? It's like let's get philosophical
You
with
gotta
these
get it. You gotta let it out,
voices,
right?
you know.
You gotta let it out.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions I have
We can talk
for the
about
groovers, for
conspiracies
the
if you want.
flatter, for everything.
What do you think about all this alien stuff they're talking about right now? You
Well,
believe
that's
that?
what I said. No, I think that is a soft disclosure for this is why, like, we've rapidly increased in technology in the last 50 years, though we had like 2,000 years of not doing shit, and then like in the last 50 years, like, boop, 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 like we're doing crazy shit. Like, it's really a rapid pace, and
You
I
really
think
think
it's
our
so
technology? You
obvious.
think our technology today is better than what it used to be?
No, I think some things are good what there used to be. No, but you get what I'm saying. Like, I'm talking about like how there's a rapid pace to the technology that was supposed to have happened. Like, we're going to the moon in 60 years. Like, we were just getting off the horse and buggy for 2,000 years, chariot races, people eating people, and then we're civilized, and then now we're going to the moon in the 1960s, bro.
That's what they told us, right?
Dude,
That's
I
what they.
think this is all soft. This is all disclosure, so they can just relinquish how fake the moon landing footage actually is. They'll just be like, yeah, it's obviously fake because aliens. The HD info, like, yeah, the reason what's
Lately,
his name.
I've been actually questioning our history, so I don't know, man.
Oh, there's no such thing as the Santa Claus. Like, Santa Claus is fake, the Easter Bunny is fake, right? And
What are
then
you talking about, dude?
there's no such thing as Abraham Lincoln or what's the other guy? Benjamin Franklin, or what's that other one? He's the king. He's the king gay. Um. Anyways,
You mean George
you can.
Washington?
Yeah, you can. Anyway, and none of
I
that
don't know.
matters, right? It's like, okay, like,
Supposedly the first president. I don't know.
let's figure out where they're at. Yeah, let's figure out where they're at and like the proof of it all.
No, I'm
Then
just
I
saying.
just falls to the sway side because what an absurd even notion to even think that they exist.
The thing is,
When
we
you
have
live in a
structures that we
reality where
can't
everything
replicate.
is a
You know,
lie.
so that's pretty. That's a pretty telling.
I mean, what is truthful? Like that I get in my car and I drive, like, and I
Are you
follow.
really getting in your car
You know,
though
what
and
is
driving?
truthful? Yeah, I'm just cruising, dude.
No, but are you really in your car though? That's the thing. Are you really in
Yeah,
your car?
absolutely. Where else would I be?
I don't know. You tell me.
I would be in the car. No, if I wasn't in the car, then I would not be in the car. So obviously, category errors, fallacies, if statements of being untrue were not true. We would have evidence. You could measure it. I wasn't in the car. Measure it.
Mm.
You can always measure what's real. What you can't measure, what isn't real. So if you say that I was in the car and that car went and I was abducted by aliens, well, if you were abducted and they took you off into another country, that would all be registered too, and there would be a register of the wipe. But if you're just like delusional on some things, that won't register as being on the navigational device, right? With the metal. So are you saying that there is people that were abducted by extraterrestrials? Is that what your premise is for your theology?
What do you
Or
think?
for
You think
anything you
you think
believe
they got abducted? You think people have been abducted by aliens?
in? No, oh, I think they've been abducted. I don't think they've been abducted by aliens. Very sad thing. Very, very sad thing. Definitely people have been abducted.
I
That's the
agree.
saddest of things. This is why we even exist. Disgust. People can just be like, oh yeah, flippantly, like, it is what it is. Oh yeah, I guess they're gonna go learn something. Yeah, it's like people will.
So when do you think they're going to reset this whole science project, huh?
Well, the reset has already happened, hasn't it?
When are they going to
Who is
reset
ready
it
to make some
again?
science?
When are they gonna reset
What
it? They
the
already
fuck?
reset it. Yeah, play that again. That was good. I'm working with
Who is
that.
ready to make some science?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Let's look through your zygote through the aperture. See how far it goes.
Yeah. Everything's all about science, 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 and if you don't
I
trust the
had to mute that
science,
because that was way too loud.
Hey, Ethergrass, did you ever remember when before I got like deleted that last time? Did you said you were working on a cool meme page for me, like a meme spread, like a poster for me or whatever. For like 24/7 because it's like a lot of voices.
oh right, I should do something like that. I think I was working on
Remember, it
something,
was
but I
like
have so many files that get lost. The way that I work on files, like the way, like I just end up, it's completely disorganized. Once I'm done using something, it gets stored away because I've already posted it.
Yeah,
So
that's why I bring it up because
yeah,
like I got deleted because like I was just being mean to the British people or whatever, and I was just joking or whatever because I was making a joke about imperialism or whatever. It was just a bad joke or whatever. But and then I got deleted, and then but before I did that, we were working on like a meme, like a new meme sort of
yeah,
picture from me, but whatever. I want to do like a
like a wave
podcast.
with
I want to do a podcast that's like really chill. That's more, yeah, and yeah, keep in touch.
Oh yeah, what kind of podcast do you want to do?
A podcast on objective reality. And I think that would
Better
delve
than a
like really.
podcast on subjective reality.
Yeah, precisely, and that would be our whole premise is then we would bring up subjectivism into the whole thing, and it would be it would end up being very political, and it's like that's sort of like
Like the importance of critical
everybody's
thinking and stuff.
saying that they're like, oh God, I don't want it to be political, and I'm just like, fuck it. But no, yeah, I'm not doing shit. I'm just here talking, you know. Would probably be best served if there was some point to any of what I was saying, but you know, the point served is the point taken. So, thank you very much, ma'am. But
I think
I'll
there
tell
needs to be
you,
a lot more shows. They're all kinds. It takes all kinds. Different perspectives, different shows. All these
yeah,
channels matter.
there should be more shows like even just on this channel, like you know, because tomorrow I'm psyched because I love hypothetical Sunday or whatever. Like, what is it called on Sunday?
Speculation.
Speculation Sunday. I love that shit. Like Speculation Sunday is the greatest shit of all time on this. But yeah, it should have like just more episodes of like people like more like here structure like here we're doing this thing just so people because all kinds of different realms of ideas are like watching the same thing. And so, but it would be nice, like, oh, okay, on this specific day, like here's a nice thing that we can come to and dissolve, dissolve. Come here and dissolve, or resolve, or evolve, or
You think
whatever the case may be.
you think they're gonna put you think they're gonna put Trump in prison? What's your prediction with that?
I
What
don't
do you
do
think?
politics. No,
You
I'm.
just said you did.
Yeah, no, no, thank you.
Hmm.
Future proves past. That's all I can tell you.
I mean, I hope they don't, but I don't know.
Future proves
We
past.
can only speculate, right?
I hope. Yeah, could be cool. Could be really uncool. You know what I mean? We'll only know at the end, right? It could be really cool, right? It could be really uncool. Uncool, your good uncle or your bad uncle.
Explain how could it be cool?
Okay, it'd be cool. Okay, that your whole premise that regulation of the market sustains the market, and the market excels exponentially, and we live in utopia.
That's never gonna happen.
Okay, well, you conceded your worst case. Yeah, you conceded. And the best case scenario is the same thing, except that it works out better. So I don't know what is even your question, bro.
Man,
It'd be better if we didn't go to politics. Let's just go to science. Let's just talk about science. Okay. You think that non-physical concepts can impede physical reality. And I think that that's an absurd objectification of the majesty that we call creation, which is God's gift.
I think you're putting words in my
What say
mouth,
you?
dude.
What say you? No, what say you?
I haven't said
What
anything
did you
about
just start with science? You just said something. You just said let's talk about science, and you started talking about something that's not science.
Ooh.
Bro, this guy's all over the
Incorrect.
place.
Incorrect.
I don't think he even knows where he is right now.
I'm here on
Are you
plain
sure?
Earth. I'm here on plain Earth. I am absolutely sure of that. Orion, no, everything was
On planet
what was
Earth?
the correction? What was the president? What was the wrong thing that I said? Please present that to me because I do not. Because President Orion, I accept your reign. Where was I wrong?
You didn't describe a cause and effect relationship. You described something else. I don't know what it was. It seemed like a word salad of a sort to me, but it didn't sound like a cause and effect.
I didn't need to. I didn't need to. Thank you. Hey, see, President Orion respects my choice, sir. What is your conjecture that I am wrong?
You threw out the word science and then you described something that had nothing to do with science.
Yeah, you like jumped into
Mm.
like religion.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
It
That's
was like this. It
badass.
was like this 2 hours ago, and then I came back, and I'm like, "Oh man, this guy's still here."
Dude, that's badass, bro.
Right? It's
That's
like, dude,
badass, bro.
what are you
Present
on,
an
dude? You got a
argument.
lot of energy. Jesus.
No, just present an argument. It's like, okay, like I said some things about some fairy tales that you heard and like you're upset or like what is the deal with you, bro? Like are you okay? Did
No,
you
the
bump your
problem
head?
is that I bring something up, and then you like you like change the subject, and then you're word
No.
salad all over the place.
No, I'm here.
I,
I'm
I
just
can't keep
wondering
up.
what's your point.
I can't
Like
keep
we
up
got a
because there
lot of
is
good
nothing.
stories.
You're not really saying
Stories
anything.
are good.
You're saying a lot of
Stories are
nothing,
good.
basically.
I mean, a lot you say that based on the conjecture that you think that I'm going to say something that proves that the Earth is a globe or flat
No.
or like no, maybe we just kind of exist in a reality, and you don't
Black
have to
Crew.
question it. Are you going on the side of sideways? Is reality not real? Maybe that should be the premise of your sci-fi thing that you're looking at. I don't know. Guys, question me.
Why wouldn't reality not be real?
Reality is real. What are you talking about? No, reality is real.
You see what he
Hello,
just did there?
accept
Do you see what
reality.
he just did there? He
Accept
said it.
reality.
He said it as if
Yes, I
I
did
said
it right
that
here. Accept
reality wasn't real when
reality.
he's the one that said that reality wasn't real. Like, what the fuck?
I never said that. No, I never said that. No, don't get confused. Don't confuse yourself. Reality is very real, and you should probably use that as a modus tollum of your life.
You know
Like
what? You're
real
right,
things
dude.
are
I've
real.
always thought that reality wasn't real. Thanks, man. You really enlightened me.
You think the Earth
I'm
is a globe,
enlightened.
right? You think the Earth is a globe, and then
Oh
you're
yeah.
telling me this.
Every time I go to sleep, I dream about the Earth being
Wow.
a globe, right?
He's
Because
conceding right now that he believes
yeah.
the Earth is a globe based on his faith-based beliefs. He has nothing to encompass them with. He's just
I mean,
absurd with it.
Neil deGrasse
I don't know why
Tyson
you're
told
being
me.
so aggressive, bro. Hey, don't be aggressive. I mean, the blurf is so
No,
absurd and
I want to
retarded.
be
I
super
get
aggressive.
why you would be upset by believing in it, and I want to know why do you believe in something so retarded?
I
Why are
think
you
we should
such
move this to
why are
another
you such a
channel.
retard?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. I was.
You believe no, he believes that blurf is real. He believes there's such a thing as a globe and people are going and
If I didn't do it, Huey would have come in here and done it like tomorrow or in a few minutes or something.
Yeah, I shouldn't have entertained that, but okay, not bad.
Keep in mind, I got nothing wrong with really necessarily with the guy like speaking his mind. It's just that this isn't the channel reserved for that. There's other channels below reserved for that when you're speaking your mind in that kind of a way.
Yeah, I know. I mean, like I said, he's been doing this for like the last 2 hours or more. Because I came back and he was still doing it. So I think he had enough time.
See, another funny thing about that is that I think it's funny how I'm pretty sure it says somewhere in the rules that you're not supposed to be past a certain level of drunk. You're not supposed to be really drunk, on this channel. But I just always thought it was funny that it's really not that you can't drink. It just all depends on how you can handle your drink. It depends on whether or not you can drink while you're on the channel or not.
Yeah, you can handle your liquor for sure. Yeah, I remember back when maybe like 10 years ago, like when it came to aliens, everyone was like, "You're crazy, you're a huge conspiracy theorist if you believe in aliens, this and that." And then now I feel like they're actually trying to like make people believe that there are aliens. I don't know. It's like a huge like. For some reason, they changed their narrative. They did a 360.
Well, like over
Oh,
the
180. Oh, 180. I mean,
over the last 2 or maybe 3 years or so, that I've been just like walking around my hometown telling people the Earth is flat. I've noticed that there's quite a few people that have like very enthusiastically told me, "Oh, but there are aliens." But no, 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 no. The Earth can't be flat because there are aliens, and the aliens must be from the vacuum of space, and the vacuum of space must be real because there are aliens, and the Earth can't be flat because there's space and there's aliens. Like I've had people just say that shit to me, just chant, like just recite that shit to me, and like just say it to me, and like I don't know, they just they're cultists,
oh
basically. I
my
mean,
god.
they're not really interested in the truth. They're just interested in a story that they like. They want to believe it.
Yeah, the other day I was at my sister's house and I was talking to my brother-in-law and I told him, "Hey man, what do you think about the Earth being flat?" And he's like, "No, that's crazy, dude. Don't you know? Didn't you hear the whole? They're talking about aliens now." And it's funny that you said that because my brother-in-law brought that up. I was like, "Holy shit!" And you're right. This might be a whole like another layer on top of lies to confuse people for sure. But I don't get why they would. I don't know. I guess they're really desperate then. If they have to make you believe in aliens now.
I'm not entirely sure. Like I wasn't actually saying. Keep in mind, I didn't actually just say that I was thinking anybody was pushing anything. I'm not saying that nobody is. I'm just saying that I've observed what people have said to me when I tell them the Earth is flat. You know. when they say that to me.
Oh yeah, I know. I mean, I just said what I think it is.
I think it's worth pointing out that, like, it's just such an ingrained part of the culture. People are just so, I hate to say it, but cow-like and cult-oriented. They have cult-oriented minds, I guess you could say.
They're
And there's so
sheeps.
many, yeah, you could call them sheep. I guess I just don't like saying that because maybe it's just not specific enough for me. But they're cultists. Most people are by heart natural born cultists, cult members of one sort or another, of often multiple sorts. They're part of multiple cults. And I'm just saying, like, what I'm saying is, I don't think any powers that be at the top, so to speak, I don't think they really need to push so hard these things in order for a lot of silly, stupid people to follow them, because people are just that silly and stupid. That's my point.
Well, I mean, for as long as we know, we're tribalistic. So I mean, it makes sense that people would try to stick together and not you know believe in the same believe in the same thing and not get ostracized from the community. And so if people start saying that aliens are real, you know, some guy who 2 weeks ago said no way aliens are not real, well now they're real, so now he has to believe they're real. So then he'll believe they're real.
Well, think about, wait, well, hold on. Think about what a crazy thing that is to say. Is you're claiming a negative. Like, I live here in the Pacific Northwest. All right, I've never seen Bigfoot. All right, I've never seen a freaking Bigfoot creature. I was born here. I've lived here my entire life. All right,
Okay.
I've known of people who have told me they've seen these things, but I've never seen one myself, and I don't believe that they exist. All right, but I'm not going to claim that Bigfoot doesn't exist. you know but however, it's different, that kind of a thing, as in regards to the vacuum of space. Like, okay, so it's like the aliens or whatever. Well, the story is that they come from the vacuum of space, but the thing is, we know, we don't need to claim that the vacuum of space doesn't exist. We know that the vacuum of space doesn't exist, because in order to have the gas pressure that we breathe right here, we know it requires a container and a fixed volume. All right, so that's the first thing. But now, as far as the whole, like, something walking bipedally out there that talks and stands upright like a person or whatever, and has like some different shape or whatever, like, that's just a whole other. Anyway, I don't believe in that. That's the point. As far as we know, we have no evidence of that, and these people are just blindly believing in that, just like how they're blindly believing in the vacuum of space. And it just all boils down to basically that.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Bigfoot is, even though you don't believe in Bigfoot, it is a possibility. But aliens that come from space is not, because space is not real. Now, just because space doesn't exist, okay, speculation. It is 12:30 Sunday. Just because space doesn't exist doesn't mean that people coming from outer space don't exist, because there could be an outer space.
Well, hold on. If you're gonna like speculate like this, you got to make sure to use the most specific and clear of terms.
Okay.
What we're talking about, the claim is the vacuum of space. That's the claim. 10 to the negative 17 torr, a certain distance, I don't remember exactly what, a few thousand miles or so, or whatever, beyond the moon. 10 to the negative 17 torr. They claim on the surface of the moon it's 10 to the negative 11 torr, and closer to the Earth, maybe slightly less of a vacuum, but still an intense vacuum. All right, so that's the vacuum of space. That's their positive claim, and that's a baseless claim, of course. We know it's not true. But the point is, we know we're inside of a container. As far as what's beyond the container, that would be space too, space as well, I suppose, technically. But it wouldn't necessarily be the vacuum of space. And as far as what it would be, it just simply remains to be verified. So yeah.
Hello?
Hello. Oh, maybe he got some coffee and some water and sobered up. So yeah, I mean, while they are, like you said, while they are saying that we have aliens coming from outer space, right? They could just be from another space. That's a little bit, I think, more believable.
So you mean like just another, yeah, just another area of one sort or another,
Past Antarctica. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I actually think it's kind of a funny thought to think, technically, gas pressure can remain stable with water being as part of. So I guess if you want to go into speculation, of course, this is not anything that. Anyway, the point is, you can have gas pressure as stable with both solid ground and liquid ground, and then have the liquid ground be water that goes downward and then sideways and then upward again, and then have another chamber where you have solid ground and liquid ground and have consistent gas pressure. So what I'm saying is, it's like if you wanted to go into the realm of speculation of what we would ever find if we were allowed to independently explore southward and this Antarctic treaty was, eradicated, that would be lovely. Anyway, the point is we could travel above the surface, we could fly above the surface, we could burrow through the surface, but we could also take a submarine and also ROVs, remote operated vehicles, remotely operated vehicles, and take them, under the ice. And in that stage, in that point, like if we were to ever find any limits of our containment or whatever, there might be another way through in that hypothetical scenario where we're allowed to explore these sorts of things. There would be potentially another way through to another container, if there was another container of a sort, through the water beneath, that area. I always thought that'd be neat, but I don't think that's the scenario. If I had to guess, I don't think that's the nature of reality. But who knows? All we can do is speculate because we're not allowed to explore independently.
Yeah, it's a shame. I thought for a second there you were talking about like a layered Earth, kind of like the like what the Asians think, like the whole different realms and one on top of the other. I thought that's what you were going towards. Because I like that theory too. The whole layered realms. We're like on, I don't know, whatever level, and could be like other levels above us, below us. Or it could just be like a whole flat, huge plane. Kind of like what Dave Weiss says. With other ponds and I was thinking about this the other day. I was like, man, we're probably like, because I keep fish. I have a few fish tanks, and we're probably just like another. We're like a science experiment for some humongous like god that we can't even see. As crazy as that sounds.
Do you think that if you were allowed to independently explore and learn more about the finer details of the world you live in, and I mean, we can't know what it would be, but let's just pretend, on this scenario, let's pretend it's a dome, all right? A dome that contains the continents and the oceans, etc., and has luminaries, and we can get some luminary, like, light information from them, but not really be able to know, not really measure the luminaries because they're, say, beyond whatever container we're above or out of our reach one way or another. Like, I mean, what I'm saying is, if you knew a little more about it and you knew from the beginning that it was flat and you never believed it was a ball to begin with, would you be thinking what you're thinking? Would you be thinking like, oh, we're in a petri dish, or would you be thinking, no, this is just the natural world?
Well, here's man, that's a hard one because the thing is, right? As someone, like I said, as someone who keeps animals, who keeps fish, and basically I have an entire ecosystem uh, in the fish tank where it's like, other than me throwing in a little bit of food, I mean, it's almost self-sufficient. It's like, and I created that, right? Um, and I maintain that, and if we're living inside a container, which we are, obviously, I don't know what the container is. Maybe it's a natural container, or it's a created container. If it's a created container, then it's obviously we're either in some kind of simulation, or we're just like,
Well, hold on. You just said both those things as if they contradicted each other, but they don't. It's a naturally created container, and you're a naturally created organism inside this container.
well, as far as I know, I am naturally created. But like before my generation, let's say the earliest generation that you could probably go to, I don't know, who knows, right? Maybe they weren't, you know. I know I was for sure, but you don't know about like the first humans, right?
Well, that's just one of the mysteries of life.
Well,
It's
yeah.
just that we don't know how it all began. We don't know how far back it goes. We don't know how long the Earth has been here. We don't know how long mankind has been here. The birds or the trees, for that matter. We don't really know. We just have stories from these pseudoscientist assholes, and then we have various scripture around the world and religious doctrine. That's all we have.
Well, here's the thing, right? Like, I can get, I have a 90-gallon, right? I can put two fish in there, right? And put a male and a female fish, and put them in there, and they'll reproduce, right? And they'll die, and then their kids will keep living in there, and then they'll reproduce, and then they'll die, and it'll just continue over and over again. But I put them in there. I started it all, right? That's what I'm talking about. Maybe, obviously, it was started somehow. If it's in a dome, if we're in a dome, it was obviously started by somebody. I have no idea who could do something like this. It's obviously a god. Like, there's no way I would think that all of this just naturally happened, right? That's more of like that Glober mindset, you know? Um,
Well, if you want to know my own personal thought,
sure.
is that I think that God is very impressive because God can do certain things. I wouldn't say God can do anything because I don't think God can do things like create a universe that's trillions of miles across in a big vacuum with a bunch of spinning balls orbiting each other perfectly. I don't think God can do that. Okay, first of all. But I think God is impressive and important nonetheless because he can create a natural world. Like I think he's limited as far as his interactions. Like I think we are in control of certain things. He's in control of certain things. But the point is, it's just the fact that it's just a natural creator. that's basically the purpose of God, as far as what I can tell. I think I was trying to say something else other than that, but I kind of forgot what it was or something.
Why wouldn't he, like, if he, are you saying that God can't change the laws of nature? He can only, I mean, he created, if he's God, he probably created the laws, right?
Well, we can only guess. I mean, it is technically only a guess.
Obviously, that's what we're doing. But yeah,
But I would
Can
guess that with the laws of nature that we have and the laws of physics that we have, that it's just that let's just say, let's look at it from God's point of view. Let's say he saw an opportunity. He saw an opportunity to create a world. Maybe it's not perfect. Maybe it's not exactly what he wanted, but it's functional enough or whatever, or maybe it is perfect. I don't know. Whatever. The point is, it's functional enough for us to at least experience it as a natural world, and then he created it. It's um, like have you ever seen that movie Prometheus, where this robot is talking to a man? And I'm trying to remember the conversation they had. It kind of has to do with what we're talking about. Like the 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 robot asks the man, um, "Why did you create me?" And then the man says, "Because we could." And then the robot says, "Would you? How would you feel if you got the same answer from your maker?" So the robot says to the man. And then the man just looks at him and just kind of doesn't say anything. Just doesn't know what to say. That's well, I think that was a very good question from the robot, is my point. But it's you know, what I'm saying is maybe God created this
Cal had
world.
asked a question
no, yeah, you would hope that there was a
about
reason why we were created, and not that we're just like you said earlier, just in
you
a
had
like a
asked a
petri
question
dish or
about
something like that.
God being able to
Just a science
contradict himself
experiment.
or
Like,
something. My question would be this, man. Can the truth contradict itself?
I don't think so.
I don't think the truth can contradict itself either.
but yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think that's the reason why either.
And everything else is just our perspective and
I would
attempts at
hope not.
understanding what the truth is. But the truth itself cannot contradict itself. From my perspective, the creator of all things is the ultimate truth, and that truth cannot contradict itself.
I'm thinking if there's one place where the truth could ever contradict itself, it'd be the contradictionary.
The contradictionary.
But that's just a far-fetched guess. I don't think it could ever in that thing. just feebly attempt to.
Oops. Nigger.
Why do people do that?
is flat.
How's it going, y'all? Hope all is well with everybody.
This on? Hey, listen up down there.
Hey, how are we gonna get to the moon if we can't talk between three buildings? I can't hear a thing you're saying. Jesus Christ. Again? But how are we gonna get to the moon if we can't talk between two or three buildings?
How's it going?
Good. What's up?
You showed up at good timing. I was just about to play a playlist of music since nobody was speaking. How's it going, man?
Good. I'm not gonna be on here for real long, but I figured I'd pop in for a bit.
Cool. Well, it's pretty quiet right now.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I joined here earlier and there's nobody talking at all.
That happens sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. What'd you want to talk about?
Honestly, anything, man. I don't care. I just figured I'd hop in here
That's
before
too
I go to
broad of a
bed.
subject.
Yeah, that's true. Fuck, dude. Gotta put the stick in the box. What was it?
Yeah, I didn't hear what he said either.
Somebody else finally talked. I don't even know what it was.
Not bad. I was listening to Spotify.
Fair enough.
Troll.
What?
Well, if it's Spotify, that means it's lyrics, and if it's lyrics, then it's from a song, and if it's from a song, there's only a certain limited possibility of where those lyrics could have come from that would match what you said.
It was Kendrick Lamar.
So it's Sunday. Does anybody have any speculations?
Speculations?
On Sunday, they do something called Speculation Sunday, where people can basically discuss things that are within the realm of possibility.
All right.
Not talking about nonsense type things, just
Yeah.
for the rest of the week, usually people want proof or confirmation for anything, especially if somebody makes a claim about something. So the discussion is oriented around that. But on Sunday, it's more like
Like you can be
you
a bit
can
more
come up
wild
with
with it.
contemplations and speculations on things based on what we know about how reality works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, I gotta think for a sec.
It's like if you're going to do something according to the scientific method, you'd have to think about stuff first and kind of contemplate and whatever. But then that's also based off of observed phenomenon, like stuff that we know to be true. And then you're like, well, I wonder if this, or I wonder if that. So you'd have to find a way to test these things. Like there's a lot of different steps to testing and then confirming these tests and all that.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying, bro.
So today would be the day that we would just be like kind of contemplating about it. Like, oh, I wonder what this is about that. It may or may not be testable. It's more so like the stage before that.
Okay. So
No,
Bacon,
100%, 100%.
welcome for joining, or welcome. Thanks for joining us. We're talking about a thing called Speculation Sunday. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So then, like,
every week
I'm very
on
into
Sunday,
Speculation Sunday.
Speculation. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I gotta think. This is a tough one.
So, what are we learning about today, fellas?
Stuff. If you didn't learn anything at all, though, you're not living.
Well, I just joined us here.
True. No,
I'm just talking about in general life.
Yeah.
I have a speculation, but it's not really something that's relevant to anything.
Yeah. Okay.
It's kind of like a
I'm willing to hear it.
So there's elements on the periodic table of known elements that have yet to be discovered that are lighter and denser, and they're out of reach. So that's why they have not been discovered. Nobody's went deep enough or high enough to find them.
That's true.
But it's not an unfalsifiable thing. It's just a matter of going deeper or higher and discovering such things. Which, in all likelihood, there's a spectrum to matter.
Interesting.
Probably.
Yeah. I guess my speculation, and I guess like everybody, not everybody has, but like there's different, flat Earth models of the Earth where it's an ice wall and there's stuff beyond the ice wall. I've always liked the idea that there's like more
I wouldn't
land.
say they're models.
Well, not models, but
I'd say they're.
like
I'd
maps.
call them cartoons. Yeah.
I just always thought that is, I mean, obviously pretty far fetched, but it's interesting to think like if they're.
Well,
you're right.
one
Like
thing that's
almost what you were
interesting
saying, we haven't gone far enough.
Yes, and what you're saying though. Either way, there's more land than expected.
Yeah.
Like even on this cartoon ball sphere version of things, they can't fathom how much more land that there is just based off of their misunderstanding of land. The maps that were shown, a lot of these maps, they adjust the size of continents based off of whoever's making the map, because they want their country to look big and important, whereas the rest of the world's like, whatever, just places.
Yo, for real, bro. Like Russia does not have that much land.
Well, even if they do, it's like clearly based off of where their cities and stuff are located. Most of it's just uncharted, unknown waste, like wilderness type. I wouldn't say wasteland, but wilderness that nobody lives and nobody knows anything about. We see some high altitude pictures of trees.
Yeah.
Yo, I have a speculation. How come there's only like 70 animals and shit? Like, I feel like it's time for God to bake another dozen of them. You know what I'm saying?
Is this like the evolution argument that like if evolution
bro.
was real, there should be more?
Like, what if we got a unicorn with a Wi-Fi antenna on it? Know what I'm
Well,
saying?
for
Like,
one,
it's got to evolve with the times.
I'm pretty sure that over the course of history, humans have eaten most of them. Or just, I don't like this,
Well,
and they just
that's why.
killed it.
That's why we need some more evolved animals. You know what I'm saying? Like, what if you got no Wi-Fi and all of a sudden the unicorn with the Wi-Fi antenna shows up in your backyard?
From my perspective, things are devolving from their utmost form down to lower forms. And like lower forms can compress certain things like your ability to think and stuff can be more rapid, but your lifespan be lower. So it'll seem like you're evolving when in reality we're devolving. We didn't come from knuckle dragging, hairless apes. That's my perspective. I do believe that we came from all right, at the fall of every empire, we are struck down into some troglodyte level thinking. So at that point, we have to evolve back up from a knuckle dragging caveman type thing that we regress into, but that's not where we're from. It's just something that happens.
Yeah. Oh, I get I see what you're saying. It's interesting.
Like humans can become feral too.
So what do you think about like dinosaur mass extinction?
Dinosaurs.
I'm not of the line of thinking to say no such thing as dinosaurs, because I use it etymologically. The meaning of dinosaur would be terrible lizard, and just like dragon would be serpent or dracon. So just because like not all big bones are dinosaurs, some of them are terrible lizards that are really big. Some of them are not. To use the term dinosaur as a broad stroke term, though, is kind of a begging the question type thing. Like, oh yeah, because everything from this entire segment of millions and millions and millions of years, these were all this type of lizard creature thing. Like, wait, what?
Oh, no, I get it. I mean, I was just thinking more of the fact, like, like birds come from like one like species of dinosaurs that evolved into like what we know today is like a bird, right? Like the reason
so
they lived is because after the like meteor hit, if that's the way you think about it, is like that one dinosaur ate seeds. So while nothing else could find anything to eat, that one survived on seeds, and that's why like birds are a thing right now. I don't know. That's just the way I think about it.
Yeah, because of the millions and millions of years timeline, they have that kind of imaginary state for See, the way that the adaptation actually functions, though, when it comes to microorganisms, say you have a super bacteria type thing, like a super bug or whatever, or a drug resistant bacteria, these things survive in sterile environments. So there's a trade off. In order for them to become stronger like they do, they have to lose certain things that would make them stronger in other situations. So if you put them in an ordinary environment, they'll die. They can't compete with the neighboring microorganisms. They can only survive and thrive as they do in the environment that they have. So they've lost data, not gained. And so if that happens on a micro level, how can macroevolution ever occur from a microorganism?
I'm gonna be honest. That is actually like one of the craziest things I've ever heard. Like I've never
Just
thought of that.
saying, man.
I'm gonna be honest.
And the only
That just
reason
took
why
me
I
for a
know about this
spin.
microorganism thing, dude, is because I've been in the hospital a lot. So I have a very deep understanding of the kind of micro critter
Mhm.
realm where all these little things are doing things. And I have a lot of time on my hands, so studying it, looking
Yeah.
into it,
So it's like life
confirmation
couldn't.
after confirmation.
Yeah, life couldn't be macro.
It's impossible to
Dude,
develop some. It's impossible
fuck.
for a man to evolve from a freaking primordial soup that effectively was caused by little particles of rocks having intercourse. Like, yes, a couple pebbles screwed, and that's how life was formed. And then a microorganism evolved into man after turning into a fish or whatever, climbing out of the slop. It's just weird.
That
And science doesn't show that either. Like, there's no biogenesis from inorganic, like non-living matter.
that actually took me for a spin, dude. I never thought of that. Jeez, dude. That was a good speculation, dude.
The funny part is that's not speculation. That's just known
You're
science.
right. It's just, dude. It's just you're on a deeper level of thinking.
Now, to add some speculation, I would say that life itself and Earth itself and everything within it is a byproduct of something that occurred that then, whatever that be, triggered sonoluminescence of some kind. But I digress. I'll drop that and just digress instantly.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
All right, man. Well,
This on? Hey, listen up down there. Who is ready to make some science?
In the beginning, the universe was created. This made a lot of people very angry and has been widely regarded as a bad move.
Tragic, but informative. Or so I'm told.
What are you talking about? Who are you?
If light bounces off a building, whatever it
What are
happens
you
to be,
doing, you stink meat?
and takes a curved path to my eye,
Stupid human!
is the building physical or optical?
You, frolicking dirt child.
It's physical, right?
A horrible, puny brain meat child.
Okay, but it's a physical building.
Stupid silent glue boy.
Okay, but light took a curved path to my eye.
They filled the earth by lies!
That's not part of the test. I'm Lotso Huggin' Bear, but please call me Lotso.
Now if you said it's a fact, that means it's a fact.
Well, I guess I'll play some music until somebody decides they want to talk. If you guys want to speak, just post and let me know. I'll stop by.
Be excellent to each other. And party on, dudes.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
The countdown has begun.
Dreaming artificial gravity. We defy the law of entropy. Reaching to fiction. Acting nuts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations.
NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Acting nuts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Acting nuts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not for the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say
must now tell you why. As you awaken from this global lie, despite what they have said, Earth is not a globe spinning, but instead they mind tricked you to steal your plane, as someone close to you programmed your brain. But why? So clear this is, improve your stance. Space is fake, we are contained, their scheme is over. The truth has just begun. There's a place up in the sky, a pathway for the moon and stars at night. No parallax viewed of them, we're only using real lies, and truth is shared. Earth's a place that doesn't turn, so face your fears, believe your ears, no emotion do they find. I'm handing you this lovely world, promise me that you will seek this logic with devotion. I truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. I still detect the global lies as I explain to you the lies that you do not see. If you're blind, I will help you see. You must deny the vicious lies you believe. What draws you here, my friend? Come listen now and let's fly to truth end. Giving advice for you to learn. Forsake the claims, let truth sustain your soul set free from lies. A heartfelt yearning to be end, blasting the illusion using real lies. You will despise all the global lies, but truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. Still detect the global lies as I explain to you.
I'm trying to see the curve. Oh wait, that's fake. Just another fish-eyed lens. Let's look at the ships at sea. They're getting farther now. Oh, they're not disappearing. And hey, there's a land that I should not see. But as I'm staring right at it, all this time did I believe in a big lie? Could I not see the earth was a straight line? I never saw a curve, never saw a curve. Only NASA's rendition, they say is CGI. I have to do tests, show no curve, but a straight line. The earth doesn't curve, the earth doesn't curve. It seems never, never, never to me. It seems there was never a curve, never a curve, never a curve. Now I can see, I can see, I can say. All this time I believed in a big lie. I had not heard the earth had a dome sky. I never found the curve, never found the curve. Towers so far should be invisible. As I glance across the lake, they're visible. The water does not curve, the water does not curve. It seems never, 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 never to me. It seems there was never a curve, never a curve, never a curve. Now I believe, I believe, I believe. The earth is flat indeed.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go to the VC check-in to get verified and join us in the panel. Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the Earth is flat and there is no outer space. No one has ever measured the circumference, diameter, nor the radius of the Earth. No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth. The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened. Listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball. But it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
written by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat then we'll fall off the edge, but if it is a spinning ball we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that. Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man, no.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. Alright, man, listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day, When I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup, I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I realized that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants. That's one of his tricks. But I found out that dude's real. And I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. I started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat, and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Well, now I found out about all these lies. I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy. And God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I could see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
Chemtrails, massive shells, dollar bills, pharma kills to keep you ill. It's like this. It's like this. Tainted blood, no one's flood, pyramids, Masons run America. It's like this. It's like this. Godless, healers, and trism, worship in a church, but they never listen. Genesis tell you why you live, and they pay the tithing, but they do not pay attention. Godless, healers, and trism, worship in a church, but they never listen. Genesis tell you why you live, and they pay the tithing, but they do not pay attention. The latest religion. They got Christians addicted to paychecks and riches. They bought your submission. Money can't make the world go round, 'cause the earth, it don't spin. Yeah. Money can't make the world go round, 'cause the earth, it don't spin. No, it don't spin. Never did. That was planted in your head. Yeah. Money can't make the world go round, 'cause the earth, it don't spin. No, it don't spin. Earth, it don't spin. Yeah. Money can't make the world go round, 'cause the earth, it don't spin. No, it don't spin. Never did. That was planted in your head. Yeah. Money can't make the world go round, 'cause the earth, it don't spin. No, it don't spin. The latest religion. They got Christians addicted to paychecks and riches. They bought your submission. Money can't make the world go round. Money can't make the world go round. Money can't make the world go round, 'cause the earth, it don't spin. Yeah. Money can't make the world go round, 'cause the earth, it don't spin. No, it don't spin.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, The nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. NASA's got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I'm taking. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. NASA's got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Let there be light to separate day from night, hanging above the clouds. When you see the total masterpiece, there will be no doubt. In the firmament, celestial tapestry. In the firmament, declare your majesty. In the firmament, the footstool of your throne. We are not alone. Your pillars are firm, fixed and immovable, spherical all around. depended on nothing. You scattered the stars out in the firmament. Celestial tapestry in the firmament. To clear your majesty in the firmament. The footstool of your throne. The heavens declare the glory of God. The skies proclaim the works of his hand. In the firmament, celestial tapestry. In the firmament, to clear your majesty. In the firmament, the footstool of your throne. We are not alone. Life under the dome. Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. On the spinning ball, it makes us stick. Gravity, it's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
Light things rise up. Heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density. That is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. On the spinning ball, it makes us stick. Gravity, it's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth?
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. On the spinning ball, it makes us stick. Gravity, it's magic.
Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. On the spinning ball, it makes us stick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the Earth is flat and there is no outer space. No one has ever measured the circumference, diameter, nor the radius of the Earth. No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth. The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. Mayhem has been telling you about these 3 points, and you should really be paying attention in class.
Sends us pictures photoshopped They feed us pills, can't see ourselves. Turn TVs off, seek bookshelves. Oh God, please, won't you help them see the truth? Here they come to snuff the truth. Oh yeah, yeah, here come the truth. Yeah, you know he ain't gonna lie. No, 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 you know he ain't gonna
Clearing away stumbling blocks. Yeah, we moving the obstacles. Water seeks to find level and stopping it is impossible. May as well say this is just like where's Waldo? Being born into the last, not your fault though. You still think you're living on a ball with your friends. Meanwhile 1,000 miles an hour. Never felt the earth spin. Space wizards claim that they landed on that moon, then destroyed the technology like a congress of baboons. Mankind became tools. Now everyone is oppressed. Took God out of schools. Now these fools need some new vests. Why do you think there are so many churches? When you make some things common, they start to become worthless. Why would they lie? So you would pay for your sins. So currency for eternity is what devils stealing. About their father's business, still destroying, killing, and stealing. Now there's hidden knowledge, and you're living by your feelings. Reaction's just a product of external stimuli, but action's always something that you get to decide. Every action leads to reaction, and you can't even lie. Speaking of lies, did you know that's a means to deceive? Propagating the faith and orchestrating belief. Predictive programming on perpetual repeat. With crime meal signals as you walk down the street. If the earth is a sphere, then where's the drop over distance? Without a fishing lens, Earth's curve has never been witnessed. Scientific means that this thing must produce knowledge. And models require measurements you won't find in your college. Always begging for a model like you needed to live. Meanwhile, scientific role models don't even exist. You keep watching cartoons and thinking this is what real is.
Without measurements that produce knowledge, there is not a scientific model. The word modulus means measure. Scientificus means producing knowledge. The scientificus modulus of Earth does not exist.
What I like of it most is that we had the technology, but now it's all been lost. Eyes don't petty, 'cause NASA never lies. The earth is flat, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see too far, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see this now, kumbaya, kumbaya. The earth is flat. The earth is flat, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see too far, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see this now, kumbaya, kumbaya. The earth is flat. The earth is flat, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see too far, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see this now, kumbaya, kumbaya. The earth is flat. The earth is flat, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see too far, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see this now, kumbaya, kumbaya. The earth is flat. Hakuna Matata. Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show if you don't know it's part of the show. Then they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars. Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged. Caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Imposter truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of Gish Galloping wars. No remedy can't save the lost, in love with the yarn. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards. Poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is the light in a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard, I said. Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show if you don't know, you don't know. Intoxicated hate makes you believe you're spinning in space while you have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate. Forced to try in the wake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I've had to liberate and fight through hidden gates. But my brother, heaven could never be late. And rockets don't work in space, it's all fake. The show is on Mars, it's a joke. But you're too far gone, it won't be long. Pepe's beak is strong. We have our sun and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond. And lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song, turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy ground and all of us wearing our holy crowns. So the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along. Just to go along, I said. Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show if you don't know, you don't know. Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show if you don't know it's part of the show. Then they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars. Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged. Caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Impossible truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving gish galloping wars. No remedy can save the lost in love with the arm. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards. Poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is delight and a new hand of cards. Been so long it seems like for love I'm just too high, that's it.
From where I'm sad, 'cause I can't see no curve at all. I've waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more openly. Now I've grown out far to be true, but my senses always knew. Just wanna scream the earth is flat. I've opened my eyes, no going back. It's flat. Not a surprise, the earth is flat. And now it feels so good to me. I'm working every day with this smile full of positivity. Waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more critically. 'Cause now I finally found to be true what my senses always knew. I just wanna scream love is fun. Open my eyes, 'cause it's a fight. It's fun. Schoolmasters lies, the earth is flat. Find out for yourself. No one's telling the truth. It's all there online. Now it's down to you. You stop with Eric debate. You can trust in what he says. Spends the time with ODD, Max Cruz, B.O.B. And if you take the time, you simply cannot fail to see that it's flat. We don't live on a spinning ball.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go to the VC check-in to get verified and join us in the panel. Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the Earth is flat and there is no outer space. No one has ever measured the circumference, diameter, nor the radius of the Earth. No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth. The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. If you don't leave a message, I will assume that you are an unsolicited spammer bot calling. If this is the case, your phone number will be immediately blocked. If you do leave a message, I might call you back.
If you do not leave a message, I will assume that you are an unsolicited spammer, and your number will be blocked. If you do leave your name and number, I might call you back.
Your consciousness is not something located in your head, although your head is a way in which it's focused. And therefore consciousness can be altered by a surgeon putting instruments into the brain. But the full range of consciousness, or the full range of the mind, is the entirety of space as the continuum in which the universe exists, in rather much the same way as images exist in a mirror.
Try to comprehend where my brain exists when my aim is this, to make this hit so you can't complain for shit. You're wasting sense on separation when we're all connected like a chain link fence, but there's borders in between with a chain link fence. If you climb it, you're shot, now take offense. The controllers of the world don't want us united. They want us divided, running from the sirens. But we'll stand up, we won't back down. Throw a hand up with a mask down and a fist tight toward the black cloud. Now attack loud. The spiritual divine is what really matters. They harvest your energy, I can see the patterns. Time to release, you're free from the chatter. We're here to shatter the masters' laughter as they scatter. But that's light work, there's dark lords who fight first. Let the light work, we're doing our job despite hurt and pain that remains when your eyes hurt. But you see again, every day when you reach within. Am I losing you? I'll start over, hold on, let me begin. They try to bring me down, but it never works. They wanna see me frown when the pressure hurts. My feet are in the ground for a better earth. Look around, hear the sound, better check your hurts. I'm just chilling on my lotus pedal. I'll be chilling on my lotus pedal. I'm right here, there's no fear. Do you know this level? Ha! I'm just chilling on my lotus pedal. It's all the same, every level it's all a plane. Heavy metal is on your brain, the water you drink is a ball and chain. Let's be mental, we're lost astray, every vessel is off today. So many people are off as slaves, walking around no thoughts to make. Will you open your mind for just a second? I reckon you'll be deadened from all the wreckage. The planet's threatened, no leverage. See where we're heading? Bring it to the present with the lessons in Tibetan. We are reflections, so what's the message? I am you and you are me. We can get this. Every second we let slip is Armageddon. I'll step in flexing, we can heal. My arm is pressing against my heart to spark. Let's start the session. No regression, the power within's the hardest legend. It's an endless direction. But did I mention? You tap in, they try to tap you out with man-made weapons. They try to bring me down, but it never works. They wanna see me frown when the pressure hurts. My feet are in the ground for a better earth. Look around, hear the sound, better check your hurts. I'm just chilling on my lotus pedal. I'll be chilling on my lotus pedal. I'm right here, there's no fear. Do you know this level? Ha! I'm just chilling on my lotus pedal. They try to bring me down, but it never works. They wanna see me frown when the pressure hurts. My feet are in the ground for a better earth. Look around, hear the sound, better check your hurts. I'm just chilling on my lotus pedal. I'll be chilling on my lotus pedal. I'm right here, there's no fear. Do you know this level? Ha! I'm just chilling on my lotus pedal.
Derek Rodriguez. I swear the earth is flat. Or should I say earth? You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school you trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lives one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No. Parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down. The Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell it. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, earth is flat. Rodriguez. I swear the earth is flat. Or should I say earth? You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school you trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lives one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No. Parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down. The Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell it. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat.
So peace of mind, which one of those is easy to find? Neither of which one can buy, both of them easy to hide. You can't deny that impact felt. Rule with love or rule with the belt. Walking around with the handheld, we all got a soul we could choose to sell. Keep it for you, keep it for love. Give it to evil or give it above. Throw it away, give it to none. Down goes the moon, up comes the sun, signaling us a new day has begun. Starting it over, starting anew. Weight of the world seems heavy to you. Serenity now, what do you do? Black and white seems easy to choose, but that gray area is always abused. Is there a higher power or a deity? Cause it seems like it's always up to me. Gotta find the answers or find a peace. We'd all find our own with serenity. Here we are now, where have I been? Traveling space, getting it in. Living this life, batting this pen. Rolling the dice, where does it end?
Here we are now, where have I been? Traveling space, getting it in. Living this life, patting this pen. Rolling the dice, when is it in? Living this life, patting this pen. Rolling this dice, when is it in? This is my ode to the road. This is the depth of my soul. Either you stretch or you fold. Back down or you roll. How many miles, who knows? How many breaths to go? I know 40 that's gone, and I'm 40 years old. To the evil ones, reapers sitting on their shoulders. Need to stop doing this bogus. Need to sit down and refocus. Every day the dark approaches, always going unnoticed until it shows up, pops off, and leave you like bogus. Here we are now, clashing again, losing my family from losing friends. Rolling this dice, snake eyes again, open my eyes, praying it in. Here we are now, clashing again, losing my family from losing friends. Rolling this dice, snake eyes again, open my eyes. It was almost over, saw light over my shoulder. I don't know, yes, I watch Jehovah or heat from supernovas. And I'm just here like these vultures always seem to control us. Got us fighting for colors when we supposed to be brothers. Here we are now, at it again. What's these chains, slaves again? When do we learn, get in this pen, living this life, brothers again? Here we are now, at it again. What's these chains, slaves again? When do we learn, get in this pen, living this life, brothers again? Here we are now, where have I been? Traveling space, getting it in, living this life, patting this pen, rolling this dice, when is it in? Here we are now, where have I been? Traveling space, getting it in, living this life, patting this pen, rolling this dice, when is it in? Only God knows exactly where my heart is at. Focus on the spiritual, ain't no need in looking back. This for hypochondriacs, wishing for their life back. Slide a knife close to your neck, bet they swallow that. I've been to hell and back, car wrecks and gunshots. Man, I'm from Racine, God, the only way I made it out. And that's on everything I love, see it plays out. Let me grab this Guinness stout, check out what I'm talking about. Here we are now, where have I been? Traveling space, getting it in, living this life, patting this pen, rolling the dice, when is it in? Here we are now, where have I been? Traveling space, getting it in, living this life, patting this pen, rolling the dice, when is it in? Still standing, kept moving legs strong, boy. Autobots roll out, you can't stop the convoy. Reconstructed just to make the frame strong, boy. Niggas, Iron Man, titanium alloy. The either or is to build or destroy. To take life away or to give joy. I do both, mic checks for the friends and foes. That's how you keep the balance before you overload. Here we are now, where have I been? Traveling space, getting it in, living this life, patting this pen, rolling this dice, when is it in? Here we are now, where have I been? Traveling space, getting it in, living this life, patting this pen, rolling this dice, where does it end? In my dreams I find serenity, one of my places away from enemies. I'm thinking about things without stressing, think about life, count all my blessings. Couple of kids, a beautiful wife, how to let negativity in my life. So I'm letting it go, I'm riding the wave, that peaceful feeling, can't give it away. You try and hold on when life gets hectic, leaving no answers, just a bunch of questions. You lean on me like I lean on you. We heard of the obstacles, what do you do?
Set up a shop and drop the rest with haste. Only so many moments, so many days. Make the best of now and live life full, cause once you do that, you'll own the bull.
I reckon to progress we should reflect upon anarchy and its definition. An absence of supremacism, that's my premonition. And in terrorism instead of treasure and television. Less division, let's address the mess we've left and get a grip. Or just become a public enemy like Professor Grifted. We're gifted, live in the present peeps. Whether you're winning or losing, never accept defeat. We rep for every street, north to south, west to east. Every piece of land on the planet and swam the 7 seas. Where DNA can collaborate, that is chemistry. Empathy that is matched with integrity and intensity. If we all live in regret, then how will we rest in peace? Yes indeed, you best believe we are leaving our legacy. Fed up of the lies from politicians and rise up and march them out. Power to the people, don't settle for the guys. We stop and put up a fight, you gotta march them out. Power to the people, know your rights and you'll notice that pigs will fly if we march them out. Power to the people, march them out. Power to the people, march them out. Power to the people, power to the people.
Listen as I spit a page full of lyrics. My mission is to uplift spirits like angels. My angle is not religious, but I'm still living faithful. As long as I'm breathing, that's all I need to be grateful. Minimizing, we trying not to be wasteful. My people rising, with love we never hateful. We changing the world cause we willing and able to march them out like the beginning of April. No foolery, the jewelry I wear don't shine, cause the gems I possess are in my own mind. I'll be dropping them so you can pick them up and get bigger. Fam, this the jam. Hashtag march them out on Instagram, Facebook and Twitter too. Take a look at what we do, online or offline. You know we be staying true to ourselves and to the cause. We defying all these laws that are unjust. The government we untrust. Politicians lie cause they want us scared and distracted, so we dumbed down and drugged up. That's how they take our power from us. But what they fail to realize is that love must overcome eventually. The 21st century will make or break humanity. We manifest a destiny. Can oppression ever be completely abolished? Yes, if we seek within to find peace and knowledge.
If you're fed up of the lies from politicians, then rise up and march them out. Power to the people, don't settle for the guys. Strong and put up a fight, you gotta march them out. Power to the people, know your rights and you'll notice that pigs will fly if we march them out. Power to the people, march them out. Power to the people, march them out. Power to the people, power to the people.
Take them by surprise.
Flights. Air. That's right. Alright now. Man, your spirit better dance. Woo. Michael Jackson spirits on We're Lost in Neverland. I control the seasons, I am not the weatherman. Nah, it's the pilot man, trust me, I will never land. I be out like a flight, yeah, like a flight, yeah, like a flight. Bitch, know it's flights, trips through the night. That's right. Niggas know I flew and flown, I play my hand like Yu-Gi-Oh! I put rims on my UFO and don't get abducted, at the light, attracted light, magnetites, think you seeing me, need satellites, Jesus Christ, know it's Jesus flights, need a light,
straight to the jet. HPIF, human plane and a flash. Gate your respect. The pilot man. When I was growing up, I never did what Simon said. See the flights that I booked, flights like Malaysia, flights to Al-Qaeda. Hate on flight bars like a flight, I delay ya. 9/11, please believe it. R.I.P. Aaliyah, yeah. She gave no fucks about who I am. Back in high school, I gave a fuck about a dance. Now I got a flaming sword with money in my hands. I don't pop no Zans, nigga, it's the pilot man. I be out like a flight, fuck a light. Like a flight, fuck a light. Like a flight. That's where I spent the night, fuck it. Had a convo, never thought I'd say Chris Jenner right. Cause I asked her about OJ and she said just lay your life, yeah. What it do? Fuck a Bruce. They waiting on him. Cut it loose. I'm a Rob Scott and Travis, Tristan Thompson, get it too. Get Kanye his medication, then I lock him in the booth. Now he out butter him. He must be nuts. Don't fuck with him, but I'm burned. He must be Flip, and you burn. I'm fucking Kim. I had Kylie, I had Kendall, I had Chloe in my basement. I'm an Aries, so you should know that Courtney is my favorite. Yeah.
They say we tearing up our own shit, but we don't even own this. Just let something like this happen close to you. Tell me, have you ever lost somebody close to you to some bullshit? In the hands of another man, families just suffering. Whole lot of questions, ain't nobody answering, and ain't nobody listening. Fuck it. We shouldn't have to tear this thing down to make them listen. Make them listen, just to make them listen. We shouldn't have to tear this thing down to make them listen. Let's go harder than you know they didn't have to kill. We shouldn't have to tear this thing down to make them listen. Make them listen, just to make them listen. We shouldn't have to tear this thing down to make them listen. Let's go harder than you know they didn't have to kill. You gon' see this shit in 3D, not just on your TV. Acting like you don't see me, I'll make sure that you see me. I'm not promoting violence, but every time I see sirens, they pull me over and they do me wrong, and I tell y'all and y'all silent. They killed my homie Rip back in 2001. Out here, power tripping, duck season with they guns. How could it be peace for you when ain't no peace for us? Only way you get some love back is if you showing love, and we shouldn't have to tear this thing down to make them listen. Make them listen, just to make them listen. We shouldn't have to tear this thing down to make them listen. Let's go harder than you know they didn't have to kill. We shouldn't have to tear this thing down to make them listen. Just to make them listen, just to make them listen. We shouldn't have to tear this thing down to make them listen. Let's go harder than you know they didn't have to kill. No, I'm not promoting violence, but I understand the violence. What I don't understand is why these young brothers keep dying. Don't be mad cause the hood is this. You gon' deal with that foolishness. You went to the police academy, we pay tax money, you train for it. So what you gon' do if you ain't in this right mind? What? Kill him? What you gon' do if you resist arrest? What? Jump? What you gon' do if you try to run away? What? Kill him? Even if I take you to the judge, what the judge gon' do? Hey, just let him. We shouldn't have to tear this thing down to make them listen.
All he did was bring up a fight,
just
and this man is bringing up a fight.
We shouldn't have to tear this thing down to make them listen. Let's go harder than you know they didn't have to kill. We shouldn't have to tear this thing down to. So what is it? Hey, love, you tell me, you tell us. No matter of fact, you tell them. The mothers and fathers that have gone too soon. Sandra Bland, Don Trey Hamilton, Eric Garner, John Crawford III, Michael Brown Jr., Izelle Ford, Tanisha Anderson, Akai Gurley, Tamir Rice, Romaine Prince, Corey Brown, Freddie Gray, and just then yesterday, Arden Sterling. Can't tell me these situations are too intricate for life to not be taken. All we wanted y'all to do is listen. Can you hear us now? Can you hear? Rest in peace to all the guys and goddesses who fell victim to the ones that was paid to protect them. freedom's getting threatened. That's why we on the front lines and we deep up in the trenches. When they speak into the presence, we don't believe a single sentence. We don't need them for protection, we can see through their deception. From hidden ancient artifacts to futuristic missiles, the world will continue to split with humans in the middle. The revolution is simple. Look at yourself in the mirror, you feel it burning behind your eyes, inside of your spirit. We cherish this moment now that we're growing in numbers. No one knows that we're coming. We summon each other and now we're together. We've come in with love in our heart to start a new beginning, with new vision to see through the dark, and we're winning. No more dealing with sheep or arguing. We don't need them, cause every single one of us is all equal. We the people are the ones who's gonna see through this evil. And if we're not able to reach you, we love you, but we must leave you, because yeah, the time has come and we're all awake. We're seeing through the lies and we're not afraid. We on the other side where everything is real. Are you prepared? Get ready for the same seal. Yeah, the time has come and we're all awake. We're seeing through the lies and we're not afraid. We on the other side where everything is real. Are you prepared? Get ready for the same seal. It's like a modern day Inglorious Bastards. We approaching the catalyst with informative rappers and for warriors, hackers, and activists from around the globe. We enact some of the last ones left, so you can only imagine what's going to happen next. Cause this is only a fraction, and no one's alone in this. That's why we swarm by the masses and cause a mass effect. The new world orders collapse and the force is just massive. You feel it in your soul as it passes. This is the clash of the tyrants, fascism, Zionist, magnetic signs, galactic alignment, capital giants trying to trap us inside this mechanical climate. But we adapt and survive it, and that's why we never looking back or behind us. It's either gonna get darker or brighter, and as we walk through the fire, we become more conscious and wiser. And we're not gonna stop, why? Because we got the desire to topple empires. We're not gonna comply, we've got to survive this. Yeah, the time has come, and we're all awake. We're seeing through the lies, and we're not afraid. We on the other side, where everything is real. Are you prepared? Get ready for the same seal. Yeah, the time has come, and we're all awake. We're seeing through the lies, and we're not afraid. We on the other side, where everything is real. Are you prepared? Get ready for the same seal. You feel it in the air, the energy surrounds us. Some heavenly powers, it was meant to be ours. The momentum has never been wilder, and I've never been prouder. Let's remember the towers and put an end to these cowards. This is freedom from slavery. My chains are on the ground, I came to be loud, and my frequency's changing. Yeah, we all look different, but we see in the same things. We speak from the same brain, and we bleed from the same veins. And we believe in the same dreams. They pissed off because we caused a leak in the mainstream. Now we bout to flood into the streets and reclaim peace. But meanwhile, all the sheep will remain asleep. Humans are designed to fly through evolution, and now it's come for the time for resolution. Nothing is fine, I will survive this execution. Steve Grant reporting to you live from the revolution. Yeah, the time has come, and we're all awake. We're seeing through the lies, and we're not afraid. We on the other side, where everything is real. Are you prepared? Get ready for the same seal. Yeah, the time has come, and we're all awake. We're seeing through the lies, and we're not afraid. We on the other side, where everything is real. Are you prepared? Get ready for the same seal.
For-profit prisons, we gotta stop them. 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 2 billion people in prison on violent drug offenses. No victim, no crime. Yet they're doing time. No victim, no crime. Yet they're doing time. The system's breeding drones. You put bars in your mind. Decriminalize homelessness. Decriminalize immigrants. Decriminalize my medicine. Cannabis. They drop bombs, man drones, and give out loans to major corporations, exploiting our labor. Why is government your savior despite bad behavior? We are limitless when we come together today. Destroy the borders, gonna do it our way. Rebel army, dance to the beat of our own drum. In a land first known as home. Not to the pale-skinned Christians, to the indigenous occupants living with a purpose. Sacred Mother Earth is, and I don't know if I'm a people pleaser or maybe just a person, cause you know hurting other people just isn't worth it. I don't want for my enemies to die. You could kill me and I wouldn't want you to fry, because the state shouldn't have the power to kill. They take it on impulse, racism, thrill. Bad science is rampant and people are dying from government systems that are lying when they say they know the true criminals. It's the cells, they need to fill them all. It's the cells, they need to fill them all. That's criminal. For-profit prisons, we gotta stop them. For-profit prisons, we gotta stop them. For-profit prisons. prisons, you gotta stop them. We plant the fear, making us regret when we do something human. They call it a sin. Biblical prophecies creeping in, cause the criminal injustice system is breaching the separation of church and state. Archaic, barbaric, torturous hate, because people believe that justice is meant to be divine. That the line in the sand is an ultimate divide. Good, evil, not everything in between. We're human beings, not robots, so what the fuck do you think? For-profit prisons, we gotta stop them. For-profit prisons, we gotta stop them. For-profit prisons, we gotta stop them. I think the laws are just oppressive when you get down to it. There's nothing we can't overcome if we just work it. But we've got individualism knocking at the door of common sense, saying, wait a minute, we could have it all, but I want more. Saying, wait a minute, we could have it all, but I want more. Give me liberty or give me death. And by liberty, they mean environmental theft. Give me liberty or give me death. And by liberty, they mean cultural theft. Give them liberty by freeing up the resources to use for their corporate profits. Give them liberty to let the oil spill. Give them liberty to sell their pills. Whether or not it kills, whether or not it destroys, whether or not it kills, whether or not it destroys, whether or not it kills, whether or not it destroys. Wait a minute, does that mean liberty is death? Wait a minute, does that mean liberty is death? Mother Earth says yes. For-profit prisons, we gotta stop them. For-profit prisons, we gotta stop them. Wait a minute, does that mean liberty is death? Wait a minute, does that mean liberty is death? Mother Earth says yes.
All you was a disgrace. How many pedophiles at your place would never dream of calling you gay, cause it's disrespectful to them anyway. Hateful talking, I don't even have to try. You're stupid enough to fuck with me tonight. Transgenders don't need your advice to tell them their natural bodies aren't right. No way. Cocaine and killing all your friends. You promote the darkness children recommend. Trending, millions tuning in, even in your garden, cause it's full of men. Fall down to the front, drop down on your knees. Your fake God has no power over me. Call me out in front.
Bird were to fly from their camp to ours, they would see it as a sign and follow. They would march into battle, all because a seer caught sight of a bird.
He keeps spitting, cause the force just so deep in it. Physique, spirit, peak lyrics, unique terrors hailing from the sphere of years that exists without a mirror. A paraffin of his reflection as a hero. He wants no credit, no eyes to settle on his temple. He likes to feel the pebble while he walks the dust settle. With one pedal left, he feels like he knows what's best. Ghost left, rope quest for a soul that's coalesced. Potent cess, can't create a noble head. Golden breath, flowing blessed, no hot air, just some soul possessed. Beat fluoresce, the rarest stems, priestess stretched her hand out the easel for retrieval of a people's chest. Free and disconnect with the needle, the dream incepts. Acid dash, hourglass, shattered on the steeple steps. The ladder fetched the addict from the cavern depths. And as much and insofar as he visits firmaments. You heard what I meant, for birds with my stone attempt. No clone homes, I'm on the fence with the bowstring tense. He flow advanced, okie dokie, awoken spans. Ocean is unfolding, smoking totems with Kenobi hands. These kids think they know what he's saying, while ricocheting religious sands of storms precipitated. Some simple agent, spirit invigorated. Selfless acts can liberate him from reiterated pages saying reincarnationism's basic spacious vision. He wears a bracelet made of wisdom, not always the mission. Stabilize this crazy years, that's great advice. Give up on the game of lies, spell of light the name implies. Claiming sacred cable ties, able to go and make it live. If it can save a life, then I will try. Playful forest, hazel eyes, lightly step into my poem and hide an open line to the mystic side. Total reliance, open minds with the tonal science of some total defiance. Here's an old bull go in silence. You can catch him on the docks, trees and darks, waiting for the equinox, watching nature's building blocks. And if you think that you can talk infinite arts, then embark through the hour. I awaken, spitting sparks. So go and tell him about that little something extra. You can't put your finger on it, linger like a spectra.
You're both right went wrong. We wait.
Then we will rise early and cool our pace.
Yeah. Praying mantis. Remnant. Roaming the streets where the thieves and the killers live. Brick pillars, gorillas with a killer grip. Holding the heat when I speak to the little kids. Kindling flames in the remains of pyramids. It's important the torch of the spirit is set ablaze in better ways. Stay vigilant. Observe the passion, every word and action. Deadly verses snatch them back to today's syllabuses. The laws of physics, sword of the lyricist. Riddling corpses, giving enormous spillages. From the north to the south, pouring limericks. Penetrating souls, men know the Lord will finish this.
Sunlight shines on my steel. Everything is real, what I see, what I feel. Face your fears, yo, what's the deal? Never squeal, take a spin on life's wheel.
Yo, I build character through pain and suffering. Producing patience and hope to reign, toughening. A skilled challenger who will paint colours in the canvas of life. Standing on ice, rain bucketing. I've had enough of the lies and the mix-ups. Tired of the mistrust. Slicing through the sky with my eyes on scripture. Why die for big bucks? The sin inside lifts up idols, Christ whispers. This is sick stuff. Brothers and sisters with knives try 666 cut stitch-ups. Conditioned by the world to live tough, while the mother's doing drugs in the kitchen with her wrist cut. Dysfunctional communities, funerals fueling something human consumers aren't immune to usually. The big comfortable consumer feeds. Jump into a room with a bazooka and watch another human bleed.
Sunlight shines on my steel. Everything is real, what I see, what I feel. Face your fears, yo, what's the deal? We must conceal, take a spin on life's wheel.
My real desire is to wreck beats, steel wire techniques. It's a requirement to get deep in an environment that tests me. The Messiah's a fiery guy. Let the street press speak. Yeshua blessed me. I was a blunt sword, going backward till he made a jump forward. On my front lawn, storm through the front doors, over my doorposts, almost blood drawn. It's the Lord of hosts, the living risen God, come to tear down the fairgrounds and synagogue. Love torn in a storm where I sin a lot. Philistine mind killer, finish line Ichabod. Inner city robbed, feel the inner pain. Wicked mobsters got shotguns ricocheting, trying to pin us down, spin us round, liberate. Monsters are conquered, the king's crown live again.
Sunlight shines on my steel. Everything is real, what I see, what I feel. Face your fears, yo, what's the deal? Pray and kneel, take a spin on life's wheel.
Yo, praying mantis.
Sunlight shines on my steel. Everything is real, what I see, what I feel. Face your fears, yo, what's the deal? We must conceal, take a spin on life's wheel.
Children of the last days, the remnant, change the tape. Council of shadows, crosswords, forefathers, shadow of the locust, from Birmingham, Europe, America, Canada, Australia, Africa, Malaysia. Have stamina, crazy.
This is the story of Demon Cratius, from the book The New Civilization by Vladimir Megre. This is from book 8 of the Ringing Cedar series. The slaves walked slowly in single file, every one of them carrying a polished stone. 4 lines of them, each line stretching 1.5 kilometers long, from the stone quarries to the site where construction on the walled city had begun, under the watchful eyes of armed guards, 1 military guard for every 10 slaves. Off to one side, to the pinnacle of a 13-meter-high mountain crafted out of polished stones, sat Cratius, one of the high priests. For the past 4 months, he had been silently observing the construction activity. Nobody distracted him. Not a single person dared interrupt his contemplation, even with a sideway glance. Both slaves and guards accepted this artificial mountain with its throne on top as a fixed feature on the landscape. And nobody paid attention to the figure either sitting motionless on the throne or walking to and from around the lookout platform atop the mountain. Cratius had set himself the task of restructuring the state, consolidating the power of the priests for a millennium, subjugating to them all the people of the earth, turning all without exception, including national rulers, into slaves of the priests. One day, Cratius came down from his throne, leaving a double in his place. The priest changed his clothes and took off his wig. He gave orders to the captain of the guard to have him bound in chains like a simple slave and placed in the line behind a strong young slave named Nard. Looking into the faces of the various slaves, Cratius had noticed that this young man in particular had a penetrating and purposeful look, not a wandering or detached gaze as did many of the others. Nard's countenance alternated between excitement and intense contemplation. That means he's hatching some kind of plan, the priest realized, but he wanted confirmation of the accuracy of his observation. For 2 days running, Cratius followed Nard's every move, silently hauling the stones, sitting beside him at mealtimes, and sleeping next to him in the barracks. On the third night, directly the sleep command had been given, Cratius turned to the young slave and in a tone of bitterness and despair, whispered to no one in particular, "Will this situation keep up the rest of our lives?" The priest watched as the young slave gave a shudder and suddenly turned to face him. His eyes were sparkling, which was noticeable even in the dim torchlight of the cavernous barracks. "It won't last much longer," the young slave whispered back. "I've been working out a plan, and you, old fellow, can be part of it." "What sort of plan?" the priest asked with a sigh of indifference. Nard began to explain with an air of confidence and enthusiasm. "You see, old man, soon you and I, and all of us, will be free men instead of slaves. Figure it out for yourself. There's just one guard for every 10 of us, and one guard too for every 15 women slaves who do the cooking and sewing. When the time comes, if we all fall upon the guards at once, we can overpower them. It makes no difference that the guards are armed and we're in chains. We outnumber them 10 to 1, and our chains can also be used as weapons to shield us from the blows of their swords. We'll disarm all the guards, tie them up, and seize their weapons." "Hold on there, young man," Cratius sighed again, and added with feigned indifference, "Your plan isn't completely thought through. Sure, you can disarm the guards watching over us, but it won't be long before the ruler sends in replacements, a whole army maybe, and he'll have the insurgents killed." "I thought of that too, old man. We'll have to choose a time when the army's not around, and that time is coming. We've all noticed how the army's preparing for a campaign. They're getting provisions ready for a 3-month trek. That means that in 3 months the army will arrive at its destination and engage the enemy in combat. It will be weakened in battle, but it will be victorious and bring back many new slaves. They're already building new barracks to house them. We have to start disarming the guards just as soon as our ruler's army goes into battle. The couriers will need at least a month to go call it home, and it will take at least 3 months after that for the weakened army to return. By the time the 4 months are up, we'll be ready to meet them. We'll have at least as many fighters as there are in the army. The slaves they seize will want to join us when they see what's happened. I've thought it all out in advance, old man." "I see, young fellow. With your plan, you can disarm the guards and overpower the army," the priest answered, already sounding more cheerful, and then added, "But what will become of the slaves after that? And what will happen with the rulers, the guards, and the soldiers?" "I haven't given too much thought to that. Only one thing comes to mind, though. Whoever was a slave in the past will become a free man. Whoever is not a slave today will be a slave tomorrow," replied Nard with some hesitation, as though thinking aloud. "But what about the priests? Tell me, young man, after your victory, will they be slaves or not?" "The priests? Haven't thought about that either. But now I'm thinking the priests can stay where they are. The slaves and rulers listen to them. Sometimes they're hard to understand, but I get the feeling they're harmless. Let them keep on telling their stories about the gods, but we know best how to live our lives and have a good time." "Have a good time? That's great," responded the priest, and pretended he couldn't wait to get to sleep. But there was no sleep for Cratius that night, only contemplation. Sure, he thought, the simplest course of action would be to report this to the ruler and have them seize this young slave. He's clearly the chief instigator. But that won't solve the problem. The slaves will always have the desire to be freed from bondage. New leaders will emerge, new plans will be hatched, and as long as that goes on, the main threat to the state will always be from within. Cratius was faced with the challenge of working out a plan to enslave the whole world. He realized there was no way he could attain his goal through physical compulsion alone. What he needed to do was exert a psychological influence on every single individual, on whole nations of people. He had to bring about the thought of every single human being to the notion that slavery is the highest bliss. He had to launch a self-developing program to disorient whole nations in space, time, and ideas, especially in their literal perception of reality. Cratius' thought was working faster and faster. He was no longer conscious of his body or the heavy chains on his arms and legs. And all of a sudden, like a bolt of lightning, a program came to his thought. Even though all the details were still to be worked out and he could not yet explain it to anyone else, he could already feel it within, exploding off the scale. Cratius was now feeling himself to be the omnipotent ruler of the world. Lying on his bunk in his chains, he was full of self-exaltation. "Tomorrow morning, when they're escorting us all to work, I'll give the secret signal and have the guards captain take me out of the line and remove the chains. I'll finalize my program, say a few words, and the world will start to change. Incredible! Just a few words, and the whole world will be subject to me, to my thoughts." God really has given to man a power unequaled in the universe, the power of human thought. It brings forth words which can change the course of history. The situations turned out very well indeed. The slaves have prepared their plan of insurrection. It's logical, this plan, and is clearly capable of leading to an interim result very favorable to them. But with just a few words, I shall ensure that not only they, but their future descendants and the rulers of the earth too, will be slaves for millennia to come. In the morning, on Cratius' signal, the captain of the guard freed him from his chains. And the very next day, the 5 other priests, along with the pharaoh, were invited to his observation platform. Cratius began his speech before the gathering as follows: "What you are about to hear must not be noted down or passed along by any of you. There are no walls around us, and my words will be heard by no one but you. I have thought up a way of turning all people living on the earth into slaves of our Pharaoh. That is not something one can do even with the aid of vast numbers of troops and exhausting wars. But I shall accomplish it with a few simple sentences. All I need to do is utter them, and just 2 days later you will see how the world has begun to change. Take a look down there and you will see long lines of slaves in chains, each slave carrying a stone. They are guarded by a host of soldiers. The more slaves there are, the better for the state. Or so we always thought. But the more slaves there are, the more we have to be afraid of their rebelling. So we increased the size of our guard. We're obliged to feed our slaves well, otherwise they will not be able to perform their heavy manual labor. But still they are lazy and inclined to rebellion. See how slowly they move? And the guards have become lazy and do not bother using their whips to beat even the strongest and healthiest slaves. But they will soon be moving much more quickly. They won't need any guards. The guards themselves will be turned into slaves. This can be effected in the following way. Before sunset today, heralds will be sent out everywhere to proclaim the Pharaoh's decree. With the dawn of the new day, all slaves will be granted complete freedom. For each stone brought to the city, the free men will receive 1 coin. The coins may be exchanged for food, clothing, housing, a palace in town, or even a whole town. From here on in, you're free people. After the priests had let Cratius' words sink in, one of them, the eldest, said, "You are a demon, Cratius. The demonry resulting from your plan will cover most of the nations of the world. So, I may indeed be a demon, and what I have thought up, people in the future may call democracy." At sunset, the decree was proclaimed to the slaves. They were astounded. Many of them could not sleep at night, thinking about the new and happy life that lay ahead of them. The next morning, the priests and the pharaoh once again climbed up to the lookout platform atop the artificial mountain. They could not believe the scene unfolding before their eyes. Thousands of former slaves, chasing one after the other, hauling the same stones as before. Dripping with sweat, many of them were carrying 2 stones apiece. Others, with only 1 stone in their hands, were literally running, kicking up the dust as they ran. Some of the guards were also hauling stones. These people, who now considered themselves free, after all they were no longer in chains, strove to obtain as many of the sought-after coins as they could, so that they could build a happy life for themselves. Cratius remained at his post on a platform for several months after that, continuing to observe with satisfaction what was going on below. The transformation was colossal. Some of the slaves had organized themselves into groups and built themselves carts. Then they piled stones on top of the carts and pushed them along, their skin covered in sweat. They will invent many more devices, Cratius thought to himself with satisfaction. Internal services have already started, food and water delivery. Some slaves have been eating right on the go, not wanting to waste time going back to the barracks for a meal and paying for the food delivery with the coins they have earned. Wow! They've also got doctors going around, offering help to people with physical needs right on the spot, also for coins. And they've appointed themselves traffic regulators. Soon they'll be choosing their own rulers and judges. Well, let them choose. After all, they consider themselves free now, whereas nothing has really changed. They're still hauling the same stones as before. And so they have been running down through the millennia right up to the present day, through the dust, sweating to carry the heavy stones. And today, the descendants of those slaves still keep up their senseless running.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go to the VC check-in to get verified and join us in the panel. Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the Earth is flat and there is no outer space. No one has ever measured the circumference, diameter, nor the radius of the Earth. No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth. The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the Earth is flat and there is no outer space. No one has ever measured the circumference, diameter, nor the radius of the Earth. No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth. The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. Mayhem has been telling you about these 3 points, and you should really be paying attention in class.
Twilight Zone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
These crazy days that we live in just cause me aches and pains. Lately my life is like a season of Stranger Things. This place is flooded with demons and they invade your brains. This is an artificial hell and they create the flames. Day to day I just try to stay strong and make it through. Wake people up from their slumber, that's what I came to do. Please don't believe what you see on TV and think it's true. It's all just targeted programming and it's aimed at you. It's everywhere, you're getting lied to and yet you barely care. People with common sense are now very rare. But the way that they brainwash you isn't very fair. They can shove that mind control programming up their derriere. I do not consent to the way they tailor society. Ain't no variety. Plus I really hate when they lie to me. I use music as a tool to release the anger inside of me. You don't know how fucking crazy it's driving me. That we're living in the
Twilight Zone.
They claim you have freedom but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's where we live in, control you through fear and terrorism. They wanna keep you in a mental prison where they tell your vision through the television. Where the ignorance is bliss and they just keep you living in it. You're a business, getting us citizenship. What did you really think that your birth certificate is? Get the straw man on. Money isn't paid, it's all a banknote. It's only a bill exchange when you pay that loan. Like a monopoly game, but you can't pass go. When you turn on the TV all day, you get politically as entertainment. The news that you see is all suggestive. Lower brain frequencies contribute to our stress. And you're responding, telling me that we're free living in this country. Military overseas and it's all for our peace. Just a record on repeat from the programming. I probably want a cracker. Put you through education for domestication, control the mind faster. Giving you medication to poison our masses. If you ever question what's coming from our masters, and you're rocking the boat, or you're ever having any thoughts of your own, you better hope you never caught walking alone. To be locked up a road off by the Echo. Got your life looking like a sci-fi show. Brain scrambling when the Wi-Fi's on. Airplane mode when I buy my phone. If your eyes wide closed,
we're living in the
Twilight Zone.
They claim you have freedom but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
I ask myself, why do I even bother? Cause people are just like sheep that are lining up for the slaughter. If they're killing rats with fluoride, then why is it in the water? They're using the news to fool us, divide us so they can conquer. The longer you stay asleep, then the longer I'm gonna scream at you. I can't believe you let them deceive you, it's inconceivable. I won't stop until you wake up and do what you need to do. This world is overran with an evil that is unspeakable. Most people don't know, so they just vote and pay taxes. The devil's hiding in the shadows and controlling their actions. And they think that the earth is a spinning globe on its axis. But I don't have any time to devote to this madness. I have nobody to relate to, so I ride alone. Just me and all these wild thoughts that are inside my dome. I feel like I don't belong here and I can't find my home. I'm tripping and I'm wishing it was different, but we're living in the
Twilight Zone.
They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
and there's nowhere that we can go. Awaken now, I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
And there's nowhere that we can go. Awaken now, I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
Yeah. I started to question things like my own beliefs in my own existence. Like, how does this work? What is the mind? There's this voice that keeps saying shit. What is the truth? What do I know? Am I the body or am I the soul? If I was to die, where would I go? Do I even matter if this is how it goes? But when I woke up, you know what I realized? I am the soul and this body is just my vehicle. And with that awakening came so much more information about the system and how it works. Cause if you know the truth, you regain self-control. Not even a remote chance to get programmed or deceived no more. You start to do some research. That's researching what you think you know when you find out that the earth is actually not a spinning globe. What the fuck are you saying? You sound and thought I'm insane. But it's true, we live on a planet flat and stationary. The truth will set you free. Won't go back to that mental celling. Now I live my life in peace, which back then couldn't do if you paid me. Realize, there's realize and realize. Don't be surprised. We'll find the truth real deep inside. When I see the sky, the sun, the moon, they seem alive. Wish I could fly, so I can see my home with no CGI.
Tactical error, crack like a mirror. Eric Dubé bringing lyrical terror. Hate speech Al-Qaeda, but my rhymes are tighter. I rap for the masses, tracks full of classics. Masterful, plastered with factual fanfare. Banned, but I'm back to attack with a fair share of crap that I can't bear. Cause I'm a care bear. Where is the justice we need to come up in? 19.5 billion per year is what we pay them just to hear. We're spinning right round the Milky Way, waiting on the sun to die one day. But that isn't happening, that is inaccurate. Stick to the facts, not fear-mongering rocket. Masons are liars, NASA are masons. Masons that lie like they're snakes in the garden. The sun isn't dying, your soul is immortal, and so is the solace of solar return. You will ever remember in embers and flames the end of December dismemberment plan. It's a good band. By the way, watch what they say. Everything your government tells you is fake, especially anything about outer space. The only thing they could ever make I would rate is every politician's fucking head on a plate. But we're probably never gonna see that day, cause everybody's living in the rainbow way, with no real man left, cause they've all turned gay.
Realize, there's realize and realize. Don't be surprised, we'll find the truth real deep inside. When I see the sky, the sun, the moon, they seem alive. Wish I could fly, so I can see my home with no CGI. Realize, there's realize and realize. Don't be surprised, we'll find the truth real deep inside. When I see the sky, the sun, the moon, they seem alive. Wish I could fly, so I can see my home with no CGI.
It's rock, yeah. It's rock, yeah. It's rock, yeah.
We the best music.
It's rock, yeah.
Another one.
It's rock, yeah.
DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a globe. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate, count. Half gas pressure and less contained. They say gravity, but you can't bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, that glow.
I let it go if you say that there's curves in that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no glow. Ask for proof and I give you some more. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind if I smack into all of my muscles or so. Asking me say it's a ball, he ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking why did it fall, don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Brenda's clocks like a dog, see how far left is some fog. Ask for curvature measurements, making go claims without no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve. Hopped in a plane, but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows and a stick up. Thinking measure shit, no hiccups. You know what's some bull that they whipped up? This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
They say gravity, but you can't bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, that glow.
Yeah. It's for y'all you globe earthers riding in on that high horse. But to knock it down, better knock it off. Yeah. Shout out to the lobby, y'all. Catch me on the live stream, y'all. 24/7. This that new shit, the earth ain't moving. Globers talking all that shit, but they ain't really doing it. Betty say that it's a globe, he ain't trying to prove it. Heard him say the earth is moving, he's clueless. Got him asking what had happened, the globe's on backspin. Globers came into the trench and we fucking trapped them. That's the flatter than the napkin, flat smacked them. My bullets stay unrefracted, get back, bitch. In the globe, getting smoked, Elon Musk on Rogan's cultivating all the facts while I'm putting tokens. Start to throw, we take his rolls, throw him in the mo quick. Put your bitch right on a flat earth, yeah, we told him. Cause bitch, I'm a globe earth killer, yeah, it's flat. Nigga, smoked all the globers, extort the feelings. You can't front with us, I can't fuck with your wig split. Pilum, cog disc, Hillum, globe, I'm a stump, curve dumped in my trunk, bitch. Shadows in them sticks, that shit's weak, archaic, ayy, fuck do you mean? Aim that beam at the beach, Black Swan, he put his face in the dirt, yeah, with that Nikon D, ayy. Black Swan, Nikon D at the beach, down in the rabbit hole, to go deep. Black Panther Clipper, yeah, now he can't sleep. Some of them lurk, yeah, some of them creep. Said he measured out just like a dop and then a dip. Got a Nerf gun, no bullets on his hip. Wolverine-proof, but the trigger goes click. Shadows in the dirt, popped up a couple sticks. Brought up black holes, now I'm cheesing. Talking about gravity to please him. Now he's talking about seasons. Head on my forehead like she's by proofs. In a book, nigga, my turn FE on Facebook. I want that proof, no Captain Hook. Let me hear it. Flat in this bitch, globe confusion with the drip drop. It's flat everywhere, I got facts up in my Ziploc. Flat up in this place, no globe model, that's for kid bops. You ain't on flat earth, you can kick rocks, okay? Flat, hey, flatten, smack, flatten, smack, flatten, smack, flat, smack, globe got no curve, bitch, yeah. Yeah, flatten, smack, flatten, flat, smack, flat, smack, flat, yeah. Globe gone flat, got no curve, bitch, I'm flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch, yes, I'm flat, hey. Take it off, yeah, globe off, yeah, live stream, yeah, everybody here, bringing up air, gas pressure, yeah. Flat is my fate, the globe is gon' hate. The truth I chase, and it don't break. We just killed space, yeah, it's all fake. Back in the safe, now hand me that tape. 10 toes in the mud, measured earth, and it's flat, yeah. Glober dunked on in its fields, and that's facts, yeah. I ain't tryna fight you too emotional. Now take this flat smack like it's supposed to go. Made it out the globe, had to bounce right quick. Wonder how I drop out, learn to count like this. Got a folder with no earth curve where I keep my shit. Hit a bay first with a laser, ain't no curve in this bitch. Okay, I'm flat. Hey, flat, I'm smacking. Flat, smack. Flat, smack. Yeah. Globe, no curve, turn that flat into facts. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch. Yes, it's flat. Hey, flat, I'm smacking. Flat, smack. Yeah, flat, smack. Globe gone flat, got no curve, bitch. I'm flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch. Yes, I'm flat. I'm a globe destroyer. Yeah. F.E. Doyum globe spoken ass nigga. In the live stream joking. Took his globe like it's stolen. Broke brain can't focus ass nigga. Pause about, we gotta call a nigga, he gon' chop his head off. Can't run the game round here, bruh. Cause we're hang no sphere, bruh. Lil nigga, do you got a problem? What? Lil nigga will come and solve it. Yeah. Facts coming in, can't stop it. We getting to the money, y'all jogging. Yeah. Good times represent victory. To the same globe's just dead to me. God. A washed up blurf don't mean shit to me. Nothing. I'ma surf off the curve in a Tiffany. Globers do nothing for me unless you leave in BC where the curve be. I'm flat gang, savage free. Globers get smoked just trying to diss me. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, flatten, I'm flat. Yeah, flatten, I'm smack. Flat, smack. Flat, yeah, globe gone flat, ain't no curve, bitch, it's flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch, yes, it's flat. Hey, flatten, I'm smacking. Flat, smack. Flat, smack. Yeah, flat, yeah. Globe gone flat, ain't no curve, bitch, it's flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch, yes, it's flat. Yeah. CB, you know me.
Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the Earth is flat and there is no outer space. No one has ever measured the circumference, diameter, nor the radius of the Earth. No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth. The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. Mayhem has been telling you about these 3 points, and you should really be paying attention in class.
Join discord.tv/Flat Earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC Riffia to get involved with the conversation about Earth.
Enemy spotted.
Glonk and Treat.
Brothers.
What's happening?
You guys I'm just happy,
Even more
I'm just
people,
happy to be
that's
here.
fun.
I am blessed.
You guys friends in
Indeed,
real
brother.
life or just online?
Yeah. In real life.
Oh, okay, cool. You know anybody in real life that's a flat earther?
No, I don't.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I've
I
only
know
met
one more person.
one person. Okay, I've only met like less than a few, like less than a handful. So I haven't met that many out in the wild. But I also don't really talk about it out in the wild. So what kind of stuff did you guys talk about in your class? What did your teacher say?
He just made fun of it.
Yeah, of course, of course. So what kind of stuff was he saying? Like, oh, it's a pizza planet floating around, or what was he saying?
We are being recorded on YouTube and other live online platforms. I'm gonna be famous. Hi, Mom.
So he must have said something about like falling off the edge or something like that.
Yeah. Because he said that so everybody knows, because we were talking about the airplanes traveling, and he said, so everybody knows that the Earth is round, right? Are there any Thought Society members? And no one said anything, so yeah. That made me interested in it.
I'm not sure why the Earth would have to be a certain shape to fly in the sky, but
I guess to make loops.
Many what?
To make loops around the Earth.
Loops?
Like loops around the Earth.
Loops?
Yeah.
Huh. What do you mean loop?
Because how it's described, as you can see on my beautiful profile picture, it's like a disc right now. See, so it's more difficult to travel between some continents than it would be normally if you would like loop around it.
Wait, so
let me see.
So where did you, who told you it was a disc?
Well, it's flat, so he just imagined it to be like a wafer you eat at the confessional, in the church. That shape.
Yeah, but okay. So if I were to ask you to draw shape flat, what shape would that be?
Well, a circle.
Circle is a circle.
Yeah. Circle shaped Earth, basically. Disc.
No.
What's with the sound effects?
Because you're not really thinking straight here, buddy. Flat is not a shape.
But circle is.
I mean, yeah, circle is a shape.
Checkmate.
Circle's a shape. Here's what I want you to do. You're in a room right now, I would imagine.
Yes.
Okay, look, I want you to take 30 seconds and look around you. All the surfaces around you.
Yeah.
You'll see that there's two options here. You've got surfaces that are rounded in some way.
Yeah.
Or surfaces that are not rounded. You could call them flat if you want to.
Yeah, but that's not a shape. That's just a surface, like.
Exactly. That's the point. Exactly. So when we're talking about the surface, not shapes. So when we say the surface, it can only be one of those two options. So it doesn't mean circle, square, triangle. Understand?
Yes. And I said it's a circle.
It's not a disc, no.
That's what my teacher said, though.
Hell no!
That's why it would be a problem if it was.
Well, no, it's only the people. It's only the people who think other people think that are the ones saying it. When you come speak to someone who actually thinks the Earth is flat, they're not going to tell you it's a disc, bro.
Well, this guy would on the profile picture.
Who is that?
I don't know who that is. He's holding a disc in his hand.
Who the fuck is that guy?
I know, right? It was just funny. I had to put him on.
I actually do know what that is, but you can think of those ideas as there's something for new minds, people new to the topic that haven't really got an understanding of how it maybe could work. Think of like Baby mobile above
What?
the crib.
What?
I'll get a
Baby
picture.
mobile. Okay.
A baby mobile hangs above the crib.
Do you have like
And
a representation of how it looks
yeah,
like,
I do.
the
I'll
Earth?
grab it. I'll grab it.
There
Oh,
you
the
go.
Earth?
It'll be
No,
easier.
I don't. No, I don't. I don't. No one has that. I'll explain why though, because I would ask you like, can you go outside of the universe and look back and tell me what it all looks like?
Well, that's different than the Earth.
No, 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 no. I'm
There has
actually
been
here to tell you
pictures
it's the
taken of
same.
the Earth.
Oh, I'm actually here to tell you it's the same.
So is it like not confirmed how the Earth looks?
Well, again, just in the same way that you can't leave the universe to turn around and look back and say, okay, well, this is what it all looks like. You also can't leave the Earth to turn around and say, okay, well, this is what it all looks like. You guys would say that the Earth is an object that exists within a large space. I would say Earth is the large space. So you can't leave that large space and say, okay, let's go outside and take selfies. And okay, well, this Earth looks like this. You can't.
But Earth has been left. The universe hasn't.
Yeah.
Oh, here's the thing, brother. There is no universe, and no one's left the Earth ever.
How come?
Well, because there's a container. There's a one of the arguments you'll come to learn. There's three big arguments you'll come to hear, and one of them is about gas pressure. So the question is, how can you have gas pressure without a container? I can think of multiple examples where you require a container. Say if I
I mean,
sold
yeah,
you.
but
Well, let me give you some
uh,
examples. So, like if
okay,
I
okay.
say I sold you like some soda, it would have to be in a sealed container. And then if you opened up the soda, leave it on the put it in a coffee cup, leave it on the counter for a week. Well, gas pressure that you had is going to dissipate from the higher pressure area to a lower pressure area. You needed that container to have the pressure. Same thing with like a car tire or a bicycle tire. You need the actual tire itself to contain the pressure, the air pressure on the inside. And so the problem is they're saying that you do not need a container. They're saying that the earth is such a big wheel that you don't need any tire to contain the pressure that we have. And we're saying that that's cap and that you definitely do need a container. And that's why you can't leave the earth because it's contained.
So, what about the rockets that went to space and the orbiting space station around us?
On TV, but on a screen. And
What is it? What is it? Repeat, because you cut out.
sorry, no, it does look like I might have been cutting out.
So was like going to the moon fake or?
Oh, dude, I mean, I used to believe in the globe my whole life, and I never ever believed in them. So, sorry, am I cutting out still? Hold on, let
No,
me.
you're fine. You're
Yeah.
fine.
Okay.
I mean, a little bit, but
I was
it's
a
okay.
hardcore glober, and I still never believed in the moon landings. So I don't know why you would believe in that, even if you're Team Globe. Dude, I wouldn't even say the moon is land. So like, you can't go land on some shit that's in the sky. But anyway, no.
Sorry, I'm
And,
reading what the secret Asian man
and
sent. I want to read that.
Oh yeah,
That's
yeah,
interesting.
here's what's interesting, guys.
yeah. Your mic is very low compared to us.
Sorry.
Just
Yeah,
turn them up.
I'm at the library, so
Yeah, you can also do that.
What you reading?
what's funny is they actually say that the moon is within the Earth's atmosphere now. So even technically, even if you thought the Earth was a globe, like no one really left the Earth to go there.
So the moon is like in the Earth's container?
That's well, what I'm saying is on the globe side, they're saying that the moon is within the Earth's atmosphere. So it's not like a flat Earth thing. That's what the globers are saying.
Hmm.
How much time
It's
do
like
you spend in the library?
it's like a recent update to the DLC. I'll get you a link to that. I'll probably hang out here for a little bit.
Okay.
So That's one of the biggest arguments, guys, is the gas pressure. Like that's why people.
No, it's the biggest argument. I've never heard of it. So
Well,
that's
well, that's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
this is
Because
also my first time.
that's what I'm saying, though, guys. Like you're not going to hear the arguments anywhere else. You're not going to go to YouTube and they're going to, okay, this is what they're saying. Your teacher doesn't know what the arguments are. He's just going to call it dumb and say, look at these dummies. They think it's a pizza in space. And then you come actually to speak to someone and they're like, yeah, that's a stupid idea. No one thinks it's a pizza in space, except for other people who think that we vote for it. It was them.
I'm pretty sure the moon is further. What? Okay. So they're lying about the distance from the moon and the planet. Okay. Okay. That's crazy.
So this is the media. Okay.
Where's everybody else at? Anybody else wants to chime in? Ethergris.
I want God to speak, kinda.
I'm listening. I'm actually trying to eat something, so I figured that eating food while on the microphone would be rude.
Okay, no worries, no worries. I got you. So, yeah, you've never heard of that argument. Well, it's something you're gonna want to get familiar
What is
with.
that
I would
gif?
say.
It kind of looks funny.
Well, so what is the picture supposedly taken on the moon, right? And then you have that other thing that's supposed to be the moon,
Okay, okay.
and then it's two pictures. So one of them, which one's the real one? Anyway, neither one of them are real, so it doesn't matter. Okay, well that's I guess we can go off to the other thing. You see how in that picture there, that GIF, how all the water, like even the lakes and everything, they're all curved. So what we're saying is that when you go into reality, the water doesn't do that. Like lakes and oceans, they don't form into a big hump or like a hill. I sometimes joke and call it a hill. But I would say water doesn't do that in reality.
That's because of the event horizon. You can see like past it, like the horizon. You can see past the horizon of the because the air, like you don't see you don't see it curve, right? But if you had a different perspective on it, you would see it curve.
So the thing is that we're not just looking; we're actually testing to see if the curve is there. It's just not there.
How are you testing this?
About the same way you would test how tall you are. So, like, the globe is claimed to be a specific quote height. So you can break down. Well, if you say you're 6 foot tall, then there has to be 72 inches when I go to measure you. So they claim that the globe is like a radius just a little bit under 4,000 miles. So that means at a certain height off the ground, the distance to the horizon, you called it the event horizon, it's just the horizon, would have to be at a certain distance. And so you can test that claim just like you can test how tall you are, essentially. So they're saying that at 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, the distance to the horizon or the curve of the Earth is supposed to be about 1.2 miles away if you're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth. So you can definitely test that. And if you have a lake that's at least like 5 to 10 miles big, you can surely put that 1.2 mile horizon claim to the test. If you see across the whole lake at a very small, observer height, just a few feet, and you're seeing across the whole lake, well, what happened to that 1.2 mile curve, the hump, the hill of water that's supposed to be there? What we're saying is that it's not there. A lot of people have a hard time with the word flat earth. They're like, well, we have hills and mountains and stuff. Well, if it's easier for you, you can just rebrand it and call it flat water, because all the water is flat, essentially. All the lakes, the ponds, the oceans don't form into hills. So And the argument about the horizon is actually very important. It's kind of funny that you brought that up. It's good that you brought that up. This was when I first joined the conversation back in 2017. The whole debate was about the horizon. So the problem is that if you're on the Team Globe side, they're saying that the horizon is the physical curve of the Earth. So as if like you had a hill in your front yard, right? You can go put a flag in that hill and say, this is the curve of the Earth. But the problem is our argument is that day to day, that quote hill is moving around. So one day it's in the front yard. One day, the next day it's in the neighbor's yard. Like, wait a minute, what's happening here? Can't be the physical curve if it's moving around like that. So what we're saying is that that horizon isn't actually the physical curve of the Earth. It's an optical phenomena, and that's the reason why it shifts around from day to day. Even on during a day, it'll move around a little bit. So the horizon is not the physical curve of the Earth or curved water or anything like that. It's one of the big arguments here as well. So we have gas pressure, we have the horizon, that's a big one. And the third thing is just that the Earth doesn't move. Like I joke around with people and ask them, do you think that the room you're in or the house you live in or the building you work in, do you think those buildings move?
Sorry, I was just reading the stuff they're sending right now. That's pretty interesting. It's hard to concentrate on two things. Although you're very good background noise.
I was just asking, well,
I must say you're pretty good at explaining, and I would like to ask you if there are more methods to like test, to test this.
Sure. Yeah, well, let me put something in the chat here.
Oh, okay.
Too much. You wouldn't really need a whole lot to get started. So don't feel like you need like a freaking gyroscope and all these crazy things to go out and start somewhere. Somebody in the server named Dave Hinkle. Let me send him a message. Maybe he can explain. Um, oh yeah, he did like a lake with a friend. He had the mirror, someone on the other side of the lake. For myself. And so with the mirror, you're
He's so
basically
blind.
flashing light across the water, and you're looking for the curve there. Me, I spent a month in San Diego on the coast doing long distance observations. So you can use, say, like since you're looking out, like if you just go to the beach and you're just looking out at the ocean, there's obviously oftentimes there's not a lot of things in the water there, so you can't really gauge how far you're looking. But if there's islands or ships or piers down the coast, you can use certain landmarks to get a distance from you to that object. So if I'm looking out at the ocean and I see an island or a boat that's 30 miles away, well, you can use that to check the math, just like you would check to see how tall you are, how big your foot is. So that's another way you can do it, is going to big bodies of water. Like if you live near the ocean or if you go on vacation to the beach sometime, you
I
can do
sadly
long
don't,
distance
but I might
observations.
go one day.
You should definitely take the chance. Even it doesn't matter what your position is on this topic. I think you should go out and put it to the test, even no matter what. So
Okay, then I'll make sure to do that one day.
sure, it doesn't have to be like tonight, but sometime,
Yeah, I know.
sometime in the future.
Yeah, but sometime when I get there.
So yeah, that's the big thing, is the horizon. There's Earth curve calculators you can use. I'll give you a link to one. And you can play around with the calculator a little bit. You can punch in how tall you are. Maybe you, if you live somewhere where you can see things in the distance, you can punch in their distance and see where the curve should be and stuff like that. So I'll drop that in the chat. Kind of fun to play around with.
Okay. I
Oh,
see
thank
that there are
I did
really,
drop it.
really many references.
People here are definitely sincere. We're not a bunch of like crazy people, and we're individuals. There's a lot of individual people. We're not all just like we all believe in this one thing. We're kind of all on our own journey. So it's not what the media tells you. I'd be very careful about listening to the media, what they have to say about quote, people who believe in this type of thing. So
Would do you guys agree with the time zones on the world then? If it's not the Earth isn't flat, if the Earth isn't round actually.
yeah, I mean, I think it's important to keep in mind that like say, you went to bed tonight and I flashed your memory, like you forgot about like everything you were taught in school about like the globe and whatnot, and the Earth actually was flat. The Earth doesn't change, so time zones wouldn't just like crash and stop working.
No, it's because of the sun, right? When
Well,
they're
yeah.
just made so when the day is at each part of the world.
Well, just
And
look at a clock, right? Just think of a clock. You've got. I know we
I
talked
think
earlier about
about
how the
clock
Earth
all
doesn't
day.
have, the Earth doesn't have to necessarily be circular, but the way that the hands move around the clock makes some sense. Time zones could work just like that. So, and then yeah, there's some arguments about that. I'm not too well versed on the time zones because I know they're a little bit wonky and shaped kind of funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say nothing really changes. The Earth doesn't shift and morph and change into something else when you learn that it might not be a globe. So it's still the same Earth as always. It's just you
So
change.
also, you guys don't believe in the satellites at all, like.
You can have technology in the sky, just not in outer space, because we don't think there's an outer space. So
All right.
kind of hard to have
So
technology
what about other
incarnate.
planets then? What?
Are they
There's
So
outer space.
I would say that Earth isn't even a planet to begin with. So to start with, like, well, what about other planets? That's like saying, like, well, what about other land in the
Yeah,
sky?
because basically we're a solar system and there's planets. There was a
So they
planetary eclipse once, right? Not too long
yeah,
ago, pretty sure.
yeah, that's
So
what they say. That's what they say. But I wouldn't really be so quick to compare the Earth to things that you see in the sky. There's really nothing up there that compares to anything down here. I see lots of trees here. I don't see any trees in the sky. There's a lot of land here. I don't see any land in the sky either. So I would say that like other planets a better way to phrase that would be what about other land? And I would say if there's other land, it's likely on the ground here with us, not in the sky. So planets, I think you can pretty much rule out planets, stars, and
stars. Okay,
the
okay.
moon because they're even when I was a glober, like I heard a quote that said that they're some of the greatest mysteries known to man are the sun, moon, and stars, and I still agree with that. It makes even more sense now. No
So
one
it's a
knows.
mystery to you why in the night there's little lights in the sky.
I mean, do you know why do they twinkle? I mean, think of the song when you were kids, "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, How I Wonder What You Are." It's not like anyone figured it out.
But yeah, nobody could figure out that riddle. I know that's very difficult to figure out. I'm pretty sure it's the light traveling to us and the
Geoffrey went and
star
got one.
fluctuating.
So okay, well that's cool. Cool. Like can you verify that or you know that's the
What?
case?
How light travels from very bright stars in the galaxy?
What is it? What is a star, and how do you know it's in a galaxy? You see, that's the problem when we start really getting
Do
into
you think is it like a hologram or something?
see, this is the thing. Get in
No.
line. We've got questions too. I'm not saying it's a hologram, but it's just that no one knows what these things are. So for you to say, well, no, of course it's light. It does this. It does that. You don't know that. And if the best thing you can offer me is just retelling me the story that we all learned
You know what's really funny that supports your guys, like the thing that the universe doesn't exist and we're like the only thing, right? You know what's really funny? Like a really funny thing that I just thought of. Like your theory explains why aliens hadn't destroyed us. You know, because there aren't aliens. That's pretty cool.
Right, exactly. Well, there you go. Like that's something you can,
Yeah.
even if you never like, say you never change your position, you can actually put that feather in your cap and say, well, like if they do try to do aliens, you might be a little bit more hesitant to question what they're doing. If
Like yeah, if there were other planets or galaxies, there would be other life forms that are more advanced than us, and they would have visited us. But according to your
well,
theory, there aren't like any other
they don't
planets or
have to
galaxies.
have visited us, but they can sell you on the idea that it's possible.
Yeah.
And so if you have the understanding that that's never possible, then maybe you'll never be so gullible to fall for it. So you can at least hang on to that. You can leave here knowing that if they try to trick your neighbors into thinking that aliens are coming, you might be a little bit more skeptical. Knowing what you learned here today. But I mean, here's the thing, bro. They're actually telling you all the time that things are falling from the sky. Um,
Yeah, like the meteorites, sure.
Exactly. I have a clip I want to play actually, but so that's the thing. If you people ask us, why does it matter? Why do you guys spend time on this? Why should you care? Well, dude, like,
Yeah, how did the dinosaurs died then?
oh, that's actually funny. This is part of the clip.
Sick.
Wait, really? You are prepared for everything.
Good place.
Where is it gonna play? What's this live stream, by the way? Like, what?
I can get you a link.
Wait, let me send you.
Okay.
Here you go.
Thank you.
No problem.
Hold on 1 second. I've got to convert a file and then I'll play it.
All right, take your time.
They say an asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs. I don't know about that, but I do know if space debris hit my car, it'll be all right. Comprehensive car insurance can cover things that fall from the sky. Hail, trees, golf balls, even meteorites.
What was that?
That was the clip. I'm sorry that took so long, but I can play it one more time. But it was just a commercial. It was
Yeah, could you do that again?
yeah, you want me to play it one more time?
Okay.
Yep, 1 second. Yeah, it's just a commercial for I think like State Farm or some car insurance company. It's just people. The reason why I'm playing this is because people will ask you, why does it matter? Why do you guys care? Why do you spend time on this topic? Well, because knowing some of the things, even just the things we just went over here today with Glonk and Tree, with the gas pressure and the container argument, no one can convince you that some asteroid's gonna hit your car, bro. So here's the clip one more time.
They say an asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs. I don't know about that, but I do know if space debris hit my car, it'll be all right. Comprehensive car insurance can cover things that fall from the sky. Hail, trees, golf balls, even meteorites.
Stop the cap.
Yeah,
So-
well, it was just an advertisement.
Yeah, so I just thought it was really funny, and yeah, so yeah, you can
I mean, yeah,
know
indeed.
that the gas pressure argument is the reason why you can't, leave. That's why meteorites aren't going to hit your car, and all these other things. So that's an important argument. Like I said, it's one of the bigger arguments. I know you haven't heard it before, but it's a very good argument, I would say. And Miggy, what's up, dude? Long time no see.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Well, we got some fresh meat in here, man. You might be perfect if you want to step up to the plate.
Yeah, hello.
We got Glonk. You guys been pretty chill. So
Yeah, it's fun here.
so I asked a question.
Pretty much.
You guys didn't. You guys were a little bit busy reading, but I joke around and ask people if they think that their like their room that they're in is moving, or if they think buildings move. So, like, do you think that your house moves?
What? What do you mean my house moves?
Well, I mean, we're told.
I've never seen my house move.
yeah. But well, they're saying that the ground moves, the Earth rotates, so they say, right? So then, everything on the ground, your house included, would be moving with the ground. So
Because of the
question
scale of the planet, you wouldn't notice.
Yeah, I know. I'm not asking about like, do you notice it? You better hang on, bro. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm just simply asking, do you think it is moving?
Well, yes, it is.
Yeah.
We are
Really
right now
slowly, but-
accelerating through space, according to the normal theories.
So you guys that are in here right now.
It's a globe. Globe card.
Oh, I can't hear you.
Sorry, Mickey, go ahead.
Could you repeat?
I know. I was just gonna say no. He's just playing a funny clip. But check this out. How sure are you, like from 1 to 100, that the Earth is what you've been told is what it is? That it's a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. How sure are you guys in here right now?
No, she's asking me as if I was a globe head,
just,
you know?
Can you hear what I just said? I don't know. It's not too difficult, right? The question I'm asking.
Yes,
Is it
how sure I am
difficult?
if it's accelerating? No, it's
yeah.
not.
So both. No. Pay attention, please. How sure are you that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space? From 0 to 100.
I wasn't even considering. I was just trying to. I'm not gonna answer like you want me to. Sorry.
From 0 to 100, and the thing is, like, the reason why I asked this is to check your intellectual integrity, to see if you're going to be honest. Because when you start diverting away from this, then we can start seeing in this panel that you're not going to be honest to have a conversation with. So we're going to be
I'm
wasting.
trying to learn
we're gonna be-
about it. I'm serious.
Oh yeah,
I-
we're gonna be wasting
and
our
this-
time. So
Can you stop being so
unless
controversial? Thanks.
no, this is exactly why you guys don't answer the questions, because you don't want to be faced with the truth. So unless you're ready to have an intellectual, honest conversation,
Okay.
you will answer the question. So, well, I'll ask you again. I'll ask again to clarify. And if the answer is something else other than what the response should be, either 1 to 100, then I'll know that your intellectual integrity has been compromised. So, once again, for the gentleman, let me ask again. How sure are you that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space from 1 to 100? Go ahead.
How many points is that question? For how many points?
Oh.
0 to 100. How sure
No,
are you that the Earth
if we answer it correctly. What's the price for it? What's the price for it?
Okay, why can we not just answer? Why can't we? Let me take this, guys. Thank you. Why can we
I'm
not
not
just answer the
required to answer your questions. You know that, right? Sorry.
why can't we not just answer the question? I'm asking that to you guys.
Because I don't like
Why?
how you're talking to me.
No, you don't like that the truth is going to be revealed. That's what you don't like.
It's
you
not going
would
to
rather
be revealed if I answer a question
It
from
will
you.
be.
Sorry, buddy.
It will be.
You're not that important.
It will be revealed. It will be revealed. So unless you have no other business here other than to waste our time, you may see yourself out the door.
You're saying that your time is being wasted because I'm listening to you
Yes.
guys and talking with you?
No.
How?
No. Your time is being wasted. Our time is being wasted because you're not ready to have an intellectually honest conversation. Our time is being wasted. If that's not what you're here for, the door is that way. You can exit. It's a privilege to be amongst these intellects, and if you're not willing to have a conversation, you can see yourself out the door.
Look at how many people here. Okay, listen. Look how many people here are, right? They're not talking. They're just listening.
I don't care.
I want to listen, but I sometimes give some input.
I bet they'd answer the question though.
I don't care. I'm not talking to them. I'm talking to you.
I'm not going to answer a question from him.
Well, then
He's very aggressive.
See yourself out the door, please.
Because I don't want to answer your question?
Yes, because you're not intellectually honest.
I am.
That's why.
What do you mean by intellectually honest? Okay, describe what you mean by that.
Okay, these sound effects are annoying.
Stop talking. Intellectually honest means that you're going to answer the question if you're provided the context for it. The question is the Earth a globe spinning in the vacuum of space? How sure are you from 1 to 100? That's the question.
I'm pretty sure.
For sure, I am that it's...
No, right, from
a
1 to
globe
100.
spinning
How sure?
in the space.
Yeah, but
Like,
how
I
sure?
would need more... that sentence is very
No, you
bland,
don't
you know?
You don't
I'm
need more.
closer
You just
to
need to
100,
answer the question.
like 90%, let's say.
Okay, 90% from the gentleman.
90 out of 100? Okay.
How about the other gentleman?
I'm going to be a bit more open, right? I'm going to say 50. I'm 50% sure.
Okay, and the other gentleman said 90. Is this correct?
Yeah. About that. I'm
Is
not
there
sure about
anybody-
that.
I'm still waiting for you guys to change my mind, you know? That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, that's why we joined this place.
Yeah, but if we can just have a real cordial discussion at this point, so you guys can understand our point, right? Because you won't understand if you guys are jumping in and starting to ask your questions. You have to listen to what we're saying and then respond. So we're getting 50% from one gentleman and 90% from another. Is this correct?
Indeed.
Okay, so we got one indeed and the other one?
What's up?
Okay, so we're 50% one, 90% on the other. Let's move forward with the exercise. The exercise that I'm about to give you is going to help you understand whether or not you know the percentage that you just told me right now.
Oh,
if it's true or if... Okay, so let's move forward, and I'm going to ask both of you so you can help each other out. It doesn't matter how you guys do it, so long as you guys give me an honest answer. Either you know or you don't know. That's all I care about. You don't listen. Now I'm going to preface this way. I have to. Don't ask me any questions. This exercise is not for you to ask me any questions. The exercise is for you to be honest. It's for you to be honest, and if you don't know, say I don't know, or if you do know, just give me the information of how you do know specifically. That's all it is. Okay. Do you guys understand?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So the first question would be, who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in drop over distance? Because I'm going to give you the context. Because they're telling us that the Earth, as an oblate spheroid, has a radius, a diameter, and a circumference. So on this oblate spheroid, that we live on, right? If it has a radius, diameter, circumference, there would be over point A to point B on any given part of the surface an arc, a sagittale, a hump of Earth between point A and point B. Now, what I'm asking you gentlemen is who's ever measured that ever in history, and what is the drop rate over that distance? Go ahead, Serge.
Like Serge, right now, I can tell you.
No, yeah, you don't have to. Just if you know, just tell me the specifics.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Okay.
So every single airline, right? They need to know this information, and they have people that tell them that how to travel across the planet.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
who, like the question? Did you hear my question?
Yeah, who measured the curvature of the Earth? The people that give instructions to the flight systems. What?
Okay, who are they?
Well, I'm not sure. Like I'm not into that.
Okay, so
I'm not in that
okay.
topic.
So remember my question was either you know or you don't know, right?
Yeah,
So
but I
either
told you who
know,
knows that, and
no,
that's a
no,
good
you don't.
answer.
No, it's not a good answer because you told me
So
an answer that. Hang on a second, please don't interrupt. You told me an answer that you told me an answer that you think you know somebody who did that, but you didn't give me the answer that could sufficiently support who it is. You were like, I think it's some dudes that help people with the airlines. I don't know, it's a good answer. No, it's not. We need to know in this council, specifics are important, as in what organization, what
What do you mean by
person.
council? Wait, I want to know that.
Sorry.
What council? The Flat Earth Discord Council needs to know that.
No. Yeah, don't listen. The people in this room make up the body of this council.
Okay.
The
Okay.
ones who are the ones who are here listening to you give the answers.
Well, I didn't come here to answer your questions. I'm sorry, dude.
Well, I'm sorry then. If you're like I said, if you're not here to learn, then the door is that way, sir. The door is that way. If you're not here to learn.
I came here to listen to the live stream. You know.
Okay,
To
no,
watch it.
this is a session for you to learn. And if you're not here to learn, then you just excuse yourself from the conversation
From the
and
whole
go somewhere
Discord,
else.
or just the call.
No, from this call. You can go to another channel. You can do whatever you go play Fortnite or something because this
I
is
was
an
moved
intellectual.
into here.
This is an intellectual forum, and if you're not ready for it, then please excuse yourself.
Mayhem seems like a gamer.
Yeah, like Mayhem.
I could be. I enjoy a good game, but I also enjoy people that are intellectually honest. I love that people are being honest.
I mean, I am honest. Like I wasn't acting like I'm a globehead, by the way. Let me just tell you something. Listen here.
Yeah, I really don't.
Because you're treating me like I believe that the Earth is round, like a little ball, right?
All right. So you see what happens when you don't stop.
Don't speak